The story begins with a guy who from now on is going to live only for himself. School, abroad, school, graduation, school, and so on. He refuses to go to school again. At least, that's what he thought. The young man was riding a horse, falling under the bright rays of the sun, from which he had to squint his eyes. A man calls out to him, telling young Mr. Lihan that he should look ahead, because they are already in place. Opposite is a huge gate, and even further away is a huge castle. This is the best magic academy in the empire. Einrogard. Einrogard says that he is very touched, because he did not think that an old knight like him would be able to help his master. As a result, the guy could not break his connection with the school, even in this life. Now the graduation has come, someone is happy, someone is given flowers, and others are just chatting. The brunette is hugged by a brown-haired man, congratulations on graduation, and saying that he doesn't even know how they managed to survive with such professors. Involuntarily, I remember the moment when one of the teachers suggests that he attend an optional hiking club every week, to which the guy replies that he clearly does not deserve to be a part of it. After another memory, they slip documents into his hands, wondering if he will have time to finish before the evening. Unable to refuse, the student agrees. Another flashback immediately pops up in my head. He and his friend are sitting at computers, having a snack, while the brown-haired man complains to him that for a week their stomach has not seen anything else but kimbap. Already in the present, an acquaintance says that this is true for all graduate students, but the brunette is really amazing. Although the latter begins to assert that there is nothing wrong with this, he just did everything possible on his part. A classmate shrugs off, blurting out that a friend fits perfectly into this life and he should study further. This is going too far. Heading home and crossing the pedestrian crossing, the guy convinces himself that he did everything in his power. He's not going to study anymore. Now you need to live for yourself and not be in a place like graduate school. Meanwhile, the driver of the truck, who was just heading to this pedestrian crossing, abruptly realizes that the brakes do not work. And here, as luck would have it, a graduate. The man shouts to get out of the way, but the brunette, apparently slightly lost in space, gets in the way like an idol, without even having time to realize how the bumper of the car demolishes the body completely. His studies and diploma, as a result, turned out to be a useless piece of paper, but the intention remained unshakable even after rebirth. His eyes snap open and he manages to look at his own children's pens. He remembers everything. Lihan Vardanez is the third son of the strongest magic house in the empire. Is this all real? The guy was reborn in another world as an aristocrat, and also the youngest son of a rich and influential family. Tears of joy come to the boy's eyes, because the hero thinks that he was awarded for attending graduate school in a previous life. Here's his chance to rest, but he was deeply mistaken. The first rule of the House of Vardanez is that the first son inherits everything. And what will happen to the middle and younger? Well, the rest of the sons themselves must determine their own path in life. Their swords collide in training. Einrogard himself does not seem to believe that the young gentleman asked him to learn fencing, to which the latter replies that it will come in handy, and there were no better classes. Fortunately, the family supports all initiatives in education. The man offers him to take advantage of the experience gained and embark on the path of the sword, but the boy shrugs it off. He will become a magician since this path seems stable. A second later, the gray-haired man immediately grabs him by the shoulders, saying that he is insanely touched by his master's mind. With tears in his eyes, he explains this by saying that many noble children are too ambitious, but Lihan is a reasonable approach to planning the future. After completing graduate school, you begin to soberly assess reality. Everyone, from the Knight's Order to the Adventurers Guild and even to the Imperial family, is always happy to have able magicians. And this is an institution where talented magicians are trained. The greatest academy of magic in the empire. Einrogard. The guy tells the knight that he will try to hold out here for a couple of years, but the man assures that he will succeed, especially since even the patriarch praised his talent. The younger son, of course, does not believe, since his brother did not allow him to practice magic, because it is dangerous for children, but he still thanks for empty words. Einrogard walks away a little further along with the horses, saying that visitors and animals can't go any further, but then Vardanez notices a carriage moving forward, pushing everyone through, because the Duke's daughter is riding there, and the others have a prince of the empire at all, so no one plans to give way. Somehow too many people crowded together with the guards. Einrogard is a place that you have to enter alone, but everything is wrong. At least, that's what the young man who sits next to the main character says. He's already shaking, which makes the guy ask if everything is okay. It turns out that everything is much simpler. A stranger simply cannot sleep without his servants. They are like air for him, and it will not work without them. Well, the nobles. The young man is clearly not happy with the fact that even slaves are accepted into the academy, so he will take advantage of his family's position to complain. I wonder what they'll say to him. But as soon as the latter approaches some employee, the latter is illuminated with a bright light, and then an apology is heard from the nobleman. A mind manipulation spell. And after all, the employee without any hesitation used it on a person with such a pedigree. So the rumors weren't lying. There are a lot of monsters here, and if you die, you will be buried in the mountains behind. Abruptly, the doors swing open and someone's voice is heard greeting future students, calling them Ironheads. Lihan notices a huge magical pressure and covers his face a little with his palms. Here he is, the rumored director. From such tension, everyone froze completely. The voice continues to tell that he asked everyone to come in one by one. But if they do not want to follow the rules, the carriages with horses immediately overturn, then he will force them to obey. Naturally, the loss of clothes or servants immediately causes panic among visitors, but the director is not going to stop, calling the students a flock of sheep and urging them to finally go inside. Vardanaz raises his head up and notices the skeleton's head, which is all glowing turquoise, continuing to yell at them to move. And so began his first day at Einrogard, the greatest academy of magic in the empire. And the premonition from this for some reason is not good at all. While the students are walking, many of them immediately begin to complain about such treatment from the outside. But our silent hero is called by name, and turning his head, the guy notices the girl, Ina Makin, who says that her house is also the house of magicians, like Lihan's. He is glad to meet her, but asks what she wants from him. The redhead replies that the Imperial Highness wishes to see him, and points in the direction of the blonde, who waves his hand affably to them. Einrogard has become a place for meetings and communication, and new acquaintances are already resolutely trying to establish connections on the very first day. But call him Imperial Highness. Isn't this too much? After all, the Emperor has more than 100 children. Even in the local family, everyone is only interested in the firstborn. The Emperor does not support his children in any way, so they are even worse off. And in crowded places, where there are a lot of children of great houses, like here, the Imperial family, it is even lower than the house of Ina Makina. Then why is she acting like this? The girl just distracts him from his thoughts, offering to go with her. From behind, some nerds start laughing at the fact that she is helping some unknown prince. At least it's better than making enemies, so the brunette agrees. The redhead rejoices at his answer, not forgetting to mention that he was the first to agree. Gainando, the 97th prince of the empire. Rumor has it that he may be 101. But the guy insists on the first digit. Obviously, he doesn't want to leave the top 100. And him. But then the blonde distracts the brunette, who at first did not listen to him, and then begins to say that one of the students rejected his offer. The prince is clearly very immature. Vardanaz expresses his assumption that the stranger simply does not know that Gainando is of Porphyrius blood. Seeing the questioning look, Lihan realizes that the interlocutor is not only immature, but also an idiot. This word means a significant person from a higher or prestigious class. Pleased with such a compliment, the prince still frowns and points towards the crowded people, saying that they refused his offer and are now talking to Adenarda, a beautiful blue-haired girl, the 44th princess of the empire. Unlike some people, she has elegance, and it is not surprising that people are attracted to her. The blonde offers him to deal with the girl, because the brunette is also handsome and well-built, but is refused since noble people do not poison others. How about a lesson instead of bullying? The answer is simple. The upper strata of society do not do this either. What should he do then? Lihan says that you should either forgive them or go and challenge them to a duel. Clearly frightened of the latter, the prince giggles nervously and says that they should not go that far, especially since he is so noble. He forgives these ignoramuses. When the brunette ruffles the blonde man's hair, they are noticed by Ina, who immediately approaches them and says that Vardanaz is amazing, since he managed to curb someone else's stubbornness, which she, as a relative, could not do. And only the guy is going to find out why the redhead cares so much about Gainando. But they are interrupted by the appearance of a huge skull, which menacingly asks the Ironheads about conversations. It's the same lick they saw at the entrance. His existence is the result of the efforts of a great magician who wanted to become undead and bypass death. Who would have thought that it would be the director? The latter decides to ask the students why he calls them Ironheads. Here Adenarda gives a voice, saying that the symbol of this year's newcomers is iron. He clearly pleases the girl when he says that he gives 10 points to her faculty. Naturally, there is no points system here, so if she wants to become a magician, then let her learn to distinguish truth from lies. But the symbol really is iron, a metal that changes depending on what is made of it. It is very valuable, and it can be used for different purposes, so it suits them. Many of the students immediately gasped enthusiastically, while the Lick laughed loudly. You've been led again. The reason that metal is their symbol is that he has nothing in his head. Although the director mocks them, no one is able to answer him, because it is extremely difficult to even move in this dense magical energy. But the hero is used to this, so he manages to bend his arm at the elbow. Or maybe it's just the skull that reduced the pressure. Realizing his small mistake, the director really decides to ease the pressure on the students after a long journey, but makes a mental note to himself that Lihan can still move. He asks everyone to look at the left door, which immediately opens, and behind it there are huge tables filled with food to the brim. Many immediately rush inside, looking at a wide variety of dishes. Kainando thanks for the food and just begins to cut the fish, as the food immediately dissolves. The director laughs again, calling them fools. Vardanaz himself has heard that when you become a Lick, you lose some things. Apparently, their acquaintance lost too much. This academy is the cradle of magicians, and the strongest impulse in development is hunger. Things and loaves of bread and rice immediately fall on the students. This is their form and food. When the prince is about to be indignant, a skull immediately flies up to him, explaining that if the food seems disgusting to them, then it's worth studying magic and making it yourself. Do the shapes and sticks look like garbage? You need to use magic to create new ones. These are the rules of the academy. One of the nobles notices that he can take it all from the outside, but the Lick immediately suppresses all subsequent thoughts on this topic. Beginners are not allowed to go outside and contact upperclassmen, and now they can be free. The skull dissolves in turquoise smoke. Does there really have to be a mad professor everywhere? Lihan himself is well acquainted with this type of people, because in a previous life the professor of the neighboring laboratory had the same sparkle in his eyes. The brunette is immediately hailed by the blonde, indignant that he will not tolerate such an attitude in any way. And the food and clothes are really disgusting. But Vardanaz does not listen to him, chatting with himself that this place is definitely better than graduate school. Little is known about the Vardanaz house itself in society, all because they are completely absorbed in the study of magic and have never participated in public activities. Because of this, misunderstandings accumulate at their expense. Kainando continues to be indignant, but then tearfully asks the guy to come to him if there is an opportunity. I have to go to the dorm. Students are accepted to Einrogard, regardless of their title, provided they have talent. However, in order to prevent conflicts between sensitive teenagers, the hostel was divided into 4 towers, according to the status of the residents. The Tower of the Arrogant Blue Dragon. Only people of high birth can enter there. Famous nobles, for example, the children of the Emperor and Lihan, will live here. The Tower of the Phoenix burning from the inside. Only those who have dedicated everything to the holy flame can enter there. This is a holy and righteous tower, where only priests from various religious orders can be located. The Tower of the Lightning Tearing White Tiger. Only those with the rage to defeat anything can enter there. In this tower live those who come from the houses of knights. These people are being trained to follow 2 paths, chivalry and magic. The Tower of the Black Turtle that sees the past and the future. Only the possessors of boundless patience can enter there. There are various people here, townspeople, servants, slaves, clowns, beggars, merchants, and new lower-class nobles. Unlike other dormitories, they are simply ignored because of their low position, so almost all newcomers are intimidated, but there are always exceptions. In Lihan's eyes, they are ideal business partners. The guy understands that you need to make friends with them, since the easiest way to make money is to run a business, and for this it is worth gaining experience. So he is going to approach the trio of teenagers, as someone's voice interrupts him. The stranger says that he does not understand at all why they took such low-grade people. How did this upstart dare to mock his future comrades? Vardanaz immediately puts the nobleman in his place, saying that only he is low-grade here, especially since they all left behind what they owned. But someone has forgotten about it and is now daring. Other guys immediately flock to a small verbal altercation, clearly proud of the brunette's similar behavior. Well, since the atmosphere has changed, then you can. But the hero does not even have time to turn around to potential partners, as several guys immediately shout that it is better not to approach the Vardanaz house at all and not look at it, because their patriarch is a dragon. What? According to rumors, their family originates from ancient spirits. Surprised by such a reaction, the guy decides to ask the woman who came up, does he look scary? The girl says no, and then adds that he showed the nobility characteristic of a nobleman. He didn't know yet how famous his family was. The prince runs up to them, who immediately accuses them of abandoning him. The brunette himself decides to continue the conversation about why the girl allows the blonde to behave like a child. She says it's all about his mother. We are shown a flashback where another little machina runs into the imperial banquet with a drink, and then accidentally stumbles and spills everything on the empress's dress. It looks like her house is over, but no, the woman quite calmly takes her in her arms and says that everything is fine and everyone is wrong, and then asks if she is hurt. And then the girl already tells that she is very rich and pays her a lot of money for being friendly with her son. Having heard about the band notes, he decides that he also needs to make friends with him. After that, they already find themselves in a huge territory, which is located behind the academy. There is a lake, a forest, and mountains. Apparently, the director was not joking, saying that they would have to get everything themselves. And it seems that if they go further, they will finally be able to get into their dorm. The hero even talks about it with the redhead. But why then everything? He raises his head, stunned to look up. What the hell? The building of the hostel, to be honest, looks absolutely miserable, and somehow not enough for so many people. The prince, of course, is not happy, because even his own servants live better, and here the nobles themselves were served this. The heroes are just starting to climb the stairs, but as soon as the brunette takes the next step, the whole world around abruptly disappears. There's not a soul around, absolutely nothing. What happened? He is abruptly greeted by a voice that comes out of nowhere and asks where he needs to go. As expected, the Magic Academy's dormitory is a magic tower. Lihan decides to ask where he can go at all. The voice, amazed by his quick adaptation, immediately replies that the only places available now are the brunette's private room and the Iron Rec room, exclusive for first-year students. It turns out that in the future it is possible to get to other places. The voice says yes, but it will be possible to get into one by knowing only the name, and to visit others you will have to know something beyond. But not now, because the director forbade it. The hero asks to simply move him into the room while some turquoise magic is entwining his own legs. Welcome, young magician. Already in his own home, Vardanez starts reading the book Einrogard. With the exception of key subjects, the rest of the classes can be taken to choose from. You can decide by trying everything out for a month. In the book itself there is even a quote from Asuganadals, the director: magicians are people in search of the principle of peace. Even if others offer help, everyone has to make a decision and choose their own personal path. As a result, everything is not so strict, much easier than graduate school. And the room has almost everything you need. That's only one. Lihan thought so. In any case, the rules are clear to him, so why not find out what classes others have signed up for? Already in the recreation room, the brunette runs into Anna, who wants to study alchemy because she has always been interested in the girl, and her dream is to establish her own workshop and supply products to the imperial family. Having heard from the guy that it is very profitable, she immediately offers him to work with her, but Lihan waves it off, saying that such a business is not easy and he needs to think. The alchemy industry in the empire is highly competitive, starting from the spread of bad rumors about competitors, ending with the monopolization of ingredients for the elixir. Countless guilds have fought for market share, so it's worth choosing something more stable. And what interests the hero himself? Something less competitive and easy to learn. His main goal is to become an imperial officer. Simply put, civil servants. The field is unimportant, grades and qualifications matter. But I think the enthusiastic Mankina would be upset if she hears something like that. Therefore, he replies that he will try to test everything within a month and make important decisions later. Then a blonde man runs into the room, shouting that he has a problem. It seems to him that there was a thief in the room, since there is nothing in it. They look at him dumbfounded, but in the end they agree. The next day, the guy reads about the knowledge of basic magic. This is the main subject in the first year, and also for each dormitory there is a time for lectures. However, what happened to everyone? Everyone around him looks like zombies with these bags under his eyes. The woman who appeared answers that they are just hungry and did not get enough sleep. Is it really that difficult for them, compared to his previous life? We see a flashback where Lihan, apparently, does not keep up with the time, and then tells a friend that there is no time for lunch. But he does not listen, shoving a bar into his hand, telling him to eat as soon as he gets the opportunity. And don't let him look at him like that, he eats the same thing. But he promises him a feast after all the work, and it's not even ramen. Just instant noodles and a triangular Kimball. This world is definitely better. They approach one of the doors as a group. It seems that this is from the audience, but as soon as a girl and a guy open it, they immediately scream in horror, and then they completely fall to the fifth point. What the hell? There should be their audience here, but inside, there is a troll. Trolls are very fierce and dangerous monsters, infamous even to aristocrats who care a lot about their safety. And yet, in their office there is a troll girl in completely ordinary clothes. She greets them and asks them to come inside as soon as possible. When everyone is seated, she introduces herself. Her name is Garcia Kim and she is a half-breed. Their fear is understandable to her, and Garcia hurries to reassure everyone that there are no people, at least until he gets really hungry. Of course, it was a joke, but the troll already had time to regret saying it. Well, it's worth starting the lecture, right? Most of them have never used magic because it is extremely dangerous, so only adults are allowed to use it. But since they are magic seeds that have received the title of Iron, Kim will explain to them the essence of magic and help determine what type they have a predisposition to. The path of a magician is difficult and dangerous, so the girl wants to become their compass. It turns out that not all local professors are like the director. Garcia decides to ask what magic is, to which he receives an answer from Eternata that this is what wizards use to change the world with their will. A good answer, but she decides to add that it also uses magical energy, mana, the fundamental power to change the world. Those who have entered the academy are talented enough to feel it and recognize it. But to use mana, you need something over. They must summon magical energy with their will and carefully weave it together to cast the spell. Also, many people think that this requires singing or speaking it, but their own willpower is much more important. Garcia said a lot, so why don't they try it themselves? She asks everyone to get up, get out their wands and collect magical energy. And while they are holding her, we need to imagine the light. Yana described such a complex action as pulling the reins of a wild rushing horse. If you lose concentration, it will immediately dissipate. The troll also asks them to cast the spell light during this, and just a second later, her own wand is illuminated by a bright luminary. A spell can be anything that comes to mind, but it's easier to keep attention on a short word. Lihan understands the essence and tries it himself. For many, the wand is illuminated with light, but this is still not enough, and for Againando, the magical energy begins to act on its own. But at this moment, a troll uses a spell on him, saving him from subsequent injuries. She explains this by saying that magic can rebel if you lose control over it, but that's why the girl is here to protect them. Kim encourages them to try again. Second attempt. A third gave up. 2/3 are still trying. Privately, Garcia notices that this spell is quite simple, but it usually takes more than a month to master it, and the students have to cope on their own, so she won't tell them. Third attempt. Half have given up, half still keeps trying. Fourth attempt. Most have already given up. There are only 3 students left. Fifth attempt. There is 1 student left. Sixth attempt. Everyone is also 1 student. On the 7th attempt, Bardenez raises his hand and asks if he should continue at all. She is very surprised by this, because usually first-year students give up after the 5th attempt. Magical energy. In the East, some tribes call it Kai. Scientists who like to show off call it ether, and some stubborn priests call it divine energy. This phenomenon, bearing many names, is the source of the power of magicians. Since every time you cast a spell, you need to use it. It goes without saying that young novice magicians face a lack of energy. However, Lihan himself does not look tired, despite the fact that he is trying for the 7th time. She asks him to introduce himself, and the fact that the brunette gave her a name, not a surname, won the favor of the professor, who saw a student who was not trying to stand out. The troll asks him to come forward before offering to give her a hand. As soon as they touch, the girl seems to be enveloped by a wave, which soon begins to turn into a whole sea, filling her lungs with water. But this did not happen in reality. A student immediately calls out to her, asking if everything is okay. She says it's just nothing. Meanwhile, the hero's friends are discussing whether it's worth saving him there, while Kim himself slightly takes the brunette aside and asks him to come to her office later, and then turns to the whole group, saying that they should not worry because the energy has run out. In the course of practice, its number will increase and each time it will be possible to spend less. Also, sometimes a student full of enthusiasm can lose control and suffer, so you need to be careful. She just looks at the prince, who nods awkwardly, and then notices that she still does not eat people. The lecture is over for today. Already in her office, the brunette begins to ask why she called him to her, to which she replies that she learned about him before the lecture, from the director. From that psychopath, or what? She immediately calms him down, saying that there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, at first it may seem that the director has a little problem with the skull, but he is kind. The students don't know this, but Asu has a sharp eye for people. Every year he tells the professors about new students. About one lick said that you need to be careful with this beastman. He can repeatedly burn down the hostel. About another that she is a half-demon and you need to use holy magic more carefully with her. But about Lihan, he said that he had the qualities of a huge fool. This can be understood literally, but in the East there is an expression, what seems to be ignorance can be associated with wisdom. In fact, the director wanted to say that he saw in him the qualities through which he could succeed. And the troll wondered what kind of student this was, because she had huge expectations about Vardanas. But you can't tell him about it. When he calls out to her, she says that she called him because he has too much magical energy, which makes the guy exhale softly, not really understanding why then to call for a personal meeting. But Garcia explains he doesn't just have a lot more, but so much that she can't even imagine where its limit ends, which surprises the hero very much. The amount of magical energy is the deciding factor for a magician. If it is not enough, you have to use intricate ways to pull out more. The presence of a large amount of energy, in turn, frees from such restrictions. In other words, it speaks of a great talent. If the professor is telling the truth, then the guy has a rainbow road to the future. She notices that she feels sorry. Lihan immediately worries, starting to clarify whether it's bad. But no, it's something else. There's just too much of it, so she'll try to explain on a glass of water. As long as the water is enclosed in a vessel, it is easier to control. However, if you have to control the whole sea, it will be a bit difficult, right? That is, the complexity of controlling magical energy, which is the main one, in his case at an unreasonably high level. The guy immediately gets upset, but Garcia puts a special bracelet on his wrist. He absorbs magical energy and should help him at least a little, but the problem is still not solved, as simply as the student thinks. The decoration will help if the guy starts using a lot of spells to drain his energy. She also allows him to practice on his own, since nothing will happen if he uses the entire stock. The brunette certainly did not want such privileges. Now the future looks bleak. From now on, you need to keep all your grades on top. He decides to ask his friends if they have chosen their classes. Yana has not changed her choice and offers them to go with her, but Gainando laughs at her and calls her a fool, because only servants are engaged in alchemy. The girl, clenching her fists, asks Lihan to step aside on the stairwell. Calling out to the blonde, she immediately strikes her opponent, knocking him out, shouting that he should not even dare to ask her for medicines if he ends up in the hospital. And even though Vardanas knew a little about fights, thanks to lessons from Einrogard, and in his opinion, this blow was 10 over 10. On the way to learning basic alchemy, the hero still decides to ask if it is possible to beat the prince like that, to which he receives the answer that yes, if only to apologize tomorrow. It looks like this is not the first time. There are also a lot of students from different towers, especially from the Black Turtle. He doesn't care, but other people's views are alarming. Peasants usually have two ways to react to the appearance of a nobleman. They are either afraid because they do not want to get involved with him, or they demonstrate hostility. And if he himself behaves too friendly, then it can go sideways. They go out into the backyard, where a new professor calls out to them. After the Lick director and Professor Half-Troll, it wouldn't be strange to see another quirk, but they are met by an ordinary dwarf. His name is Uagulm Gomdar. He says that they clearly had the idea that they were studying at such a majestic academy. But then why did they gather in this clearing, where there are not even desks? Naturally, he is answered by Eternata, who says that this is in order to feel the mana of nature and understand what powers are important for an alchemist. Wrong. Yuna and Lihan start discussing this before the latter loudly states that this is a great place to collect materials. Right? Professor Dade says that he is smart, while the brunette himself earns an incredulous look from the blue-haired girl. Just pointed a finger at the sky. If only she didn't start seeing him as a rival. The dwarf says that the real reason why they are here is that he will be able to teach them the most important things for alchemy. He is sure that the students believe that this requires an exceptional mind and the ability to control magic well. But this is far from reality. Arvijach tries to write it all down. The most important skill for an alchemist is collecting resources. What? Eternata calls out to the professor again, saying that resources can be created by themselves or ordered from others, so his statement is incorrect. And students start whispering from behind that their majesty is right, which just pisses the dwarf off. He calls the girl Ironhead and says that she knows nothing about the real world. She would definitely not be able to grow even 10% of the resources she needs herself, and those that she orders will be unsuitable. The reason alchemists travel with adventurers is because they are stupid asses when it comes to digging up herbs. They will ruin valuable specimens. But after a while, the man calms down and says that students should still know how to extract resources on their own. And if they can't, then they won't become alchemists. At the same moment, a leaf appears in the hands of the students, on which a plant is depicted. It is worth moving on to practice. Let them get it for him. There are a lot of unpleasant rumors floating around Einrogard, despite its prestige. The hero notices that this is a desecrated herb that is used for antidotes. Ina, it turns out, had already used it before admission. One of the gossips says that people die while learning magic. It is clear that magic is dangerous and incidents are inevitable, but it's a matter of insufficient preparation. Why are students being sent here? They notice the dark thicket of the forest. It would be quite dangerous to go there together, but the three of us are already easier. I wonder if someone from their tower is here. Lihan immediately suggests the candidacy of the princess, but the girl assumes that she has a very complex character. Although the guy refuses, saying that they will just collect herbs, but it looks like they are already too late. The blue-haired one has already managed to recruit a team for herself, in which there are even people from the Black Turtle, and she bypassed Vardanaz. Mankin assures that the girl was popular before admission. Other members of the imperial family know her because of her intelligence and talent. She is everyone's favorite star, so everyone follows her, regardless of her title. And for Gainando, of course, no. The brunette notices that those who found a team have already left and only the students from the Black Turtle remain. Even though they hate him, it's too dangerous to walk together, so they need someone capable to cover their weaknesses. Here the eye stumbles upon the emblem and then rises to the girl. Here she is, Nilla from the Tower of the Black Turtle, a dark elf and a member of the Shadow Watch, the patrol police of the northern part of the Empire. Shadow Watch is a group of experienced hunters and scouts who are located on the northern mountain range and know its territory like the back of their fingers. The elf, though, hears about such grass for the first time, but she is sure that she will find it without problems. The forest is like a playground for her. She was very surprised to see so many newcomers, but now it was her turn to prove herself. Neela is hailed by the main characters. The tavern presents itself as its home, and the guy is just a name. So the girl is a noblewoman, but then who is he? After asking what they want, she receives an offer to go with them to the mountains. Turning to them, the elf is clearly aggressive, asking what they really need and clenching her fists. All nobles are the same. They insult them by calling them savages, and even if they show indifference to them, they will complain about their mistreatment. So why would these two be different? The brunette explains that it is dangerous to walk alone. Suddenly a monster will appear, but the blonde immediately shakes her head, saying that she does not need their help. Having asked why, Vardanaz himself builds assumptions that a new acquaintance believes that they want to use her as bait, and then throw her. She is surprised that she was able to figure it out so quickly, so she says that she wants to go to the forest alone. But the hero does not believe her. Moreover, she cannot know what will happen there, but she needs to collect more resources and bring them. So he is sure that the elf is not stupid at all and understands that she cannot cope alone. Embarrassed, she blurts out that she will go with them, to which Lihan says that he knew that their new acquaintance was smart. It's worth going already. Their new acquaintance jumps from branch to branch, not worrying about anything at all. Hannah is surprised by such dexterity and asks a friend how he found out that she is a wonderful hunter. She has well-developed legs and calf muscles, and also has calluses on her palms, because she often uses onions. Such signs indicate its peculiarity. The elf even stops on one tree, listening and not understanding whether he really understood only by these signs. And yet, there is a strange aura hovering around him, as if he can read minds. Then the brunette says that she is just joking and realized this because she had a Shadow Watch badge on her belt. She already stumbles. The redhead suggests that they go together, but the elf is clearly not happy with this, before the guy reminds her that only a crow can distinguish herbs. So if something happens to her, they will have to solve this problem together. Then why do they need him? Nilla is a guide, Mankin is looking for herbs, and he is of no use. Realizing that it will not work to say that he uses a freebie, he says that he protects the girls. And let the huntress agree with him. She is more interested in why he lives in the Blue Tower if he looks like a knight. Lihan explains that he is not from the House of Knights at all, but from the House of Vardanaz, assuming that this is his chance to get closer. But the surprised and even horrifying reaction from the elf says the opposite. The blonde clearly drooped, not knowing that it is even possible to answer this, while the guy himself does not understand and decides to ask his girlfriend. She says that there are false rumors about all the houses of aristocrats, but his is a special case. What are they talking about? The patriarch of the House of Vardanaz is a dragon. During the incident with the crazed undead, he burned them to ashes with his fiery breath. His house is connected by blood with ancient spirits, which is why the family has incredible abilities, instead of losing emotions. The Vardenases know no pity. The magicians of this house, who appeared to quell the riots, wiped the city off the face of the earth. Lihan is clearly amazed by this. Is it really their image of those who, if anything, will turn into monsters and sweep away everything in their path? Somehow unfair, because magicians should come to the rescue if something happens, so why only his house? Mankin tells him not to dwell on it. Even the elf herself notices that the gossip about emotions turned out to be false. So let the guy stop whining, otherwise they'll leave him. The elf jumps over with the help of a vine, and noticing something in the distance, suddenly stops and turns out to be next to the heroes, telling them to stop. She pushes aside the branches of some shrub and asks to look ahead. There are quite large footprints in front of them, but since they are not deep, it means that the animal specifically controls its strength in order to hide them. It looks like. But as soon as Nilia looks up at Anna, she immediately realizes that she is not interested at all, even though she tries to feign interest. The girl was distracted again and completely forgot that such things do not interest aristocrats. But on the other hand, Vardenes shows curiosity, who asks the huntress if she can find out something else from the tracks. Stunned by this, the blonde does not understand why he is interested, because he is from a great house and this is strange. But in any case, when you come across such traces, you should be careful. Not only does he have big claws, but it will be difficult to predict what kind of creature lives here. There is quite a diverse fauna around the school. The territory of Einrogard is rich in magical energy, which affects the earth, so various types of monsters converge here. Of course, there are also monsters created during experiments and those who appeared from discarded elixirs. There are clearly security issues here. The elf suggests that they change their plan and follow the tracks, thus reducing the chance that they will be ambushed. Lihan even asks if she will be able to teach him to read footprints. She assures that it is not easy and he will most likely immediately give up. But the guy stands his ground, saying that if she teaches him, he will make every effort. With a mischievous smile, the girl replies that he should try. After some time of walking, Anna and the guys finally find the desecrated grass, but only 2 pieces. But it seems to her that they will quickly find another one, and since there is no one nearby, it is worth moving on. And as soon as she turns to her friends because they were silent, she freezes in horror. In front of them stood a huge boar, and not a simple one, judging by the fact that the brunette felt magical energy in him. The huntress says to be careful and warns that it is a monster. The animal stands in a stance, sticking out its huge tusks. The situation is dangerous, and since there is no other weapon, the guy decides to use a wand. Fortunately, its size can change at the request of the owner, so it is immediately transformed into a good spear. The elf also remembers that the brunette of their house of magicians, especially the best in the empire, which means that he probably already managed to learn a couple of spells. But he is a little unsure of his own abilities. Nilia warns that if he can't cope, then let him grab his red-haired girlfriend and run away from here as soon as possible, while she herself distracts the monster and takes him away. The heroes are flattered by such an act, while the huntress waves them off, saying that she does it because she can. Lihan thanks her and asks her to take care of him if something happens, while the boar is already coming from behind, opening its mouth wide. What kind of spell does he use to defeat him? When he was 10 years old, Einrogard taught him, saying that although the sword is the king among other weapons, you should not rely only on it. The young master must master different weapons in order to be ready for any situation. And only those who have reached an understanding of the process can learn how to pour mana into weapons. This is called aura mode. But after learning the truth, the boy will be disappointed, since only a small number of gifted people can achieve this regime. Is it necessary to try so hard for the sake of aura? He just wants to become a magician and work in the office. Lihan tells his knight that he is sure that there is a point in training, because this is how he learns to protect himself. But in fact, he wants to rest more. Einrogard, clearly full of pride for his master, who is not at all like other nobles, says that he will lead him to the very end so that he learns the aura, whatever it costs him. Another 100 swings. Wait, what? And already in reality, the guy swings and plunges the wand into someone else's open mouth, causing the boar to twitch for a while, and then completely falls dead to the ground. The girls are shocked. He just stabbed him with a stick. What about magic? Einrogard's wand is very strong and can be used as a club. However, you can't defeat the boar monster like that. He did it because he subconsciously used mana. It's still not up to the level of aura mode, but the guy has started to get used to it in order to survive. The elf sticks her wand out of the animal, saying that Lihan managed to defeat him, while Anna falls to her knees completely from fatigue, clearly wanting this lesson to end as quickly as possible before they all hear some kind of screeching. Apparently, this is another boar. They walk towards the sound before finding an animal that is standing in front of the students. Lihan offers to watch them, even though the huntress herself is sure that they will cope. Among those who were standing, Aslan Dalkid volunteered to help. The Dalkid house is famous for its excellent and precise execution of work. If the House of Varden has played the role of advisor to the Emperor for many generations, then the House of Dalkidov, Chancellor and Treasurer. They are loyal people, and judging by someone else's stance, the guy studied fencing. Aslan warns that he can predict all the movements of the pig, so he can't beat him. Jerking sharply to the side, the green-haired man swings and hits the boar on the side, but he does not even twitch. It seems that his calculations were wrong, because a second later the monster hits him with its hind hoof and sends him on a long flight. The princess is the next to come out to protect the unfortunate, while the girls ask Vardanaz what they should do. Adenarda stands in front of a formidable animal, thinking that everything should work perfectly if she does everything as usual, especially if she calculates his movements and attacks, then. But then the monster screams, writhes and falls dead, leaving everyone in shock, because she didn't do anything. A brunette comes out from behind him, who says that he was lucky that the animal did not notice him, and Nilia is clearly pleased that her advice on what to approach from the downwind side came in handy. Her Highness notices the guy, but she calmly thanks him for his help, while the elf does not really understand why such a formality appeared between classmates. Evidently, they got carried away. The blue-haired woman says she will repay him, but Lihan is asking for a favor now. What could the guy need? And everything is quite simple. He wants the girl to recommend him a subject where it's easy to get good grades, because she has quite a lot of connections. At first, Adenarda does not understand what he wants to say by this. Is he interested in the class only for the sake of grades? Or maybe he's just testing her? And the princess is just about to answer when they are interrupted by a loud voice that threatens that she knows exactly which item will suit him. Who is it? The premonition is very disturbing. The familiar trembling in the body and the heated atmosphere. A voice calls out to Vardanaz, saying that this is an alchemy class. Such a feeling was only in the past of his life, when he met his professor. The dwarf, by the way, appears in front of him at this moment. But the guy quickly calms himself down, because now he is not the mature student that he was before. Lihan immediately replies with a smile that the lesson seemed good to him, if there is enough enthusiasm and enthusiasm. Gomdar says that he will make sure that these very qualities appear in the hero, despite the fact that he is trying to get away, saying that he has not tried other activities yet. On the sidelines, some students whisper that he has already become the teacher's favorite. No need to envy him for such an occasion. But the dwarf walks away, saying that the lesson is over and how sorry he is that the other groups did not face it. The beaten Aslan, who is being dragged by students, asks if the man sent them on purpose. Uagulm replies that of course, because the purpose of the lesson was to allow them to face different situations while they are looking for herbs. It doesn't matter if they caught a boar, avoided it, ran away or hid. An alchemist should be able to cope with such unexpected circumstances. The beaten students clearly do not share his judgments. Mainkin asks the gnome in frustration, is the grass really not needed? The three of them and her team went through a lot to find her. Domdar is surprised before happily runs up to the students and hugs them, saying that they pulled out a golden ticket. They seem to have a talent for alchemy, and he whispers to Lihan himself that he should definitely attend his classes. The guy sighs softly. It looks like he's a con. Lihan says that he will try, and in general, he has always dreamed of doing alchemy, completely resigned to reality. The dwarf notes for himself that there is something adult in the hero, because usually teenagers at his age behave more rebelliously. The man says that since he managed to defeat the boar and bring more grass, he will give him a special privilege. His hut is located near the forest, so the guy can come there whenever he wants this semester. The latter is confused, already starting to think that Uagulm is already going to load him with some work. But the dwarf himself is in a hurry to explain himself. What do they think first-year students want most of all? Food, of course. Exactly. The students look sullen and riots will begin within a week. Vardanaz himself remembers what kind of food they had to eat, and he, moreover, lives with the nobles. The hut is full of fresh ingredients for cooking, as well as spices and vegetables that Gomdar himself chose. It turns out that this is almost a free pass to the buffet. The guy immediately calls the professor the best while he shakes his hand, and the latter replies that he is a sycophant, but he likes it more and more. The students then call the gnome crazy and say that they will not come to his classes anymore, because he almost killed them. And although Lihan himself would like to complain about the strangeness of the school, but nothing will surprise him. Moreover, the most important thing for him now is to get food. Already near the hut, he and the girls are dragging a boar. Einrogard taught him how to prepare meat for consumption, but it will be difficult for one. Here Ina distracts the brunette, offering him her help, while he notices that the redhead does not look well. She says she can handle it, but won't he share a little with her? Immediately, the elf gives her voice, saying that they are nobles and probably do not know what to do. She is hailed by a guy who later also offers to taste meat with them. Nilla agrees and is going to show them what a real hunter is capable of. She is definitely a professional in this, and Ina comes from a house where they know how to handle various materials. He was doubly lucky with them. Soon the professor comes up with a bag where the tools are stored, so it's worth getting started. At some point, the blonde is distracted, realizing that the guy is much better than she thought from the very beginning. Did they really teach such things in his house? The brunette, meanwhile, gives orders. After skinning, cut the meat into pieces and hang it on branches. Do not throw out the intestines, because you can make sausages out of them. He doesn't know how long this damn life will last, so he needs to take care of long-term supplies. The man also notices that the hero processes the meat with fire, which undoubtedly impresses him. No matter how good the weather is, meat can still easily deteriorate, so smoke treatment is an excellent solution. It's amazing how Lihan was able to go so far in 3 days of study. Works with meat like a pro. Jurgel never ceases to be surprised by them. But then a rumbling sounds from his own stomach, and Vardanez politely asks about the desire to eat. The dwarf says he is a little hungry before the student asks him for bread and butter. They cook everything in a frying pan, and the professor brings everything with him. You can start eating. Moreover, they got a special bonus from Gamdar, jam. All the characters eat quite a lot, praising the taste of food. Well-cooked meat, sweet jam, rich, oiled bread. A peaceful, quiet river, new friends. The third day passed in one breath. They ate, drank, and laughed their heads off. After that, everything was put in a bag, in which, as Mainkin reported, there was a lot of unprocessed meat left. Nothing else will fit in them, so what should I do with it? The elf sitting behind offers to share them with friends in the tower. The guy and the redhead exchange glances before turning around and saying that selling meat is a great idea. Most of the students from the blue tower have a lot of money, so it won't be a big problem. Nobles don't need handouts. Are all aristocrats like that? Lihan's motto is plow like a horse to live in prosperity. The motto of the company is save every coin for the workshop. So they are different from others, but Nilia could not know about it. Do they really want to sell everything? The rich even offer her to join them, but she refuses, saying that she will give her friends just like that. Although the redhead says that friendship is temporary and coins are eternal. What are they? Tissy. Somewhere away from this little skirmish, the professor grins. They have both talent and passion, but they are like those from whom you should expect trouble. Jurgel sits down by a tree, continuing to think. He bets that they will make the teachers' heads ache even more. The Tower of the Haughty Blue Dragon is located far from the main building and always welcomes students with the scent of fresh foliage. However, today, on this wonderful sunny day, everything was different. The air was filled with an unfamiliar smell. The freshmen were in a state of bewilderment. Ina and Lihan are located on the street. The guy had a stake in his hands, clamped in special tongs. There was a barbecue on the rich green grass. The guys were interested in whether the newly arrived freshmen were hungry. Shock was probably expressed on their faces. Not believing, they began to ask again about whether this is really what they might think. Lihan hastened to assure them of the truthfulness of his actions. The face of the freshman lit up with real undisguised joy. However, Lihan has never done anything for free in his new life, so this time, he demanded a silver coin from everyone for lunch. The freshmen couldn't stop talking about how much time had passed since they last ate meat, that they couldn't believe that Ina and Lihan shared something so precious with them and cried with happiness. At the same time, Lihan and Ina discussed how profitable their business idea turned out to be. They earned 3 times more than it would have cost outside of the academy. The heroes could not even imagine that everything would go so well. Devilish light shone in their eyes, and incredible self-pride glowed in their soul. The 97th prince came out of the tower with an expression of universal joy on his face, his cheeks sunken, and his gaze completely extinguished. The blonde complained about the strongest noise. He was about to starve to death. He froze in shock when he saw the ruddy fragrant steaks lying on the table. Lihan smiled affably at his friend and hurried to greet him cordially. The brunette immediately offered Ganando to eat. The prince's face flushed, and tears rolled into his eyes from feelings that immediately filled his boyish heart. He had already managed to thank Lihan from the bottom of his heart, as they hurried to stop him with the news of the payment in silver coin. The prince asked in surprise if they really took the money. Lihan immediately hurried to assure him that the nobles were too proud to take something for free. The prince was disappointed to say that he did not have a drop of money because of the director. Lihan, with the most innocent smile on earth, handed Gainando a loan agreement filled with small print from top to bottom. The brunette immediately explained to the prince what and how to do, said that you just need to enter the amount in it and indicate your name. To the surprise of everyone, Gainando burst into large tears of joy, talking about how wonderful Lihan is. The prince could not understand how Mu was lucky enough to make friends with such a wonderful person. The blonde man amused his consciousness with the fact that he definitely knows how to understand people. For him, it became a representation of true friendship, while Lihan and Ina saw him as just another source of income. It was a happy day for everyone. The bright summer sun shone above the smooth gray domes of the Einrogard towers. Against its background, the saturated grass seemed even more beautiful. The same bright sun flooded the room into which the freshmen entered. It was lined with expensive wooden parquet. There were steels of books near the walls, and a window on the opposite side. Tables, benches, and a blackboard for the professor. It was definitely a classroom. Learning the basic magic symbols, that's what awaited the young freshmen today. Noble children were outraged that they would have to study such a useless discipline in their situation. They were sure that they already knew everything. Lihan was only thinking about how amazing the fact of how sincerely they were talking about all this was. The air thickened with the surging magical energy. The air was cut by a loud good morning that shook the earth. The students froze in mute shock. In the subcortex of their consciousness they guessed who would become their teacher, but disbelief still glowed in their hearts. However, the remark about the Ironheads left no doubt. Their new professor of magical symbols is the director himself. Mute shock flashed on the faces of the students. The director also noticed that the freshmen ate well on a wonderful summer morning. The professor told them with a chuckle that he thought it would take them more than a month to get food. The noble children once again began to be indignant. They could not even believe that they really had to get food on their own. They have been accustomed from birth to the fact that a huge number of servants are running around them, and everything can be solved with money. For them this situation was completely amazing. The headmaster hastened to silence the outraged students with magic and continued talking. He was glad that his freshmen were learning so quickly and were not left without food for a whole month. Thanks to their intelligence. The newcomers come every year, but the students from the Blue Dragon Tower have always been the slowest. The Black Turtle Tower is usually the fastest, followed by the White Tiger. Compared to them, the Blue Dragon Tower, which is full of high-ranking nobles who have never done anything difficult in their lives, adapted the longest. But these have already adapted fine. Satisfaction from the current situation shone on the director's face. It was obvious that he, Lihan, was at the head of this amazing course. The director looked at him point blank. Their eyes met. Lihan immediately thought that it was a mistake to meet his gaze. The director immediately realized that Lihan was different from the others, even when he first saw him standing in the corridor of Einrogard at the time of the welcome meeting. Who could have known that someone so free would get into this harsh faculty? The director is convinced that freedom of thought is the most important thing a magician should have. That is why he puts his students in extreme situations. Besides, it's always insanely interesting to watch. A blue-haired nobleman suddenly asked the director a question about whether he could tell what this activity was for. The director's face immediately expressed the purest bewilderment. His answer was that he asked a good question, but how does this student think about it? In fact, the answer was surprisingly simple. When graduates cause trouble outside the academy, the emperor blames the director. The Lick was madly angry at the current situation, and the student froze in mute shock. They could not have imagined that the answer would be like this. The director continued his complaints, now complaining that there were so many problems from their older comrades that it would have been easy for them to do with their heads. So, the director finally officially announced that he would teach this course, simultaneously filling out another tedious report, of which there have always been a lot in his work. Suddenly, he turned back to the blue-haired student in an angry tone, informing him that when the messenger comes to talk about the assholes of the undergraduates, he will not be able to punish him for their deeds. The student in wild horror reported that he understood everything. Lihan sat in deep perplexity and looked at the director in shock, and he continued his lecture with words that he should not even say that they were different. It would only infuriate him 100-fold more. The students were soon told to open the textbooks on the first page and read as soon as possible. The whole class was filled with shouts of phrases. Everyone insisted that they would not harm civilians with magic. The director furiously demanded to speak louder. The students repeated over and over again that they would not harm civilians with magic. Lihan continued to repeat the same phrase in shock, without taking his eyes off the space. He could not leave the feeling that something was clearly wrong in this situation, and the lesson had little to do with magic symbols. Could it really have worked? The director showed a false hope that this lecture would stick in their hearts, and now he will need 2 assistants for lectures. None of the freshmen did not want to go out. There were glances along the row immediately. Lihan understood that the task was likely to be infuriating, but seeing how others only averted their eyes so as not to go out, he could not help volunteering, especially since the director made it clear that if no one wanted to answer his offer, it would be worse for everyone. And Ray was more than able to restrain any promises concerning punishments. Meanwhile, Lihan was sure that in the future his courage would be credited to him and his momentary torment would not be so important in comparison with what reputation he could earn in the eyes of the teacher. The director let out a pleased laugh and approached the student closely, noting that he clearly likes to stand out. The bewilderment on Lion's face was replaced by cordiality. In a flattering tone, he told the director that it was an honor for him to help a professor whom he respected. The director tensed up and said that the way Lihan was throwing around compliments just pisses him off, but nevertheless the opportunity comes only to those who are ready to use it, and there was nothing to do. In his thoughts, Lihan realized that the director had guessed that he had volunteered to help only for his own benefit. Gainando asked if Lihan had gone mad. The prince's face expressed sincere horror, and his eyes were once again in an empty place. He was always touched by Lihan's selflessness and his courage in such situations, but she could not leave him indifferent. The prince could not imagine what this madman could do to his dear friend. Gainando's actions were stopped by another of his fellow students, who had grayish hair and a clear lack of upbringing, because the next minute he turned to Lebanon by his last name, also in the third person. Nevertheless, the student understood that this was not madness on the part of Vardinaz, but only a way to save the others by sending himself to sacrifice. After these words, Gainando became even more gloomy, although it would seem that much. He couldn't believe that Lihan turned out to be even more noble than he had imagined all this time. He tried to collect his thoughts, realizing that for the sake of Lihan he had to volunteer second. It was a difficult decision for him, since the prince himself understood that he was quite cowardly. As soon as Gainando opened his mouth, a voice came from a nearby place saying that he also wanted to participate. He was a tall young man with glasses. His thick long swamp-colored hair was pulled into a low ponytail, and his right hand was raised up. He was a freshman from the House of Reports. His family was incredibly good at hard work with documents. What the director told him, the student thanked him for the compliment. Lihan vaguely recalled that this young man's name was Asan. He wondered if he was pursuing the same goals as Lihan himself now. Asan's face lit up. He turned to Lebanon and said that he wanted to repay him for his help. Lihan was embarrassed, saying that it was not worth going so far just to pay the debt. Asan assured him that his family always makes sure that all existing debts are paid. A heavy green aura suddenly hung over them, and the director's voice uttered the words, which said that it was pleasant for him to observe that young people get along well, but it was time to get down to work for a long time. These 2 students were required to take and manually copy these safety rules for the next lecture, one for each student of the course of each of the towers. The guys froze in mute shock, overwhelmed with indignation. In the evening, Lihan and Assad, burning with anger, rewrote the rules. The second could not believe that the director really forced them to do such nonsense when there was an opportunity to just use magic. Lihan looked sympathetically in his direction. Somewhere in the subcortex of consciousness he understood that the director had come up with another test, like if you don't like something, use magic. It was infuriating, because in fact they could not even use the most banal spell to reproduce light, not to mention the rather difficult in their case magic of writing. If the director had at least a drop of conscience, he would have left them at least the slightest hint. Lihan got up from his seat, resting his hands on the table. Asan hastened to ask what exactly he was going to do. Lihan, without turning around, replied that he was looking for a clue to resolve the situation in which they found themselves, and perhaps find at least something useful for themselves. Asan incredulously asked if it was possible to do this. It seemed to him akin to theft. Lihan hastened to assure him that there are no rules prohibiting such penetration, especially since they had rewritten the entire code a minute earlier, which means they are completely sure of it. Asan followed him with excitement and decided that it was worth a try. They decided to split up and search together. Time passed. They did not find anything particularly remarkable. Suddenly, Lebanon caught sight of a box burning with the same greenish fire as the director's face. Lihan called Asan to him, saying that a strange magical energy was emanating from the box. The green-haired man approached the indicated place with interest in his eyes. The young people unanimously decided to open it. An illusion resembling the faces of the director immediately flew out of there. However, this was not an illusion. The director himself really turned out to be in front of the guys. He rather said that the fact that young people had done with meaningless work and began to use their heads for their intended purpose meant a lot. He sincerely hoped that this would happen sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they would simply have spent a lot of their time on meaningless work and would have ended up in a stupid position. He provided the young people with a spell of the first circle, low-level manipulation, and it would be better for them to learn it as soon as possible. Asan trembled a little when he realized what the director was really up to. He was angry and completely did not accept the methods of education that their professor used. For him, it was something too stupid and resembled a cat playing with his victim's mice. Asan was ready to file complaints against the director, fired up by the idea of collective victory. But Lihan did not listen to him at all. He was deep in his own thoughts, remote from everything that concerned revenge. Lihan finally responded, saying only that he could not help. The young man was sure that complaining about the mad director would not help in any way, because these are the rules of Einrogard. Asan also agreed that there was a 95% chance that it would really be a waste of time. To Lihan, even the 5 remaining percent seemed to be something amazing in his speech. He decided that they should just practice. Low-level manipulation. Important components for using magic, will, spell, gestures. What follows is a good spell for using low-level manipulation. Step, walk. Their efforts have not brought a drop of success so far. The Asan has only managed to run out of mana. Magic is not easy. It looks like light movements, but the energy is collected differently each time. Lihan felt like a clown. He needed concentration. It was worth imagining that this was his last chance, as if there was a minute left before completing the task. Straight as a serene bamboo tree, but at the same time soft as a feather. One loud move and the feather rose into the air, driven by the energy of Lihan. The guy was elated. He finally managed to master the spell. Asan did not expect anything less from the genius of the faculty. Now Lihan could only calmly let the pen move to the side of the paper without dropping it. However, the air was cut by a blue flash of energy and the feather was outside the building, cutting an apple hanging on a tree into 2 parts. There were 2 difficult points in this spell. After pronouncing the spell, you need to continue concentrating the object without stopping. Lihan had already finished with the most difficult part of the spell. The control should now be many times easier. He made another attempt. Slowly, and slowly. Suddenly, the director burst into the audience. Having said that the young people had already fulfilled their norm, he decided to finish the rest with the help of his own magic. However, after interrupting the professor's lecture on pure kindness, the pen got out of control and began bouncing all over the office. Asan could not hide his admiration for Lihan, who, being a recently enrolled student, shot the director with an ordinary pen. It seemed to Lihan something incredibly strange. The director covered himself with a protective sphere from the pen, let out a pleased laugh and said that Lihan had learned the spell much faster than he expected. In his eyes he was a little better than the rest of the first-year students. It seems that everything should have ended there. Because the director was in a good mood, Lihan decided that it was time to find out from him how it was possible to improve control over his own mana. The director asked him if there were problems only with control, and Lihan confirmed that only with him, while Asan once again came across the awesomeness of Asan. The director informed Lihan that many newcomers have this problem, so he has nothing to worry about. The brunette thought that the whole problem was magical energy, but he was wrong. However, the director burst out laughing, admitting that he lied, since usually everyone has problems with the spell, and control is obtained after a couple of attempts. Lihan also became unique by launching a feather like an arrow. Now he should think about it himself. Lihan was annoyed, but tried not to show it. The professor's answer did him no good, but he had to keep silent. It was somehow not fun for the director to tease him, because Lihan's reaction was always too adult. But Asan's is much more interesting. Magic is such that the more you use it, the more you master it, so there was nothing to worry about yet. Now the director sent the heroes to dinner, teleporting directly to the center of the dining room. Asan was sent to the infirmary to restore magical energy. There was no one in the steel, since it was already dinner time. The food was the same as usual, which was nevertheless not bad. Lihan still has smoked meat from the last time. Suddenly, a woman standing behind the prince turned to him. She wasn't there before. Lihan immediately decided to ask what she wanted from him. The girl handed him the parchment with the list he had asked her for before. List of popular subjects, knowledge of alchemy, basic imperial linguistics, basics of dance and socialization. These were not subjects for which it is easy to get good grades, but only the most popular. Lihan was surprised by the presence of alchemy in this list. It was definitely good, but... The brunette turned to the princess with the words that popular subjects and subjects for which it is easy to get good grades are radically different things, and probably there was just a mistake. However, the princess only tilted her head sideways uncomprehendingly. Popular subjects, they are attended by many skilled students. Therefore, it is difficult to get good grades. Unpopular items, the competition is lower. Therefore, it is easier to get good grades. That's what he meant. The princess was shocked. Did Lihan really just want something simpler? It seemed to her that he was more in line with the noble status, but this turned out to be just another mistake. Just in case, the princess has compiled another list, the one in which the items that are best avoided have bread. The list of unpopular subjects, the basics of fencing, basic physical training, the basics of magic combat, the method of interval repetition. Lihan was delighted with the receipt of the paper. It was really what he needed. The first is the basics of fencing. It's rare to see a person who has come all the way to the school of magic to study fencing. It's the same with learning the basics of magic combat and the method of interval repetition. Students who came to school in search of the truth are not interested in fighting. But what of that to Lihan? Isn't it better to learn more ways to protect yourself? He was really very grateful to the princess for her efforts. She left disappointed, casting a stern look at the guy. The next morning, Lihan was upset that no one agreed to choose the same items with him. The prince thought that this was another fashion of the highest class. Ina had already chosen the subjects. Asan did not understand how one could waste so much time from classes. However, Lihan understood that they did not even guess what would be waiting for them next, and therefore they would pay their attention to popular subjects. Usually, regardless of the school, the concept of calculation is simply absent from teachers. They know that students have other subjects, but they genuinely don't care. So in order to be able to concentrate on the subjects that you like, you need subjects where you can do nothing. This is the right choice for the distribution of attention. However, he couldn't understand why magic combat classes were held in the basement. The stairs looked quite ordinary, but he had a bad feeling. All the inhabitants of the empire know that you can never mindlessly enter the Tower of Magicians, even if we look like ordinary people from the outside. But there are stories that people were stuck in the tower forever once they entered it. Even as a child, Lihan wanted to know how much these rumors are exaggerated. The people who entered the tower would never have left it, as they would simply have died. This news came as a shock to him, and since Einrogard is the embodiment of the magic tower, even the most curious first-year students rarely explore the school. Lihan tried to reassure himself that even in the evening school remains a school, so everything should have been fine. After all, nothing even happened to him on the first floor of the main building or in the dormitory, so... His face expressed sincere hope mixed with horror. Suddenly, the director appeared behind Lihan, asking if he was going to the first underground floor. The brunette was very frightened by such an appearance. He could not understand in any way what the director had forgotten here. But it was still a good opportunity. Lihan's face immediately became much more welcoming. He turned to the director, inserting epithets about respect and joy. He announced that he was really going to the first underground floor, and he would also not mind receiving a couple of instructions from his wise director. He let out another pleased laugh, which he did quite often as usual. His instruction was nothing. He promised to bring flowers when Lihan's corpse was found tomorrow. The irritation of the latter soared to the skies. He was outraged by such childish behavior of the director. Unfortunately, he was not able to express it in any way. A creature capable of smiling despite resentment and tearing anger, this is a graduate. Lihan wandered around the corridor of the floor in frustration, complaining that the director had only intimidated him in vain. On the floor, everything was illuminated by a large number of torches. Nevertheless, Lihan had the feeling that something incredibly sinister was really hiding behind the door. He sincerely hoped that all his bad thoughts would remain just a feeling. He was standing in front of a metal door, compressed with the same metal elements. There was a sign on the door, the basics of magic combat. Lihan caught a glimpse of a man standing next to him with a neat short blonde haircut. Next to the guy was a cute girl with wonderful long pink hair. They were discussing the fact that it seems someone else will sign up for this subject, and they looked very happy. Lihan was inspired, thinking that he was not the only one who eventually signed up for this at least useless subject for a magician. However, the couple was suddenly surprised to realize that they were not at all where they needed to go. They hurried away, talking about whether anyone had signed up for these classes at all. They decided that it was very unlikely, since even the members of the Knight's Tower were afraid to go down into a damp and gloomy room shrouded in an aura of horror. In the end, the confused Lihan was left alone with a frightening metal door. Opening the door, he got into a room in which all the objects were made of stone. There were only 3 students at the tables, 2 girls and 1 guy. Their ears were stretched out like elves, and blue balls stood in front of them. The girl sitting alone had purple hair, and her face expressed a universal joke. The blonde girl and the guy with blue hair who were in front of him were bickering. It was obvious that the guy was shying away, and no longer wanted to participate in the ongoing dialogue. It is very likely that they performed some kind of paired activity. The blonde girl, seeing Lihan, hurried to whisper to the guy that he seemed to have wandered into the classroom completely randomly. The attention of the brunette was attracted by the balls standing on the tables, but the teacher, who was sitting in the shade, asked him to hurry up and sit at his desk since it was time to start the lesson. Lihan didn't even notice the teacher's presence in the classroom. He had terribly pale skin, an empty melancholic look and long white fangs. Perhaps their new teacher really turned out to be a vampire. After the half-goblin girl, this didn't surprise Lihan too much. The professor introduced himself as Vlad Vagrek, assuring that he hopes for fruitful cooperation. The professor said that he hopes for fruitful cooperation, holding a blue ball in his hands. The man was a father in a well-fitting business suit, a white shirt, a vest with a purple collar. The vampire informed the students that on their tables there are balls made of the stone of the heavenly spirit, which is very sensitive to magical energy. Lihan was looking with interest at the one right in front of him. When the stars are in a certain position, they release holy energy. The star spirit stone is the ore that absorbs it. The red stone shines against the background of the holy symbols, filling with energy. The professor asked the guys to get up and pour their magical energy into the balls in front of them. Lihan hesitantly stretched out his hand towards the magic ball. There were a lot of thoughts in his head. He was overcome by many doubts about whether he would be able to master this science. Of course, Lihan never doubted his talent and experience saved from his previous life, but nevertheless, it was depressing to take into account the work on such an easy-to-understand subject, because he could not cope with even the simplest of existing spells, the spell of light. His hand touched the cold smooth surface, his palm began to tingle slightly. 3 magic balls instantly howled into the air. The deepest surprise spread on the faces of the students. For them, such a vivid manifestation of magic was strange, because a few days ago none of them could properly distribute mana for the production of a spell. It was not a simple Holy Spirit stone, but an artifact. There were many different ones in their world. They were created by skillful masters of their craft. Judging by the initials, this subject was created by the professor himself. It had a neatly printed VV on it. He, in turn, stood with an indifferent expression on his face, not even paying attention to his students. Lihan had once heard that well-made artifacts could be sold at a decent price. Behind him, someone with long ears and purple hair was shaking and sighing in a very strange way. Suddenly, the office was illuminated by a bright flash, resembling an arrow that violently aimed at the ceiling. It seems that the reason why the office was located at such a depth underground became much clearer. The girl who launched the balloon covered her head in horror, fearing that the ceiling was about to collapse. However, he abruptly froze in the air, and from the opposite part of the room, the professor's emotionless voice was heard, which it would seem was not going to worry about what had happened. The voice reported that the ball was connected to the students by will, so they could control them. In fact, he simply placed in them a ban on destroying anything in the lecture hall. Emotions flashed across the faces of the children from bubbling surprise to the brightest misunderstanding. However, all this could not but rejoice. And yet the incidents did not end there. The same girl sneezed unexpectedly for everyone, launching a magical holy ball flying all over the office. The ball flew right into her, from which the professor sighed in embarrassment, saying that the ban on destruction unfortunately did not apply to them. The teacher asked the heroes to be careful not to damage the ball. The injured girl repeated his words in disbelief. She looked stupidly annoyed. The professor asked them to lift the blue balloons into the air again. Lihan was surprised that he ignored the unpleasant behavior of the girl from the back desk. The guy couldn't help but notice that this professor was different from the others. He did not need to seek any excessive respect and attention from his wards. Vagrek seemed to care deeply about them all at all. Meanwhile, the professor asked the students to spin the balls in the air. It was difficult for everyone, since they were not yet strong in managing their abilities, but they had enough perseverance to continue trying to achieve success in this matter. Even the artifact was difficult for them to control, although the mechanics simplified it as much as they could. Lihan began to realize that the ball was not moving the way he wanted. His face was insanely focused, his breathing was ragged, and his hands were trembling. A cry of delight was heard from the front desk. One of the students finally managed to master his own magic. However, the professor was not impressed. His face was still as indifferent as it had been all the time before. He gave out only a dry repeat, again burying himself somewhere in his thoughts. Only now was Lihan able to see the deep wrinkled hollows under his eyes. It seems that he became immortal already in a fairly mature state. There was an awkward chill in the air. The student had no choice but to agree. Vlad instilled terror in them, without even making any extraordinary efforts. Are they really going to do this exclusively all the time? The grains of sand in the hourglass dripped to the very bottom for a long time, lining the velvet carpet. Lihan finally asked the question that had invested him for so long about how long they would still be doing the same thing, drawing a circle with a ball. The professor finally showed a bit of emotion, showing surprise with just his eyebrows. He began to look much more interested in this lesson, given the fact that until now he had not been interested in it at all. He thought it logical to answer that they would really have to do the same thing until it turned out perfectly. It was very much like his vampire nature to forget that others have hundreds or even thousands of times less time than everyone else. The students immediately sighed in horror. They hurried to take time off anywhere, just not to spend the rest of the time doing the same thing, so they began to ask for time off to the restroom. The girl, who had previously sent the ball flying several times in a row, fainted. Lihan couldn't help but notice that the level of her pretense was really good. He immediately jumped up to the girl in order to provide the required assistance. She only whispered with her lips the words that her mana had run out, and Lihan realized that it was not a pretense at all. He had already forgotten that the mana of the other students is spent much longer than his own. He lifted the girl onto his shoulders and turned to the professor with the words that she seemed to have lost consciousness due to the fact that she had exhausted the supply of magical energy. The teacher only coldly replied that she would start the task again when she came to her senses. His indifference could only be envied. Lihan swallowed, realizing that it looks like he will be the only one who will attend this subject. Professor Vlad was engaged exclusively in reading a book, ignoring the existence of Lihan in the room, apparently secretly hoping that Lihan, like the others, would simply run away without looking back. However, the brunette continued to spin the ball with great tenacity. Finally, the guy decided to distract the teacher with a question about how the grades would be given. Vlad looked up at him with a slightly interested look. The professor said that this will happen as expected by the rules. The assessment is carried out starting from the first place, regardless of how many students were present. The professor finally closed the book he had been reading so hard. Lihan only nodded in response with a short "I see." For him, this item has become a jackpot. If he holds out until the end, he will easily get the highest score and will live as if in honey. This was exactly the item he had been looking for so long. A magic ball that scores a jackpot. Do I just have to repeat? Yes, and with joy. Lihan continued to spin the ball, but now the professor was looking at him point blank. For him, it was something funny. A student who did not leave after the first minutes of class. Vlad never considered himself to be someone with an incredibly good character. Therefore, he did not complain about the behavior of his wards. Every year, students come to this subject like the tide, but also disappear like the tide. Last year, there was no one at all. However, Vlad didn't care. According to the contract, he must teach the subject every year and not collect those who want to attend it. In fact, every day he sat alone in the lecture hall and left when class time was over. However, an unusual freshman appeared and violated the usual regime. An adult and handsome young man, who, judging by his habits and speech, came from a great house. Vlad didn't know about the amount of magical energy Lihan had, but he easily noticed that he was special. It would be good for him if this student continued to attend classes, then Vlad would be able to move on to the next topic of the lesson of this subject. For the first time, recreation room. Each of the students found this place the only possible place to finally exhale calmly. It was difficult to relax in their life, in the life of students. Lihan gathered at this location with his friends to share with them his really important information that this item could not be missed in any way, because everyone is guaranteed to get a high score on it. He looked enthusiastic and literally glowed. However, the guys didn't look as happy. She pretended that she was really thinking, despite the fact that even before admission she had chosen all the subjects she was going to attend. The prince also asked Lihan what exactly they teach there. Lihan reported that he would only need to raise the Star Spirit Mana Stone that the professor had prepared and practice drawing a circle with it. The prince began to seem really interested, and Lihan continued to instructively explain, and victoriously informed that he had not said anything else. She and the prince were even more disappointed in Lihan. They began to assume whether he was a conman, and what could be so important here at all. Before, there was really something important for Lihan, namely that he would get his grades. She and the prince couldn't help but agree that Lihan was quite unusual. Of course, there was no need to talk about it, with her views on life. But he was obsessed with profit to the point of insanity. Lihan was still somewhere in his thoughts when he informed the guys that if they were against it, then nothing could be done. And it was already time for him to go to the next, probably no less important for his easy life, subject. And the prince even became curious about what the next lesson he chose would be. Fencing became this subject. Fencing at the Academy of Magic. The courtyard at the southern entrance to the main building. There was a training ground for fencing students. Surprisingly, there were a lot more students in this place than previously in the dungeons. Moreover, they are all from the White Tiger Tower. The students of the White Tiger Tower are mostly from the houses of knights, which means they are good at fencing and take it extremely seriously. Lihan was thinking. He got the basics of magic combat on a platter with a blue border. Therefore, he was calm. After all, before entering the school, he repeatedly consistently practiced fencing. However, the students against his background began to immodestly whisper about whether he was from the Tower of the Blue Dragon, because he was still from the House of Vardanaz. Did he come here because his mentor taught him fencing for the sake of general development? It seemed to them a huge underestimate of fencing. Lihan knew that the knights were very proud of their skills, but he did not expect such hostility to the nobles. But it was absolutely unimportant, because they are teenagers after all. It was no longer possible for him to understand such an attitude towards someone who differs in simple origins. A tall green creature with pointed ears appeared from the archway. He was dressed in a white shirt, a grayish-purple raincoat and ordinary black trousers. He immediately turned to Lihan, asking if he was at home Vardanaz, who lives in the Blue Dragon Tower. This green creature turned out to be an orc. The man treated Lihan disdainfully, saying that serious fencing classes would be held here, and not training for beginners, so he probably made a mistake with the subject. For Lihan, such an attitude from peers did not become something unusual, so he simply thanked him for the information provided. However, the orc began to look even more aggressive, saying that they were not just waving swords here like aristocrats, but really busy. Lihan can be severely injured in sparring, because no one will give in. The guy told him that so be it. He would restrain himself in a fight with him so as not to hurt him too much. A soft cough sounded behind him. The man said that it would be nice if they got closer to him. He had a scar crossing his eye, and one of his legs was replaced with a metal one. He introduced himself as Professor Einrogard. This semester he will teach them fencing. However, the students were surprised that their professor would be an elf. It was quite unusual for such elegant and arrogant creatures. He was sure that before attending classes, each of the students had already been engaged in fencing, and came here to improve their skills or not to lose what they had already gained. Therefore, they decided to move on to working out existing skills, instead of learning the basics. Someone short with a light crown approached Lihan from behind and touched his shoulder with his hand. The guy turned around and saw a green-eyed elf with a yellow tie in front of him. He smiled at him affably, waving his hand. It looked like someone who was popular with girls. Today he was once again asked if he was a Lihan from the House of Vardanaz. The elf wondered why someone from the famous House of Malo came to learn how to wield a sword. It was obvious to Lihan that it was all for the sake of TGO, of course, so that it would be easier for this someone to earn good grades. Another person was shocked by Lihan's fervent speeches. It would seem that every day he disappoints an increasing number of people. He would have misunderstood if Lihan had told the truth, so it would be easier for both of them if he pretended that he only cared about grades. The guy introduced himself by the name of Jaisel. He was a native of the House of Morad. He could be called simply Morad. He looked like a sissy, but his calluses. Lihan said he was glad to meet him and shook the guy's hand. In fact, what else could you expect from people of his kind? The Morads strictly adhere to the rules and protect the north, being in harsh conditions. They are ready to resort to any means, methods and tricks to achieve their goals. That's how Lihan thought about them. But this guy was completely different from these ideas, shining like a ray of sunshine. Rumors are not always true, and perhaps they will even establish good friendly relations. The art of the blue stone sword is what Einrogard taught Lihan. Based on the name, you can guess that it is effective and easy to use. The training was so difficult that the nobles were reluctant to take up the bottom. However, Lihan managed to master them, because if you convince yourself that you can do it, then it will be so. The professor was surprised that Lihan used this particular sword art, as well as his good base, so he decided to find out which house he was from. The professor was surprised by his answer, since the House of Vardanaz did not specialize in fencing from the word at all. The elf decided to find out why he decided to study fencing. Lihan was convinced that this was a vital skill for an aristocrat. The professor's face assumed a typical professorial expression. If Lihan had said something else at that moment, he would have been about to say goodbye to good grades. Lihan only had to think about what exactly the professor would like to hear from him. Now he decided to speak differently. That as he progressed in his study, he realized that he could not have failed to come to this place. And he beamed, showing delight with all his appearance. The professor beamed in response. He realized that with Lihan's prerequisites for magic, he would make a serious swordsman. He takes fencing more seriously than the Tiger Tower students. The professor said that he understood something thanks to Lihan, so he would be as serious as possible with him. He pulled his sword out of its scabbard, shrouded in a greenish glow of magical energy under the shocked gaze of the guy. The professor ordered Lihan to get his wooden sword. Lihan expected absolutely not this. And how did it turn out like this? The sun was at its zenith, and Lihan was already lying on the ground exhausted, all flushed, in dusty and torn clothes. He clearly did not expect such an outcome from the lesson. The teacher was standing right above him. His whole figure seemed insanely threatening. He reported that the art of the blue stone is like a boulder. His strength is that he will not be shaken, no matter what happens to him. This is the art of the blue stone. He told Lihan not to forget about it. They're done for today. The professor finally turned his precious attention to another student. Lihan was leaving the playground, rubbing the clogged neck muscles. His whole body was tense and numb. How many times had he been hit at all during this friendly battle? He took good advantage of Lihan's gaps in defense, shouting weak spot, and gap every now and then. He was beaten until the very end of the fight. All this activity was far from a joke. In the future, it is the students from the Tiger Tower who will become knights, but he treated them more simply. If Einrogard is like an unshakable stone, then Einrogard is like a stream of water, and this is despite his prosthetic arms and legs. Moreover, as a professor, he knew all the arts and gave each student personal advice. When using the art of purple clouds, they should alternate hands more often. The difficulty of the two swords was that it was difficult to wield them and one should be thoughtful. The art of the top of the moon was fast and sharp. One should not be timid to make a strike. Anyway, Lihan understood everything, but why did it seem to him that he was beaten the most? The rest of the students sat quietly and chatted with each other after the battle, while it was hard for Lihan to even breathe once again. It was getting dark outside, which meant it was time to finish the lesson. The professor called Lihan to him. He immediately blew up and came over. He was worried that he had called him. Also, Derjiu from Choi's house was called, the same orc who was picking on Lihan even before the class started. He looked very angry and serious. It seems that this guy was only happy to prove to Lihan that he is worthless and he clearly does not belong here. The teacher said that the guys would conduct a duel without expressing any emotions towards any of the two guys. The students were shocked and did not understand why the professor chose them. There were whispers among the guys. The professor handed them the practice wooden swords, and Lihan kept getting annoyed by the smug face of the guy standing opposite. Obviously he was waiting for this, because Lihan treated him too easily. People who were not distinguished by a strong mind always sought to compensate for this with fear and force. But now Lihan had no intention of retreating. He could spend time playfully, but he learned defense and received punches for the sake of just such moments. Around Lihan, his magical energy shone, giving freshness and shining with blue light. Einrogard chose them because they seemed the most capable, being bright opposites of each other. It is impossible to master the art of the sword through a tedious theory alone. Only by practicing many times and conducting real bomb can you see the path of the sword. For example, let's say they got the hang of getting to the enemy's neck so that the sword was right next to it. But if you don't have any other skills, then the enemy won't be so easily substituted. Noticing all your weaknesses, you use theory as a basis, and understanding and applied skills as a supporting factor, to extract all the absolute power of the great sword art. These two are not only able to reach this stage, but also put faint traces of magic into swords, which was something amazing for the freshmen. They were especially gifted as knights. The professor asked them to take their positions. Lihan had a good level of swordsmanship, regardless of which house he came from. He probably felt tremendous pressure from his home, but he is very serious about it. It seemed to the professor that Lihan's parents treated him as a disgrace to the family, since he, being from a kind of magicians, decided to devote his attention to such a barbaric art, according to the thoughts of many magicians, as swordsmanship. He was very worried about his ward and sympathized with his unfortunate fate. He considered Lihan incredibly capable and persistent, so he was ready to guide the guy along the path of owning a sword in order to help him forget about all the humiliations that his native home had brought him. He raised his hand for them to begin. He expected a lot from the fight that was about to begin. The art of the top of the moon houses my fast and furious, in contrast to it, the art of the blue stone, which is thorough and strong. Their fighting styles seem to reflect the characters of the heroes. However, the professor seems to have forgotten that a few hours earlier he had exhausted Lihan the most, which means that the guy was now terribly tired for such fights. Since the guys were absolute opposites of each other, they definitely had a lot to learn from each other. That's what opponents were needed for, so that by hitting you in weak spots, they teach you from mistakes. In the end, there really is no better teacher than a mistake. The orc defiantly asked Lihan if he was going to attack, but the guy did not react in any way. Then Manhwa quickly attacked first with a shout. He was surrounded by a huge amount of magical energy. The orc's sword stopped right in front of Lihan's face. He grimaced and jumped back, digging his toe into the ground, thereby raising dust directly into the face of the glasses. The students were shocked that Lihan really used the sand and even jumped up from their seats. They were also outraged as hell, so they began to ask the professor whether it was possible to do this and whether such an act did not contradict the rules of their duel. However, the professor was delighted with what was happening and said admiringly that it was amazing. The students were shocked by his behavior. It was as if he had entered the Lihan fan club and was an ardent fan. It didn't matter what methods the students resorted to. It was a deadly fight, which means it was important to get out of it alive and with fewer injuries than your opponent. Lihan understood exactly the meaning of these words, and therefore was ready to resort to any tricks in order to overcome mine. Every now and then he quickly went on the attack, not allowing the orc to recover. Now it was difficult for the descendants of knights to understand this. They were born in houses where honor is honored, so they will never be able to learn this. However, aristocrats now and then start playing friends with each other, but they can betray at any moment for the sake of profit. For them, wrestling has never been pure, so even in fencing, one could overlook this type of behavior. The students continued to whisper discontentedly, not understanding the meaning of what was happening. However, Lihan could stubbornly ignore the words of other people for the sake of victory. It was not difficult for him. He was a true swordsman. Choi also thought it was an extremely low trick. He underestimated Lihan for his kind and understood that he had made a clear mistake in this, because underestimating an opponent means losing. Lihan was in a guard from the ongoing battle, sinking into it with all his thoughts. He analyzed his opponent, his movements, thoughts, and emotions. He understood that the orc was still confused now, which meant that he should continue to advance to the last, putting the squeeze on him. Lihan initially understood that his opponent was very capable, so it was necessary to win with the mind, to create a scenario in which losing would be impossible. This meant the right atmosphere, the minute and second of the offensive. Lihan stepped on the orc's foot, continuing the attack, which caused him to fall back, almost falling under such pressure. Choi understood that this guy had gone very far, and then fell to the ground and rolled to the side. This brought Lihan out of emotional balance. He was surprised and perplexed by what had happened. After all, it's not often you see a big guy rolling on the ground and not rolling another one. Lihan couldn't verify that the orc had really given up so easily. For guys like him, losing was an incredible insult, but here he deliberately went for it, as if not realizing the consequences. Choi himself blushed, his face in the ground. He tried not to think about how he looked from the outside. However, the professor was delighted, his eyes were shining. He called the duel excellent, while the rest of the students were disappointed. They initially disliked Lihan, and now they were not going to establish relations. After all, this guy did not think about honor, but he did not even guess. The orc suddenly rose abruptly from the ground and attacked Lihan with a cry that he would never forgive him. In the end, his ego was extraordinarily hurt. Lihan dodged the wooden sword that was supposed to cut right between his eyes. A large amount of magical energy began to hover in the air, and the duel flared up with its former strength. The professor noted that these students were even several times better than he imagined. He watched what was happening with childish interest. He knew that they were capable, but he did not expect that he would demonstrate such a level of mastery of the art of the moon peak. But the harder he hits, the faster his stamina is consumed. Vardanaz, on the contrary, remains calm and only responds to the attacks of the enemy, leaving energy in reserve for the climax of the battle. The orc was too excited right now, but Lihan couldn't figure out where he was feeling such a strong pressure from. Lihan understood that now he needed to concentrate. Clutching his wooden sword, it was impossible to show emotions. He only needed to take advantage of the opportunity and win. The orc was bad at making decisions, because he did not expect such a turn of events. This led to constant mistakes. He performed unnecessary movements, hammering himself into a corner. Fencing, like any other sport, required full dedication and concentration. It took up all the time and absolutely all the attention, based on strategic thinking. It could probably be compared to chess. You should think not only about what you will do in the next minute, but also about what your opponent will do. In the end, your strength and intelligence required the same costs. In a duel between a trained genius and an equally trained idiot, of course, a genius would win. Emotions also played a significant role. When you show them too vividly, then you make mistakes every now and then because your legs may start to tremble, your palms sweat, and your well-being deteriorates dramatically. Moreover, judging by the mana in Choi's sword and his sword, it is obvious that he is approaching the limit of his strength and physical abilities. Lihan did not get tired. Using only a little mana, his victory was only a matter of time. Choi was getting angrier by the second. Not understanding why the duel still did not stop, he complained that he was using insufficient force, completely ignoring the mistakes he made every now and then regarding protection. He couldn't understand why Lihan didn't get tired. He simply did not show emotions. Choi felt like a needle trying to prick the rock. This position was already a victory for Lihan. The orc internally surrendered, ready exclusively for defeat, although he did not recognize it. It was beginning to dawn on him that all the previous actions had played into Vardanaz's hands. Lihan knocked the sword out of the opponent's hands with one precise cutting blow of the sword, leaving him at a loss, and put the sword to his bare neck. The teacher came up to them, saying that was enough and the duel was finally over. He asked the students to come closer to him. The orc felt humiliated, not accepting defeat. If he had been a little calmer, things might have turned out differently. But Durju collapsed under the weight of pressure. Given his young age, it must be difficult to bear. Lihan already radiated the energy characteristic of a high-ranking aristocrat. The professor said that they both had a really great fight, but the victory was not 100%. He hoped that the winner would remain humble, and the loser would not stop persevering for the sake of his further growth. Now they should have shaken hands. However, there was a palpable tension in the air for everyone. Judging by the character of Choi, he would not be silent in any way. Lihan already began to think about how he could solve the problem in the event of an escalating conflict. But the orc only stretched out his palm to him with a good-natured expression and a subtle smile in his eyes. He apologized for being rude at the first meeting. He now believed that Lihan was more qualified to attend these classes than he was. Lihan continued to reflect. It didn't look like the orc was trying to lull his vigilance to attack. Apparently he really repented. Having a knightly honor, Vardanaz shook his hand in response, saying that for sure the orc said so only because he himself was worried. Tears of pride appeared in the professor's eyes. He began to clap, after which he turned to the other students, wondering why they decided that they could not do the same. There was a glorious moon shining in the sky, which shone only once a month. On such nights I wanted to sit on the roof and admire the beauty of nature. There was a mist in the air, enveloping the towers of the academy. Freshmen who attended today's fencing lesson gathered near the Tiger Tower. Jaisel stood in the very center, but his gaze was no longer as bright, but rather looked empty and ruthless. Opposite him was Choi, unhappy and downtrodden. Jaisel turned to him under the icy glances of others. He was sure that Durgo, as a student of the White Tiger Machine, he did not just plan to leave everything as it is after such a rude humiliation. The orc, on the other hand, looked confused. Bewilderment slipped on his face. He was sure that he had lost for the reason that he did not have enough skills. The guy from the crowd was indignant, because he believed that all this happened for the reason that Lihan cheated by throwing sand in the face of the glasses. Another young man assured Durso that he was not at all to blame for his loss. Nevertheless, Choi stood his ground. He believed that all this was solely due to a lack of abilities. Jaisel said that this was absolutely not what was important here, dismissively waving his hand. He resented that the honor and pride of their tower was trampled solely because of him. None of the students were aware of the professor's thoughts on this matter, and therefore Durso became a weakling for them, who could not overcome an arrogant aristocrat who imagined himself to be who knows what. In their eyes, Lihan was still a brat from the Blue Dragon Tower, not respecting anyone around him. Jaisel said in an icy tone that Durgo would be held responsible for his actions. His eyes flashed lightning, and there was no trace of the benevolent boy. Still, he was exactly what Lihan imagined him to be, only he had much more hypocrisy to be able to make a good, kind Ray boy. The house of Mured ruled everything among the night houses. Choi asked in a trembling voice how exactly he would have to pay. Jaisel snapped his fingers. For him, everything was extremely simple. If you lose 1-on-1, defeat by numbers. Choi, who had a keen sense of justice, was shocked. Is this behavior worthy of a knight? Jaisel frowned even more. Such words seemed to him a sign of a loser. There was no such quality in his character at all as accepting a loss. Brought up by strict parents, he strove to achieve perfection in everything. In communicating with people, in earning reputation and authority, in fencing and leadership. Everything that could somehow, even indirectly, darken his reputation was sent to the scrap in the literal and figurative sense. There were whispers among the students. They had never heard anything like this. It seemed too much to them. Giselle understood that DLO was getting out of control, and therefore he again assumed a benevolent expression. But the threat from the voice did not go away. It was not even going to. He said that if one of his dear fellow students did not agree, he could well tell him about it directly, and not whisper behind his back. It looks like Giselle really was a crazy sociopath. Such people often become more likely to lie about themselves, taking the image of innocence. But the acceleration from rabbit to you're finished prey was incredibly fast. None of the students said a word. Choi was against it and was not going to take revenge. For him, this already marked the end. Giselle had enough authority and power to turn his life into hell. The blonde called the orc a coward, saying that it looks like he will have to find a replacement for Choi. However, among the freshmen there were many who would gladly have carried out the revenge themselves. Vardanaz is certainly capable, but it was simply unprofitable to fight against three, not to mention that they are members of the houses of knights who train every day. Choi just couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He believed that this was not how future knights should behave. It didn't matter to him what consequences his actions would incur. He was completely ready to take Lihan's side, without looking at the consequences. Choi ran headlong to Vardanaz. However, when he arrived at the place, he found his fellow student lying on the ground with an abrasion on the back of his head. Chaos was going on around, consisting of the magical energy of Lihan. He turned to the other students who were lying in wait for him, saying that if they wanted to die, they could come closer. He threw lightning with his eyes, and stones with the power of mana. Choi was shocked by what he saw, could not understand what was wrong here. Some time ago, 3 disciples from the Tiger Tower surrounded Lihan in the middle of the forest in the dead of night. They turned to him talking about whether he thought that nothing would happen after he spoiled an honest duel with his deceitful actions. They said they would make sure that Lihan would never be able to come to this subject again. Was it really only because of what happened in the duel? Alikan decided to scare them. He turned around, shooting them a look. He told them if they were doing it, regardless of which house he was from. The students were even more annoyed if he really decided to simply intimidate them, boasting of the high position of his kind. Did he expect them to retreat because of this? However, they all faded away and looked at each other. Would they have something because of this? Apparently there was someone behind them, since they had come here so calmly, someone who could take care of them in case of anything. If they had at least half a brain, then, for a start, they would not get involved in something like this. He sternly asked the question of who sent them, whether this was some great house whose orders could not be ignored. The guys immediately felt horror. One of the students ordered Lihan to shut up, and the rest did not listen to him. He also ordered Vardanaz to be surrounded to prevent him from escaping. 3 against 1 is a lot. Einrogard told him to run if he suddenly got involved in something like this. Young master, when the lies outnumber you, the best thing you can do is run away. But the way to retreat was closed. Now I had to think about what was worth doing. Then he lowered his eyes to the floor, noticing the stones, thought about whether it was worth using them. Their size was almost like the pen that he used during the execution of the director's assignment. He lifted the stones up from the ground. The students were horrified, realizing that he seemed to be able to use magic. They realized that the Varnadas seemed to be really different from ordinary people. It was enough to scare them. Lihan exhaled. It was just necessary not to slow down and get out of here. He ordered them to get out of the way, otherwise. His magic seemed to direct the stone towards one of the guys. He crashed with all his might. Almost the same as the feather did that day when it cut through an apple in the garden opposite the auditorium. Vardanaz himself did not understand how this could happen. The guys looked at their fallen comrade in horror. Lihan had not planned this at all. The students of the Tiger Tower, even more angry, turned to Lihan. They were scared, but tried not to show it. It was a shock to them how quickly Lihan launched that stone that they could not even react to what had happened. Even though he was a native of the Varnadas family, they still could not believe that he already has such power of magic. His eyes were shining, and a lot of magical energy was concentrated around him. He had not planned this, but so be it. He uttered the cherished remark that if they want to die, they cannot hesitate to come closer. Lihan tried very hard to keep an absolutely unperturbed look. They were annoyed, but nevertheless shamefully ran away, promising that Lihan would not get away with it. Choi was in a terrible absolute shock from what he had just seen. He did not expect such strength from Lihan, although he noticed that he was terribly talented. Lan let out a disappointed sigh, looking at the glasses out of the corner of his eye. He asked if he had come here to fight, but Choi reported that this was not the case. Lihan made a mistake in the name, as it turned out, not the guy at all, but the girl, calling her Giselle instead of Giselle, while the orc told him everything that had happened. The Tower of the White Tiger was very different from the Tower of the Blue Dragon, where each clan was noble and quite powerful, so all the gatherings in their tower were more like a social event to which those were accustomed from early childhood. There was always a distance between them, even in moments of close communication. No unnecessary displays of emotions, no lines of movements and glances. He could not have imagined that a hierarchy had already been established in the Tiger Tower. It couldn't help but disappoint. The orc drew a portrait of a girl on the ground and Lihan immediately recognized her as the guy who addressed him in fencing class. He thought she was good-natured at that moment, but it seems that her appearance was deceptive. Lihan sat down thoughtfully, holding his chin with his hand. Appearance and character were not connected in any way. Apparently, they were telling the truth about handsome men. That's why Lihan believed that he would never become one. It looks like the guy didn't listen to Choi at all anymore. The orc was surprised that Lihan called Giselle a guy. Did he really think she was a guy? Lihan kept thinking, was this really the reason why Giselle turned to him? It seemed strange to Lihan how those students reacted to the duel. Choi explained that the duel was only an excuse, but there were many reasons. First, Lihan came from the house of Varnadas. If he, a native of a great family, could be defeated, then Giselle's authority among the first-year students would grow dramatically. Lihan frowned. He realized that Giselle had used him only as a trophy with which to raise her authority. It wasn't good. Oka was worried that Lihan would most likely continue to show his good side. Then the students from the White Tiger Tower would feel hostility towards the young man. Giselle knows how to ignite these emotions. She has always shown herself to be a true manipulator. The orc just wanted Lihan to know about everything and be careful if he decides to continue attending fencing. The Blue Dragon Tower shone with a soft, friendly light, reflecting the glow of the moon. The fog in the sky has cleared. Lihan was preparing to go inside, but he kept thinking about what he had heard. The orc asked him to avoid those subjects that the students of the White Tiger Tower attend, in which case Giselle will not be able to do anything to him. It certainly wasn't a bad suggestion, and Choi's concern was pleasant to him, but he wouldn't have thought to follow this advice ever in his life. After all, he wasn't aiming to become a scared rabbit at all. He needed this subject for the sake of getting good grades, which means no Giselle could have prevented it. The first reason is that it was hard to find a good subject in Lihan's understanding. The second reason is pride. It seems that among the nobles it was eaten at the genetic level, it simply could not be avoided. How dare they play political games with Lihan? Recreation room. The students of the Blue Dragon Tower sat incredibly dejected. Lihan stumbled into the living room with tears in his eyes, as well as bruises and abrasions all over his body from somewhere. He, crying, said that he was attacked by students from the White Tiger Tower just because he was from the Blue Dragon. Now all that remained was to see how the aristocrats would react to this. They were shocked. Their pride and self-esteem were hurt. They immediately exploded with anger, asking if they had lost their minds. The guy with blue hair shouted that now was not the time to sit there. They urgently needed to call everyone upstairs. They said that it would be fine for Gainando, but they raised their hand against Lihan. The prince himself was shocked by this situation, at least by the fact that he was somehow attracted to all this. Lihan was surprised. They were much more angry than he had imagined. Instructions continued to fly around the room. Contact the others. Do we have an opportunity to get some kind of weapon? Get to work. Lihan told them not to go that far, but they just waved him off, saying that they already owed him a lot. Each of them tasted the meat that he brought. If not for him, they would have starved to death altogether. Lihan's conscience ached, because he was only trying to earn money at their expense. They lined up in a line of 2 and were going to go kill the jerks from the White Tiger Tower. Lihan made a terrible mistake in the calculation and underestimated how much the Blue Dragon Tower hates the White Tiger Tower. It is quite natural to hate someone in whom you notice your equal more and more. However, Asan shouted to the whole room to stop. He was standing on the table and asked them to listen to what he was going to tell them now. He said that it is impossible to act rashly. People from the families of knights live in that tower. If they rush there on emotions, they will definitely lose. Lihan confirmed Asan's words, but then the guy shouted that they should ambush and only then attack. This decision was truly worthy of the Report family. All the aristocrats supported it. Lihan realized that it was foolish to hope for anything. The young man shouted to them that they should not rush, because he did not ask them to take revenge at all. It was only about his honor, so he would figure it out for himself. However, the students continued to be indignant, because the members of the White Tiger Tower are cunning. mean and petty, so it will be difficult to cope with such scum. Lihan was amazed at how simply the guy cursed them without even blinking an eye. It was quite in the style of the nobles. Lihan objected that they all come from noble families, and wouldn't it be a shame to be like the natives of the White Tiger Tower? If it was necessary to think from such a side, then the freshmen were ready to moderate their interest. Lihan was very glad that his idea finally worked. However, if they themselves come into conflict with them, then together they will answer they were cowards, so they will surely attack the group surreptitiously. The students beamed, saying that he was right and they really would just stick together and be alert. So the problem of bullying for belonging to some family was avoided. The next lesson at the Blue Dragon Tower coincided with the White Tiger Tower, so the freshmen decided to make sure that they could not live there in peace. This scared Lihan even more. In front of the dark-haired guy is a plate of water, in which he sees his tense expression. The guy brings his wooden stick to a plate of water and pronounces the word spell splash. Then the guy closes his eyes and once again pronounces the spell with complete confidence. When the guy says the spell for the third time, something magical is happening. The guy thinks about himself that he wants to study fire magic along with other elements. A funnel is formed from a plate of water. This is noticed by a guy with green hair and glasses on the bridge of his nose. Water rushes through the office in waves, and then gathers into one huge water bubble. Through the reflection of the bubble, the excited look of the guy who was able to create it with the help of magic is noticeable. The water bubble rises even higher under the surprised gazes of two guys who did not expect such an effect from a magic spell. A guy with green hair and glasses on the bridge of his nose can't believe that a dark-haired guy managed to cast a water spell. A woman with dreadlocks is delighted that Lihan managed to use a water spell. She is convinced that Lihan has a connection with the element of water. The woman appeals to everyone present that Lihan has succeeded in elemental magic. Everyone looks at him in surprise and expresses their delight. Many of the students sat with dissatisfied faces, as they did not share the delight of the others. It seemed to them that the water ball turned out to be very big for a beginner. The woman turns to the other students and says that they have no reason to be impatient if they fail. Everyone has an element to which he is located. For example, students who spent most of their childhood in the forge have a connection with fire. Students who grew up near various rivers, lakes, or the sea will be connected with water for life. And those students who are lucky enough to live in the open spaces where strong winds are walking have a connection with the wind. The principle of communication with elements is that the more familiar you are with an element, the easier it is to visualize it. While Lihan controls the water element with a wand, he thinks that he is unfamiliar with water, so it seems rather strange to him. Lihan imagines that if the case had turned up, it would most likely have been waterboarding from the professor. A girl with snow-white hair and a wand in her hands watches Lihan with a warning. The young man feels the eyes on him, turns around, notices the girl and thinks about why she looks at him like that. The exchange of glances dragged on, and the girl abruptly turned her head away, as if she wasn't looking at the guy at all, due to the fact that the young man went into his thoughts and began to think that the girl was definitely looking at him. He forgot about concentration over the water bubble. The water bubble lost its shape, and the water poured directly onto Lihan's head. A woman with dreadlocks approaches Lihan and, grinning, warns that if the young man is distracted, the water will lose its shape. The woman takes out her magic wand, begins to conjure, and says that next time the young man will have to try to keep in shape. Lihan feels the magic enveloping him, so he looks at his hands and clothes in surprise. He notices that he is completely dry. The guy looks at the woman, who in his eyes is like the light of their school of magic. Professor Kim is a very kind woman. The guy is embarrassed, presses his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, nods, saying that he understood everything. Then he asks how long he will need to hold the shape of the water. The woman looks thoughtfully at the young man and replies that he will have to hold the shape of water until the mana runs out. But then he adds that this probably won't happen to him. Thus, the woman decides that Lihan will have to keep the water in shape until the end of the lesson. The guy goes from an enthusiastic state to an alarmed one. It looks more like physical punishment to him. The guy tries to stop Professor Kim, but someone suddenly calls out to her, asking for help. The woman immediately turns around and goes to help the student. The guy freezes in place, holding his hand in the air with alarmed eyes and open mouth. The guy lowers his hand, then he squeezes it into a fist, so much so that it began to tremble. He forgot that Professor Kim is part of this crazy school, so in fact she can also be strange. Professor Kim watches from the side as the guy in a depressed state decided to return to his place. The woman grins and thinks that maintaining magic for a long time may seem cruel. It's like walking on a tightrope. Kim thinks that Lihan, as a student with potential, needs to be taught certain ways. The fact that Lihan was able to create a huge water ball on the third attempt means that his talent cannot be described in ordinary words. Moreover, he is a mage with the largest mana reserve in history. This is another reason why she needs to polish and refine this gemstone. The guy tries to form a water bubble again, while thinking that he assumed that the professors were cruel. The misunderstanding between them only grew. All students praise each other for the work done and say goodbye until next week. It's a hot summer day outside. The sun, which is in a clear sky, illuminates the whole neighborhood, leaving glare. Lihan is still in the office. He asks someone to listen to him. He asks if they don't think one moment is too much. All this time, a man with a long bushy beard was listening to him. He looks questioningly at the young man and scratches his ear. Lihan says that the Snow White princess, who looked at him strangely, succeeded in showing fire. A red-haired girl named Ina was very happy when she realized that she had a special connection with the wind. Gainando, a guy with short blonde hair, practically burned his wand with the help of a connection with fire. Suddenly, Lihan gets louder. He puts his hand to his chest and shouts that he is dissatisfied with the fact that he just stared at the water all the time. A man with a full beard puts his hand to his face and assumes that Professor Kim just liked Lihan. That's why she teaches him so much. The guy is gloomier for a second, and then stretches out a surprised sound, pretending that he understood everything. And then he says that precisely because Professor Kim liked him, he now spends his precious Friday working in the garden. A man with a full beard waves his hand and, grinning, says that a lot of discontent has accumulated in the young man. While the young man straightens his clothes, a man with a bushy beard asks if Lihan himself offered help. Earlier, Lihan approached the professor with a bushy beard and said that he wanted to help him with things near the house. The man was only glad of outside help. Then the young man asked if he could eat his food in return. The man exhaled and, smiling, gave a positive answer. Then the young man grabs the bags and says that he has already eaten, so he asks if he can take it with him, since he helped with the garden. The man with the beard gives a negative answer this time. The guy resentfully throws off all the bags. A man thinks that he can't relax for a second. The man throws the leaves into his wooden mug. While he is making tea, he thinks that Lihan is an unusual young man. A man with a full beard does not understand how a young man like Lihan can come from the Vardanaz family. While the man takes a sip of his drink, he asks if anything else has happened. Maybe a quarrel with the students of the White Tiger Tower. Lihan turns to the man and says that in fact the relationship with them is very tense. The man, sitting on his chair, warily looks at the guy and says that everything was as usual. The guy exhales with relief, realizing that it's always like this. The guy collects carrots and says that he has already realized that there are strained relations between the towers. But it seems to the guy that it's too much to arrange fights at the academy. The man, surprised that the guy really thinks so, starts laughing. He tells the young man to ignore them if they try to start a fight again. According to him, it is better to spend time practicing magic. After the bearded man's last sentence, both fall silent for a while. Then the guy says that he has already fought with them. The man hurriedly asks him again. Lihan turns gloomy at the moment and asks not to be looked at with condemnation, because he himself is upset by this fact. The man says that all this is strange, because usually fights don't start from the first week. He asks Lihan how it happened. The guy replies that they started it because he attends fencing classes. The young man asks if it's not cruel. The man choked on his drink. Noticing that the professor spat out the drink because he choked, the young man began to run up to him to help. The young man asks if everything is alright. A man with a beard asks why Lihan went to practice fencing. It's comparable to an invasion of their territory. Tigers are territorial animals. The guy says that everyone can choose additional subjects for themselves and he also wanted to. The man with the beard calms down, waves it off and says that what happened happened. Then he adds that the most important thing is that the young man is fine. He's not sure about their magic, but they're good at fighting. The guy has a beaming smile on his face and he says that it was not easy for him to fight 3 opponents at once. The man immediately frowned after his words. His hand with the mug dropped and his mouth opened in surprise. The man gets up from his seat and is about to leave. The guy asks where the man is going to go. The man says that there is enough work for today, so he will go and cook for the guy to eat. Lihan is very happy with this news. While the guy continues to pick carrots, the man thinks that he needs to be friendlier with Lihan. Otherwise, he will come after his soul. Images pop up in the man's head of Lihan holding a sword near his beard, asking about grades. The young man laid out the dishes and sat down at the table waiting. And the professor brings plates of food in turn. The guy holds a loaf in his hand and eats with one hand, admiring the taste of food. A man at this time on the side passes his hand over his forehead. The young man turns to the professor while he is cleaning up the dishes and says that he thought about the fact that the professor alone took care of his house. Looking at the house, the guy wonders if no one else helped. While the man is washing the dishes, he clears his throat and says that all his previous students had no motivation, so they ran away. But these are basic skills for an alchemist. A man with a beard winks at Lihan and asks if he agrees. The guy listlessly replies that it really is. Lihan considered these strange cases quite ordinary because he had to do everything in graduate school. But he decides to keep silent. Lihan points to the field and says that nothing grows there. He asks if he can plant anything. The man has a big smile on his face and he responds positively. And then he asks what the guy wants to plant. Lihan was thinking about planting cabbage or onions. The man agrees, he thinks it's not bad. Then the man asks Lihan not to say that he plans to sell the grown vegetables. The guy turns around questioningly. The guy starts to blush because the professor guessed about his plans. Lihan asks how he found out. Then he asks if the man does the same. The man hits his forehead with his hand. The guy continues to look at him with an unspoken question. The man says that Lihan was the first to think about selling vegetables. Then the professor says that Lihan can do as he knows. While the man turns away and thinks that Lihan is some kind of strange, the guy turns to the table and continues to wipe it with a rag. The guy looks at the vegetables and thinks that it will be boring to eat them. It would be more interesting to cook something from them. The guy turns to the professor and asks if it will be possible to cook something from cabbage and onions. The man replies that it is possible to cook vegetable stew. The guy liked the idea. He presented a very tasty and appetizing looking vegetable stew. On the territory of a huge empire, depending on the lands, food cultures also differ. The basis of the cuisine of the Western District, where the Vardanaz family lives, is bread and cheese. Oriental cuisine is close to Korean in taste habits. They use rice, noodles, pasta with red chili pepper, soybean paste, and so on. The guy asks the professor if he likes the stew. The man responds positively and says that he tries not to eat. The man becomes serious. The guy asks why he tries not to eat. The man replies that this is Oriental cuisine, and he doesn't like Eastern dwarfs. The guy wipes the plate with a rag and asks what happened between the professor and the Eastern dwarfs. The professor says that his relatives live there, who always find fault with him when they meet. Recently, regeneration potions were expensive. The man was going to sell them, but his relatives forbade him, saying that this is why he earns little. The guy knew that the inhabitants of the East are strict, but he didn't think that so much. He picks up the dishes and is about to take them. The professor asks Lihan what his plans are for the weekend. The guy turns around gloomily and asks why he will need to come if he wants to work again. The man is willing to bet that Lihan will not have time to come to him and help in the hut. Then the man asks Lihan to think about what will happen to the starving students in a couple of days. The guy assumes that a riot will start and they will set fire to the school. The man did not expect this and says that this is already too much. The man, smiling, says that a student who is in a desperate situation will find a way to eat and survive. The professor assumes that the natives of the Black Turtle will go to the gardens and find fruits that they can collect and eat. The students from the White Tiger Tower will take all their weapons and go hunting in the forest to get meat. Lihan asks about what the students of the Blue Dragon Tower will do. The man replies that the inhabitants of this tower think too long. At the same time, the man says that they are very talented, so they will find a good solution in a couple of days. The man looks thoughtfully at Lihan. The guy thinks that this year will be different from the previous ones. Then the guy turns to the professor again and asks what the students from the Phoenix Tower will do. The professor says it doesn't concern them. Hunger will definitely not penetrate them. Adherents of the order live in the Phoenix Tower. Adherents of the order train to live modestly in the temple. And when it got hard, they prayed. A man takes a broom in his hands and thinks that he would not like to live as adherents of the order. And Lihan is amazed at the faith of these students. The guy says that in this case he will go hunting with friends on the weekend. He pretends to pull the bowstring with his hands. The guy gives a thumbs up and says that if he gets into a fight again, he will try to have more people on his side than the opponent. The professor sweeps with a broom. He clicks and believes that the young man is not considering the option of not facing the offenders, but there's a chance he won't run into them. The man is considering the option that it is possible that students from other towers will choose a different path. The young man asks the professor to give an example. The man turns around and says that the students cannot fight, but on the contrary escape. The School of Magic is an impregnable fortress surrounded by walls that are enchanted. But despite the enchantment, every year someone tries to get out to freedom. Lihan reflects that if you think about what you can get outside of the academy, it becomes clear why students have thoughts about escaping. Outside of the academy, you can buy new clothes and shoes, eat delicious bread, butter, cheese and jam, and other necessities. Lihan understands that there are a lot of reasons provoking an escape. There's so much outside of the academy. The man abruptly interrupts the young man's thoughts. He notices his strange expression. He realized that Lihan was thinking about something suspicious again. He asks Lihan to wake up. The man says that the reason why tigers always try to escape first is that they are very frivolous. The guy turns around and asks if anyone ever managed to escape from the academy. The man recalls that there were students who managed to escape. However, the man understands that Lihan is unlikely to listen to his advice. The man waves his hand and asks him to forget everything and do what he wants. Finally, he says that it is easier for young people to overcome difficulties. The young man's eyes shone. He turned to the professor and said that he had no intention of running away. The man, seeing the reaction of the young man, immediately raised his voice and said that everything was written on his face, so he would not be able to deceive him. There are 3 mysterious hooded figures in the room and a student right in front of them, who is clearly of a non-human race. The student is addressed as a fool. He is asked to concentrate. The young man has a very tense face. One of the hooded men points a finger at him and says that if the student wants to come back in one piece, then it's better for him to cooperate with them. Durugu says they don't need to go that far. He then addresses one of the hooded men, calling him Lihan. Lihan takes off his hood and, chuckling, says that it didn't work. The hooded man on his left became alarmed. The second mysterious person turns out to be a blonde guy who asks Lihan if he wanted to scare Choi. Durugu is surprised that they wanted to scare him. He calls the trio funny and says that for him they are small squirrels. The blonde guy blushed with anger and screamed loudly after hearing about the squirrels. Lihan asks Gainando to calm down. He goes to the red curtains, pulls the string and opens them. All students in the room begin to hide from the bright light coming from the windows. The red-haired girl says that she has long been curious why Lihan decided to go so far. The guy turns to her and says that he is afraid that other tigers will misunderstand. Durugu will be friendly with them. After all, Durugu has already been recognized as an outcast. Durugu says he has thought of so many things for him, and indeed others may misunderstand. He thanks Lihan. Lihan comes closer to him and says that there is nothing to worry about. It's nothing to him, because from now on Durugu will be his spy. Durugu tries to remove Lihan's hand and does not understand why he became his spy. For him, this is some kind of dishonorable title. Lihan says Durugu himself said he would tell him if Morad was up to something suspicious. Durugu wonders if he could have come up with a more euphonious title. The blonde guy at first silently watched the whole scene, and then decided to intervene and say that spy sounds good. Durugu directs his gloomy gaze directly at the blonde guy. Gainando turns away and says that, if you think about it, it really doesn't sound right. Lihan says that since Durugu does it for the glory of honor and justice, the spy is not suitable. The blonde guy decides not to interfere this time. Lihan turns to Durugu again and, pointing his finger at him, he says that now he will be their secret informant. Then the guy continues his speech and says that Durugu alone carries this cross in the name of fighting lawlessness. Durugu is delighted that he alone will fight lawlessness as a secret informant. In his opinion, it sounds decent. Lihan is happy with this news and wishes them productive cooperation. Durugu shakes his hand and also expresses his joy. It is already dawn outside the window, so the sun's rays penetrate into the room in which all the gathered students are sitting. Lihan gets straight to the point. He says the reason he gathered them so early on a weekend morning was to develop a plan to escape from the academy. A blonde guy and a red-haired girl are shouting enthusiastically, but Durugu does not understand what is happening. Durugu does not believe that Lihan is really going to escape from the academy, which is protected by enchantments. Lihan knew that Durugu would be against it, so he had prepared 10 reasons in advance that would convince him. Lihan is just starting to make his speech, but Durugu interrupts him and says that he is in shock. As it turned out, Durugu also wants to escape. That's why he was shocked. Lihan clearly did not expect such reactions to the news about the escape, so he looks at him with an unspoken question. They may be knights, but aristocratic habits cannot be eradicated. The students from Tiger Tower never knew what hunger was. Therefore, it is much more difficult for them to survive it. As soon as the student's stomach rumbled, he said that he could not continue like this. So the students jumped up and shouted that they needed to go hunting. One of the students shouts that the guys from the Blue Dragon have succeeded, so they will succeed. One of these students jumped on the table and shouted that they would show everyone that they were the best. And then they were very proud of being good at using magic. Morad enters the room and asks everyone to calm down. There is a whole team of students behind her. A girl with blonde hair and ears like an elf says that hunting is good, but they should not be so frivolous, since hunting is not easy in these places. She remembers how Vardanaz coped with the boar that their teacher released, and in order for them to cope with the boar, they will have to go deep into the forests. She asks the guys if they are ready to go for it. The guys say that these lands are unknown to them. One of the guys asks a blonde girl if she has any ideas. She responds positively. Morad says they will leave the school. She says she will make them stop even thinking about buying meat from other students. All the other students did not believe in what was happening, but everyone was delighted. One of them asks if this is possible, because they will have to pass through the forest. A blonde girl with pointed ears looks at the guy with a smile and says that she already has a plan that should work. She says that all the other students can join, because she is going to monopolize this opportunity if the plan really works. Everyone is delighted with the idea of Morad. But then everyone falls silent, because she adds about one very important point that should be taken into account. They would have to obey her orders. This is a prerequisite and one of the most important criteria for the success of her plan. Morad becomes more gloomy. She says that if the plan fails because of stupid disobedience, she will never forgive them and they will regret it. Then the girl unfolds and leaves with her entire group and finally wishes all students a good night. Duragu is watching all this. He doesn't like this girl. It's already day outside. Lihan asks questions to Durag. He asks if he will also be allowed to join the escape team if he follows Morad's orders. The guy's eyes are burning with anticipation. Duragu looks gloomy. He did not expect this from Lihan, and asks to listen to him. He asks how Lihan can ask about such a thing after everything that Jaisel has done to him. He forgot about all those terrible things the girl did. Lihan waves his hand and, smiling, says that it hardly bothered anyone. At least, it definitely doesn't bother him. And then he turns to the others, asking about them, if their terrible actions bother Morad. But they shake their heads negatively from side to side. Lihan walks around the room from side to side and thinks that students are becoming harder and more uncontrollable. Initially, he planned to devote time to the search for escape, because, judging by the cruel professors in this educational institution, it will be very difficult and dangerous. He remembers that Morad said that she already had a ready-made plan. Lihan looks at the blonde guy and thinks that Morad is not as simple as he is. Gainando wonders if Lihan is looking at him like that. Morad is smart and cold-blooded enough to skillfully use the students of her tower. From the very beginning of the semester, she has some reason to behave confidently. Lihan turns his back on his colleagues and says that, apparently, there is no other choice. Lihan turns to them and says that they will just go and follow them and find out what their plan is. Duragu does not understand how Lihan came to the idea to go to Morad and directly find out from her about the escape plan. Lihan asks if he has a better idea. Duragu asks if Lihan doesn't think it's a bit shameful. Lihan asks him to think again. The guy says that now he and Morad are enemies now. Duragu confirms this. Then the guy says that there is a well-known expression, know your enemy is yourself. Duragu confirms this. He has heard such an expression. Then Lihan confidently says that this is exactly what he will do. This is his strategy. Unfortunately, they have no other way out. Duragu thinks whether the expression on Lihan's face or something else, but he managed to convince him, so he believes the guy, even though his plan is questionable. Then Duragu says it might work. Lihan rejoices, slaps the student on the shoulders and says that he knew he would understand. Lihan turns Duragu around and tells him to go and keep an eye on Morad. As soon as Duragu finds out something about his escape plan, he will immediately need to be informed about it. Lihan raises his voice and says that Duragu is not only a great warrior, but also an honorable informant, and then pushes him out of the room so that he goes to fulfill his mission. Before closing the doors, he tells Duragu that his mission starts right now. The guy asks if Duragu can handle this mission. Duragu grins and replies that Lihan can rely on him. Lihan closes the doors, sighs after he has dealt with Duragu. Now the young man decides to come up with a second escape plan. Lihan is approached by his friends and the guy is scared because of how close they came. A red-haired girl asks him if he studied brainwashing magic before entering the academy. The guy asks how she imagines it. It's already sunset outside. Lihan passes by all his friends he could gather. He thanks them for all coming to their first meeting regarding the escape. One of the newcomers did not know about the escape, so she screamed at the unexpected news about the escape. She asks if he's crazy. She thought they were going hunting. The guy turns to a girl named Nilia. He asks her not to worry as he has a plan. The girl stops abruptly. She doubts that Lihan from the house of Vardanaz would have done this without a plan. He's really different. The girl asks about what Lihan planned. He begins to tell what their plan is. Lihan takes out a drawing of Morad's face and, pointing at it, says that their plan is for this student from the White Tiger Tower to figure out how to escape. They will follow him and steal his plan. The girl is stunned by the plan. She doesn't believe that this is the real plan that Lihan came up with. Nilla is about to say something. This is noticed by a red-haired girl and, interrupting her, asks Lihan if the plan is feasible without Nilia. Lihan did not expect such a question. He asks a rhetorical question whether it will be possible to cope with anything without her. Lihan says that their strategy is based on the tracking ability of the hunter's instincts. The only person who has it is Nilla. Nilia blushed with embarrassment. The redhead refuses and says they can't force her. The guy is trying to show with all his appearance that he is very sorry. But Nilia interrupts, folds her arms and says that she agrees to participate in this plan. If only she can handle it, then there is no choice. It's night outside. Morad leads his comrades through the night forest. He says that on this day all his esteemed friends and honorable knights who have gathered and sworn to carry out his orders will leave this place. Everyone started shouting enthusiastically, saying that they believed in Morad and that they could escape from the academy. Morad says it's time for them to hit the road. She takes out a map and thinks that as long as she is with them, they will not go astray. Someone's voice is heard. In a warm room with books, a person is looking for the right book, listed those that he sees. The man throws out all the books and asks the other two if this is all they could find. A girl and a guy with pointed ears apologize to Giselle. This all happens a month before entering the academy at the estate of the Morad family. Giselle kicks the book and demands that her subordinates bring something more useful. She asks if they understand that these books are of no use. Subordinates collect all the books and apologize again at the exit. As soon as they leave, Giselle notices something on the floor. She picks up a piece of paper and starts examining it. She takes a closer look and realizes that this is not just a piece of paper, but a whole escape map from Einrogard. At that moment, Giselle thought that this card was only needed by those who could not cope with the program at the academy. She's glad she took her with her. A whole crowd of students, dressed in robes and holding torches, runs through the night forest. All this time they were being watched. One of the observers says that they can move out and gets up from his seat. Lihan says they are climbing a mountain. Apparently, the road is not easy. He asks his friends if everyone is ready to move. Then the blonde guy asks why they go to the mountains, because they are difficult to climb. The guy says that there is a passage next to the castle gate. Lihan interrupts him and turns to Durug, saying that he leaves Gainando to him. Durugu says that everything is fine. Gainando asks what it all means and why Lihan leaves him for Duruga. Nilai is extremely good at climbing mountains. Lihan says that he and Durugu are confident in their endurance, and Yoner is used to mountain trails as she often walks along them alone. Then the young man tries to continue, but falls silent. But a little later it becomes clear that the blonde guy does not have strong endurance and strength. Gainando was shouldered by Duruga. The guy was begging for water. Lihan guessed that it would be difficult for Gainando, because walking on unfamiliar mountain trails is quite difficult. Without Nilia, they wouldn't have been able to track those guys. Lihan himself is of no use, so he decides to write everything down. Even in graduate school, he got into the habit of taking notes. Suddenly, Nilai feels something. She orders everyone to stand. Lihan asks what happened. Nilai says that tigers behave strangely. She's trying to figure out why they suddenly stopped. Gainando assumes that they have already reached. He says it was easier than he thought. Lihan wonders if they really have already come, and if the answer is yes, then why so quickly? It couldn't have been that easy. A strong wind swept through the entire forest. Lihan feels strange because of this. The guy stops and thinks about why he suddenly got goosebumps. The whole team moved forward. They still don't understand who is chasing them, but they assume that they are monsters. Nilia says that this can't be, because she checked if they were nearby and found nothing. The young man begins to understand, but he can't believe it. Green magic appears. Then a face with a curved smile is formed from it, which begins to laugh. A group of tigers also notice strange magic. This magic surrounded them. A hand appeared out of the green haze, pointing at them, and a skull that said that they were caught in the first week. It turns out that the director caught them. All the students are scared. The principal says his students took one of the fake cards he was distributing. Morad says that this is impossible, because he got this card before entering the academy. Morad falls to his knees, and the director says that today they will learn a lesson. Do not trust cards of unknown origin, because there may be a trap. The director starts laughing while Morad looks on in horror. Lihan and his group are watching all this. Lihan considers the director's behavior inadequate. He thinks that the director doesn't care about training. He enjoys punishing people. The director demands to be listened to carefully. It's time for all the students to return to the academy. He says the rules are simple. The headmaster releases the dead and says that the students need to avoid the pursuers and return in one piece. The principal mentions that students can use any methods to defeat the pursuers. There is only one rule: if students are caught, they will be found guilty. Then the skull exhales and says that if the students are not caught, then all charges will be dropped against him. All the students are running, screaming in fear. They are being chased by the living dead, created by their director. Nilia begins to tremble. She notices Lihan and tells him to run. Lihan grabs the girl by the hand and gestures to her not to make noise. He asks her to calm down. Nilia asks how she can calm down. They're dead if they get caught. Lihan says that everything is fine. The guy thinks they haven't been noticed. And if they get caught, then in the worst case, they just have to stay in the punishment room. The girl is scared because of the words about the punishment room. This is a room with instruments for torture, from which it is impossible to get out. Lihan says that the girl has a very good imagination. The red-haired girl asks Nilia to calm down. Lihan is still hiding behind a tree and watching the situation. He's thinking about how to get them out. Then the guy hears someone from the group of tigers demanding to get in line, thinking that they will be able to destroy the pursuers if they can get close. The students are trying to get in line while a crowd of pursuers is running at them. One of the students says that running away is not an option. The second also calls for fighting. The others join in, shouting that they will fight for honor, for the code of knights. Lihan thinks who cares about honor and the code in such a situation. Durugu addresses the guy. He says that he sees only one way to get out of this forest. You need to close your eyes to differences and rally forces for a common goal. Lihan says that Durugu gave out a deep thought. The guy agrees, and then says that while the other students are buying time for them, they will do their part with the escape. The whole team enthusiastically agreed. One Durugu was not thrilled. Lihan looks at the fight again. The guy thinks they need to break through the weakest part of the environment. The tigers are just buying time for them. Lihan wonders why there is no gap. Then the guy guesses that the director continues to call the pursuers. Lihan thought it was some kind of test, since they wouldn't be blamed if they didn't get caught. But it looks like the director initially had no plans to let them leave. Lihan refuses to believe it. He thinks that the director thinks that this level of complexity is just right for them. Lihan thinks that maybe they should give up after all. Those who split up and tried to escape were captured. Then Lihan notices something strange. The pursuers are not interested in this direction. The young man wonders why this is so. Perhaps the director saw them, but then the young man realizes that the director of Einrogard himself did not notice them. The guy thinks that maybe the director himself is not in this forest. This has happened once before. Perhaps this is just a clone or an illusion of the director. They just need to run in the opposite direction to the white tigers. Lihan turns to his group and says that he has figured out how to get them out of the academy unnoticed. Everyone is delighted with this news. Lihan says they need to climb further ahead. Half an hour later, the whole group came to the cave. Nilia checked everything in the cave. She didn't find any traces of monsters. With the help of Lihan's magic wand and magic, the light comes on. All are located in a cave. The red-haired girl asks if the skeletons really won't be able to go and find them. Nilia says they will be fine. She didn't notice that they were being chased. Durugu says that the main problem is that it is unclear how long the director will call them. Durugu says that maybe he should have broken through them. Lihan says that he would not have coped with so many, so there are no options here. Lihan takes the sausages in his hand and says it's time for them all to eat. The blonde guy is only 4. Nilia takes out a flask of water, lowers it down to check the water supply and notices that it is already empty. Lihan, lifting up his magic wand, with the help of magic creates a stream of water that begins to swirl right over their heads. Nilia is amazed by the magic of water. She has only heard of her, but she is as beautiful as she imagined. Nilia holds an empty flask in her hands and thinks that it would be good if she also mastered it. Would be useful in hunting. A red-haired girl, trembling, asks if someone can light a fire. She is very cold. Nilia takes out her magic wand and, pointing it forward, pronounces the word fire, summoning the fire element. The red-haired girl is amazed by Nilia's powers. The girl is happy that she managed to light a fire the first time. He was unstable last time. Nilia says that she is actually jealous that Lihan has water magic. The girl wanted to learn it more than fiery. Lihan squeezes the loaf he was holding in his hand, and with tears in his eyes asks if the girl is really jealous of him. Nilia asks why the guy started crying. Lihan clenched his fist and told the girl to be grateful for the magic she possesses. The girl is more gloomy because of his appearance and only replies that she will listen to him. A little later, Nilia and Lihan came out of the cave. They climbed onto the ledge to see what was happening to the students and the principal. Lihan swears and says that the director is still calling the persecutors. Nilia gets scared and says that the guy is right, of course, but you shouldn't talk about the director like that. Then Lihan turns to her and says that magic comes from a free mind. He asks her never to restrain herself in self-expression. Nilia is a little embarrassed, thinking about whether this is true. But since Lihan said it, then you can believe it. Then Nilia, without holding back, starts shouting bad things about the director since he can't hear her. Nilia continues to scream, calling the director a crazy skeleton. She hopes that the wolves will drag him away. Then the girl hears some rustling in the bushes and rushes at Lihan, shouting that she is very sorry. Lihan looks at the person who has appeared and recognizes the student. The student comes closer to them and asks what they are doing in this place. Morad and another student come into the light. The girl and the guy sigh with relief, but now they do not understand what is happening. Lihan leads the other students to their cave. He opens the entrance and asks them to pass. Lihan asks them to rest. All the students who were able to escape with Morad were not very happy. The blonde guy says that they have so little food in the cave, why let even more people in? Dirigu asks him to be quiet. Dirigu thinks that Lihan has the right to ignore them because of what happened, but he still treats them well. Dirigu respects him for such actions. Apparently, Lihan knows what honor and justice are. Morad thinks about how the dragons ended up in the same place as them. Is it possible that they had a map? The option that they followed them, Morad does not even consider. She doesn't think Lihan is capable of such a thing. Jaisel is thinking about what to do now. Lihan helped them a lot no matter what. She thinks about how to thank him. Then an inner voice reminded her that the motto of their family is "We remember all grievances." But this sequel also has a hidden sequel, which sounds like we pay for kindness only if we remember it. Jaisel decides to establish a relationship with Lihan since he helped them. She tries to start a conversation, but is abruptly interrupted. One of Jaisel's people falls forward, scaring everyone. A blonde guy in a panic asks what happened. Dirigu is also trying to figure out what happened. One of the students examines the fallen and says that it may be due to severe fatigue. All the students suddenly fell silent and stared at one point, and then they also fell to the ground, scaring Jaisel. Jaisel doesn't understand what's going on. She turns around and looks at Lihan, suspecting him of something bad. Lihan looks at her darkly and with a grin. He pours the water out of the glass and apologizes for being too late. While Lihan throws back a glass of water, Jaisel grabs her head and swears because the guy poisoned the water. The girl suddenly becomes ill. With the help of the remnants of her consciousness, she says that he will not get away with it just like that. Then the girl falls to the ground unconscious, right in front of Lihan, who looks at her with an unimpressed look. The guy claps his hands and rejoices that there is one less thing to do. It may seem that Lihan has crossed the line, but if someone hates him for no reason, then he must create this reason. Dirigu jumps up from his seat and asks what Lihan has done. The blonde guy is also angry because he didn't take care that his friends would drink this water too. The red-haired girl laughs at the guys and asks them not to worry, as the students from the Tiger Tower just fell asleep. Nilia adds that they did not poison the water. The blonde guy is outraged because the girls knew about the water plan and didn't tell him anything. Lihan looks at Jaisel and thinks that he did so not out of personal motives, but because it was necessary. Lihan asks everyone to calm down. He says that it is necessary to put everyone near the pursuers. Lihan picks up Jaisel's body and goes to the exit of the cave. Dirigu asks if he is serious. Lihan asks if Durug knows what Morad really is. It's hard for him to call her a good person. Then Dirigu still agrees. He asks where they found the sleeping pills and when they managed to add it to the drinks. The red-haired girl raises her hand and is about to tell. She remembers how she and Lihan passed by the bushes with sleeping herbs. Lihan sees the sleeping herb for the first time. The girl says that if you grind it into powder and mix it with water, then this drink will make you want to sleep. The red-haired girl sighs because of the memories. She didn't expect to have to use a sleeping herb in such a situation. It's still night in the forest. Students from the White Tiger Tower are lying under the light of the moon. They still haven't woken up. The students are approached by the pursuers sent by the director. They lift the students off the ground and carry them back to the academy. Lihan and his team were watching the whole picture. The guy sighs with relief. He believes that in this way the persecutors and the director will leave. Then Lihan gets up from his seat and says that they have to complete the remaining task. The red-haired girl asks what the task is. Lihan says he wants to check the territory. Since they are all in the forest, they need to take advantage of the opportunity. For example, how far the academy wall extends. Is there really no way to get out of the academy? Lihan runs forward, followed by all the others. Dirigu asks Lihan to wait for them all. All the Dragon Tower students are very tired after running all over the forests. The blonde guy stumbles and starts to fall. The red-haired girl manages to shout out his name. Lihan approaches the young man and asks if he is okay. Gainando says he hit his hip and he wants to eat. Lihan looks at Daruga and realizes that he is also very tired while helping Gainando climb the mountain. Nilia touches the trunk of the tree and says they need to turn on the light. She assumes that they will not be noticed in this part of the forest. Nilia says that everyone gets tired because they walk in the dark. The young man says that if so, then he will turn on the light with his magic wand. The guy is happy that the light has appeared. He's going to continue on his way. But someone's voice is heard behind, demanding to turn off the light. The light prevents someone from sleeping. The guy gets scared, turns around to find out whose voice it was and what kind of creature is hiding in the forest. The other students also heard the voice. Nilia asks where this voice comes from. Darugu is also trying to figure out who is talking to them. A voice from the forest ordered the students to be quiet. The voice comes from the direction of a huge tree. The tree says that if the students answer his questions correctly, then it will treat them as guests. But if students make a mistake, they may think that they are not welcome here. This is at best. Lihan looks at the tree, puzzled. The tree says they're starting. The riddle sounds like this. A certain dwarf lit 5 candles late at night, but 2 of them were extinguished by a strong wind. The dwarf got angry and locked all the windows and doors in the room. The question is as follows: how many candles are left lit? The guy grins, thinking that this is a trick riddle. Someone would have thought that there were 3 candles left, but over time, everything will go out. Lihan, having considered his answer, is about to answer, but Gainando is ahead of him and shouts out the wrong answer. 3 candles remained lit. Lihan asks Gainando to stop, but the tree interrupts them and says that the blonde guy's answer turned out to be correct. Lihan didn't understand why Gainando answered correctly. He also wisely considered his option, which is definitely more correct. Lihan asks if not all the candles will eventually go out. The blonde guy rubs his nose and is proud that he answered correctly. The blonde guy asks if it's not logical to use enchanted candles that don't burn out. Lihan is angry because of the Society of Magicians. The tree says that the students will be its guests, but he's kind of sad, and he doesn't want to end up with riddles. Then the tree suggests asking a couple more questions, and the one who answers correctly will receive a gift from him. Lihan immediately agrees. The tree is preparing to ask the second question. The red-haired girl wants to try to answer, and Gainando says that his friends can rely on him. The second riddle sounds like this: in the morning it is huge, at lunch it decreases, in the evening it grows, and at night it disappears. Who it could be? Nilia asks who. Everyone else was thinking too. The red-haired girl can't even imagine. Lihan rubs his tie and is about to answer. The guy replies that it is a shadow that is behind the person. The tree says that the answer is correct. The red-haired girl started up. Gainando wonders how Lihan was able to guess the answer. Lihan recalls that he often heard these riddles in his past life from outsiders, so it was not difficult for him to guess. This riddle was correctly solved by the king of Thebes, Oedipus. This riddle is quite strange and it changes over time, but people give the same answer all the time. Lihan thinks that the repertoire of riddles is the same in different worlds or not. The tree says that the young man is a very smart student. The guy looks at the tree, which begins to conjure and welcome them all to his, one might say, home. With the help of the magic of the tree, the environment is transformed. Instead of a dark forest, a green edge appears. All students are amazed by the modification of the place. They notice that magical spirits are floating in the air. One of the branches of the tree brings Lihan a wooden mug with a strange green drink. The tree suggests that Lihan is very tired after a long journey and would like to rest, so it suggests that he at least refresh himself with a drink. Lihan has no choice but to accept the drink and thank him for it. The young man notices that the drink smells like vegetable juice. Lihan takes a sip of this strange drink and feels like all the fatigue gathered in his muscles has disappeared. It was as if he had drunk a sip of cold water after running at full speed on a hot summer day. While the guy is admiring the drink, everyone else feels the terrible smell of the drink and does not understand how it can be drunk. The tree says that the liquid is made from plants. It asks if they like the drink. Lihan says that the taste is excellent and asks for more supplements. When Lihan is about to take another mug with a drink, the branch is pulled back and does not allow this to be done. The tree asks first to tell who Lihan is, because the tree still does not know his name. The guy puts his hand on his chest, bows and calls his name. The tree asks for his last name. The guy says his last name and the tree either screams out of fright or out of rage. Lihan is surprised that even the trees know his family. The tree apologizes and says that there are various rumors about his family. The guy falls silent, thinking about what he heard, then a branch lands on his head. The tree says that since he first gave his first name, and not his last name, then for sure he will become a great magician. The tree sharply asks the young man what they were doing so late in the forest. The blonde guy choked because of this question, and Lihan frowned. Lihan puts his hand on his chest and, smiling, says that he and his friends enjoyed a night walk. The redhead is shocked by what has been said. The tree asks if they are accidentally looking for a way that will help them get out of the academy. Only the first week has passed since entering the academy. Then it asks why they are trying to leave. Is it really so difficult to study there? Lihan replies that there are reasons for that, which are difficult to tell. Lihan asks the spirit to give them advice. To the side are Nilia and Durugu. The girl looks at the spirit with wings, and the guy can't finish the drink because of the disgusting taste. The tree says that there is a way out, but beginners can't get to it. It will be too difficult. Lihan is silent thoughtfully. Then, after thinking something over, Lihan asks the tree to tell how far the wall extends. The tree spirit replies that they won't know that either. The wall is full of magic spells. If you touch them recklessly, you can suffer a lot. Lihan clenches his fist and thinks about the spoken words of the tree. It turns out that to get out of the academy, it is useless to look for the end of the wall. The tree puts a branch on Lihan's shoulder and tells them not to force themselves to look for a way out at the moment. It may seem to them that these places are quiet, but all the monsters that are in hibernation will wake up in a few weeks. Lihan puts his hand on his chest and bows again, thanking the spirit of the tree for useful information. The tree chuckles and says to just look at Lihan. He doesn't see a drop of doubt in the guy's eyes. On the contrary, he began to think more actively and not give up his goal. The tree thinks it will be interesting for him to watch Lihan and his attempts to escape from the academy. Also, the tree reminds of a gift. The guy hears strange sounds and notices how the ground is shaking, and then branches appear in front of him. There is something inside the branches. The guy asks what it is. The thing is very similar to a magic staff. Lihan recalls Professor Kim's words that for a magician an artifact is like an arm or a leg. Among all the artifacts, the staff is needed the most. New students are gradually becoming disillusioned with what the academy has provided them. But on this day, the first student received his new staff. Lihan holds a wooden staff in his hands, which is shrouded in magic. Everyone is looking enthusiastically at the artifact that Lihan received. The tree asks what Lihan can say about his staff. Lihan says that the staff is warm and full of life. A strange natural magic envelops him. The tree is surprised. It moves the branch towards the young man again, thinking that after all it correctly decided that Lihan is an unusual young man. The tree says that this staff has a spirit. At that age, it should have been difficult for him to notice his mama, but the young man still managed. The tree says it will learn about the power of the staff when it uses it. The young man asks if the spirit of the tree can tell about it. The spirit of the tree says that this is not necessary, since the guy himself will find out everything over time. The tree thinks about the character and talent of the young man. They reminded him of Vardanaz, a psycho who lived 100 years ago. The spirit of the tree understands that the blood of Vardanaz definitely flows in the young man, but whether he will become the same madman is still unclear. Dawn is coming in the forest. The tree says that it's time for the students to return, since they stayed at his house. Suddenly, the spirit of the tree opens a portal and all the students are sucked back to the edge of the forest. The spirit of the tree finally tells Lihan not to use magic in the vicinity of the forest. The magic of the staff is too strong and will knock down all the neighboring trees. All students fall to the edge of the forest. The fall was quite strong, so many groan because of joint pain. Lihan hears the voice of the tree spirit again, who tells him to remember about the riddle he told him. It is this riddle that will serve as his answer. When all the students got out at dawn, the undead and the director with the other students were no longer in the forest. Like it was all a dream, all the students came down from the mountain at dawn. Then Lihan dragged and threw his tired body on the bed. Someone was running all along the corridor to Vardanaz's room. Then Lihan was called by his last name from the corridor. Lihan, with a sleepy face, looks out from behind the door and asks what happened and why they are knocking on his door. A guy with green hair and glasses on the bridge of his nose apologizes for bothering him, and then tells him that something emergency has happened. The principal asks all students to gather outside. Lihan immediately understands what the essence of the meeting of all students will be. This news cheered Lihan up. The guy assumes that the director is trying to figure out which of the students tried to escape. The guy decides that at such a moment it is necessary to behave as usual. He says he will wake everyone up and bring them outside. It's a warm sunny day outside. There are various platforms in front of the academy and students are talking everywhere. Students are approached by people in robes offering to taste various goodies from their baskets. Lihan wonders what's going on. All these venues and goodies, it's all very much like a festival. Lihan, holding a treat, thought that judging by the atmosphere, the director is not trying to find out who exactly tried to escape. So what was he up to then? The director greets everyone. There are 3 people standing on the main stage. The director asks you to pay attention to him. He says that their academy was visited by the priests of their empire, so he asks for the applause of the students. Lihan thinks that the director unexpectedly gave the priests such a solemn meeting. One woman from the priests thanks the wasp-gone adults. She is sure that he is very busy teaching students, but still managed to find time for them. The director can't believe that they understand what a predicament he is in. This makes him incredibly happy. Then the director becomes many times bigger and asks to tell His Majesty that they need to increase the budget in order to unearth new ancient magic. A woman from the priests laughs nervously and says that this is not in their competence. The other priests are trying to hide. Lihan finally understands what's going on. Apparently, everyone is becoming like that, despite what kind of world they are in when it comes to budget problems. Under the dissatisfied gaze of the director, the woman asks to omit this topic. It is an honor for them to meet new students. She says that they are just humble servants who want to present several orders. Lihan suspects that people are not ordinary priests. The young man feels their incredible mana, but they don't look like magicians. At this moment, the director approaches him and says that they are very entertaining. While the director shows the young man 2 fingers, greeting him, Lihan is scared because he did not understand how he got so close to him. The director says that he understands that the priest's mana is so special that it refers to divine power. Lihan begins to understand why he had this strange feeling when the priests appeared. The director asks him if Lihan can recognize mana. The guy understands that he said too much and now the director will have questions. The director asks Lihan why he is trying to hide his talent. He adds that there are few students like him. The young man thinks that he lacks talent, and the director says that on the contrary it is enough. He asks Lihan to be more confident in himself and from now on to prove himself. The guy is a little puzzled by the director's speech. He's trying to figure out what the director means. Lihan says that this is the first time he sees a priest. The director is not surprising, because the young man is from the Vardanaz family. The director asks a rhetorical question, and then he answers it himself, saying that the Vardanaz family, just like him, have no interest in faith. Lihan recalls that his father told him that divine power is a product of fanatical conviction. Lihan knows that there are strange rumors about his family. Lihan decides to hide his origin from the priests. The director says that the orders of priests are not strong. He wonders why they are trying so hard for the sake of useless students who can be easily bought for food. There is a lot of delicious food on the tables. It really seems very tasty. Lihan looks at the food with admiration. Then the guy turns to the director and asks him what orders he would recommend. The director starts to get angry. He asks if Lihan listened to him. Then he stops for a second and asks to clarify. The guy asked about several orders, not one. The director is interested in whether the guy wants to join several orders at once. Lihan smiles. The director clenches his fist and says he is impressed, as if Lihan thinks that he does not understand what the young man is driving at. Lihan is going to join several groups in order to benefit from each of them. The director says that he is stunned and he likes it very much. He calls the student an imposing fellow. The director thinks for a minute. First of all, I would advise the order of pressure. Self-sacrifice is welcome there, so they will welcome the young man. There is also the order of Colosso. They worship a god who loves chaos and change. They don't care if you believe in other gods. And the last order is Capolio. They worship the god of swordsmen. And perhaps they will be happy for such an eccentric guy as Lihan. Lihan thinks that the director knows that he attends fencing classes. This is bad news. In his life, the professor's excessive attention never ended in something good for Lihan. The director says it's time for him to leave. He waves his hand and prepares to leave. Lihan thanks him for his recommendations. The director needs to visit the students he has locked in the punishment room at the moment. The guy says goodbye and then thinks about what the director said. He jerks his head up, but the director is no longer in place. He doesn't understand what the director just said. The director uses his powers, which envelop the entire festival, and then disappears. At this moment, Lihan thinks, did the director just talk about tigers? Lihan realizes that he needs to be more careful now. Someone is calling the guy from behind, trying to shout to him. A red-haired girl named Ina was looking for him. She asks where the guy went. He recognizes the girl and tells her that he is thinking of visiting the Order of Pressure. She did not think that this order would interest the young man. The young man adds that after the Order of Pressure he is going to visit the orders of Colosso and Capolio. The girl looks gloomy but does not show it. The guy points to the basket that the girl is holding in her hands and asks what she is carrying in it. The girl remembers about the basket and takes out a sandwich from there, which she wanted to treat the young man. Lihan asks where she got such a jewel. The girl says that she took them from the Order of Flemen. They worship the god of alchemy. The girl says that her family has been donating a lot of money to them for a long time. That's why they recognized her and treated her. The guy didn't mishear. He wonders how this is possible. He thinks about why his family did not donate to any order. The girl sees that the guy has a strange look, so she asks if everything is okay with him. The guy with tears in his eyes says that it's time for him to go. He has a lot to do. There are people in robes standing near the tents. Lihan approaches them. He apologized for the intrusion and then said that he had come to address the teachings of Lord Pressing. Adherents of the Order of Pressing rushed to him, joyfully welcoming him into the order. They didn't expect anyone to seek their company on their own. Everyone looks at Lihan and wonders why he went to the Order of Pressure. They don't have the best reputation. Lihan says that he has been interested in their order for a long time, so he came to voluntarily enroll in their ranks. After that, he is asked to go inside. He turns to a pink-haired girl named Disselin and asks her to help him. The girl immediately obeys him. The guy looks at the girl. He sees a pink-haired girl with dark skin and small horns on her head. Judging by her appearance, the girl is a half-blood demon. Mixed races are very rare. If one of the ancestors signed a contract with a demon, then there is a chance that one of the heirs will inherit his traits. People avoid half-breeds because of their appearance, and usually they have a passive approach to life. The guy introduces the girl. He says her name is Disselin. She is a new student of the Phoenix Tower burning from the inside. The guy didn't know that there were other believers besides her. He says that it is quite natural that, having learned about the noble will of Lord Pressing, someone will believe in him. There are two important things to note when entering the order: what you can get from them and what you will have to do in the end. On the other hand, the Order of Pressure doesn't seem that big. The guy thinks that the truth is that there are a huge number of artifacts in this place in which he can detect mana. Lihan, looking at the artifacts, thinks about the fact that the Order of Pressure may be associated with the creation of artifacts. One of the adherents meets a woman whom he calls Madame Meride. He asks her to come in. In response, she asks if anyone wants to join their ranks of believers. The young man was alarmed at the sight of Madame Meride. A woman leaves strong footprints from her shoes. She approaches the young man and says that she is glad to meet him. Then the woman introduces herself. The young man also greets her. Lihan thinks that the woman is very fragile, but leaves behind such deep traces. The woman notices the young man's confusion. She says he must have been surprised. The woman asks him not to worry. She leaves traces because she wears artifacts. The woman clearly shows and says that the artifact is cursed and increases the body weight several times. Lihan asks why. Then, in this case, a woman wears this artifact, since it increases weight. The woman waves her hands and says that she is doing all this for the sake of the Lord of Pressure, of course. The guy looks at her questioningly. He doesn't understand what it means. The woman says that Pressure is the one who alone holds the pain of their whole world. It is the adherents of the Order of Pressure who are also obliged to share the pain of their whole world and help their god. And all this is done by wearing cursed artifacts. The guy becomes drooping after Madame Meride's story. He thinks that he has gone mad, since he already believed the words of the director and came to the order. The woman says she will understand if he does not want to follow the same path as them, because he is very difficult. The guy starts to say that in this case he will take the chance and leave, but he is interrupted. The woman says she can't help but feel disappointed, because she has already prepared an artifact for him as a welcome gift. The guy is already standing near the exit, but Madame Meride's words stop him, because she says something interesting. She begins to tell, let it be called an artifact, but she doubts that anyone would want to wear it, because he absorbs mana. The guy stops, thinking he misheard. He is very interested in what this artifact does. Lihan's weakness is an excessive mana. This is exactly what can actually help him get rid of his weakness. Then the guy runs up to the woman and asks what other effects this artifact has besides the curse. He is sure that if there is a curse, then there must be something else. The woman is silent at first, and then tells about the primary effect. Like action and reaction, there are many cases where the stronger the artifact's curse, the stronger its effect. The artifact that Madame Meride wears has the curse of being overweight, but on the other hand, it has a strong effect of increasing the divine power. The woman is silent thoughtfully at first, and then says that the primary effect of the cursed artifact is the ability to invisibility magic. Then Madame Merid looks away and says that it doesn't matter since the main problem is that this artifact absorbs the mana of its user. The woman says she can understand the student's feelings, but the guy interrupts her and asks what she is talking about. The guy puts his hand on his heart and says that he is fully prepared for any consequences of wearing this artifact. Madame Merid is amazed at the guy's enthusiasm. She thought she scared him off, which is why he decided to leave. She becomes very ashamed because she did not see how pure Lihan's faith is. The guy thinks for a second. He believes that invisibility is a great success. Then the young man smiles. The woman asks him to accept the artifact. She congratulates him on joining the Order of Pressure. Lihan opens the artifact box and sees Mr. Pressing's belt inside, which will make him invisible. Adherents of the Order appear near Lihan. Beginners always have to experience the negative effect of artifacts. One of them is sure that something terrible will happen again, so they decide to keep an eye on Lihan. The guy puts on a belt, fastens it. Nothing happens and he asks what needs to be done to activate the invisibility magic. One of the adherents looks at Lihan and says that this is impossible. Nothing happened to Lihan. The guy asks if there is any problem. The woman first looks at him with astonished eyes, and then he shakes his head from side to side and says that everything is fine. She says that the guy will be able to find the spell in the instructions from the chest. She thinks that Lord Pressing has sent them an incredible brother. The guy pulls out an envelope with instructions. He reads it and does as it says in the instructions. The guy says hiding in the night and becomes invisible. The followers see that the guy has disappeared. One of them is wondering how this is possible. Lihan became invisible. He rejoices that the spell and the artifact worked. At the same time, not partially, but completely. Amazing effect for such a strong curse. Then the guy decides to remove the spell. He reads the instructions again and says disclosure in the morning. Then the guy thinks about whether the curse really works. The guy decides that if it is strong enough, then he needs to put on more artifacts. He asks the priestess to bring another artifact, which he will wear to bear the burden of pressure. The woman admires Lihan's heroism. She calls him a wonderful follower of the order. She asks him not to put too much pressure on himself. It's too early for him to take another artifact. Lihan says he can bear the burden of another artifact. It's getting dark outside. The guy is wearing a pressure belt. He's sitting on a chair. He was not given any more artifacts. However, the young man believes that one artifact is enough for him to leave this place. The woman tells how the order began. She gave a lecture. As soon as she finished, she thanked the young man for listening to her. The guy thanks her for her instructions. The guy looks at the board and thinks that anything is possible if in return you take on a curse. The woman asks him to stop and wait. She asks him to take a basket with vegetables, bread and jam jars. She bought all these products because she thought they would be useful to the student. The guy blushes a little with delight. He is glad that he came to this order because everything is very sincere in this place. Someone is poking the guy in the back. It turns out to be the half-breed girl. She asks him to take another basket of food, tomatoes, cheese, jam jars and bread. He asks if it's not her basket. He wonders why the girl just gives it to him. The girl says that she serves Mr. Pressing, so she does not need excesses. The woman turns to Discipline, but she is already leaving. The guy thinks that this is the expected reaction from someone from the Tower of the Phoenix burning from the inside. Discipline is the complete opposite of students from other towers, in which everyone is ready to do anything for food. The guy had already taken the baskets of goodies under his armpits and was about to leave. But Madame Merid turns to Lihan again and asks if she can ask him for a favor. The woman asks Lihan to keep an eye on Discipline. As he could see, the girl is too strict with herself. The guy apologizes, trying to refuse, trying to justify the fact that they live in different dormitories. But the woman prepared another basket with all sorts of food. The guy immediately accepts another basket, which contains a lot of tomatoes, cheese, milk and jars of jam. Lihan puts it on his head and, raising his thumb up, says that all this is not so important anymore, so he will fulfill the woman's request. He says she can rely on him. The priestess thanks the young man, calling him a brother. It's already sunset outside. Birds are flying over the tents. At this time, Lihan and Discipline go back to the dorm. The guy asks the girl if he can call her the priestess Discipline. She answers how convenient it is for him. The guy tries to keep up the conversation. He asks Discipline how they live in the Tower of the Phoenix burning from the inside. He heard that people don't communicate at all. The girl is confused and then enthusiastically says that they pray all day, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and at night. Then the girl adds that there are students who go to the forest or to the mountain at night to pray. The guy stops and asks if it is normal for students to go to the forest or mountains at night and pray there, because there is a curfew in dormitories. The girl leans towards the basket and says that they are allowed to do this because of special circumstances. The guy smiles. He thinks that priests may not follow the rules regarding time. Thus, if he finds and puts on their robe, then he will have more time and activity, and also the opportunity not to be afraid to arouse suspicion from the director. The guy asks if he can get a priest's robe. The girl instantly becomes very serious. Discipline is silent for several seconds. Then he speeds up, walking forward, and says that the curse will not become weaker if the guy just puts on a robe. The guy is trying to keep up with the girl. He says he knows about it, and then he informs that he needs a robe in order to better understand the Lord of Pressure. The girl looks at him in surprise. Discipline sighs. She says that if so, she will bring it to Lihan at their next meeting. The guy thanks the girl. He is very enthusiastic. Lihan thinks that he will just continue in the same spirit to prepare for the escape. The guy imagines how he puts on a robe, a pressure belt, and escapes from the academy with the help of their forces. Suddenly, the guy asks the girl if she eats well and if she has enough food, which she receives at the Magic Academy. The girl makes a serious face. She shakes her head from side to side and says that the amount of food she has now is enough for her. The guy turns around and says that the priestess is very worried about the girl. Discipline was alarmed. She didn't think Madame Mary was so worried about her. Then the guy continues and says that the woman asked him to make sure that the girl takes good care of herself. The girl drooped at the young man's words. The guy notices the girl's drooping mood, so he decides to invite her to come to him from time to time and have lunch with him. The girl stops. The young man's proposal led her into a stupor, but still, she thinks it's a good idea, so she agrees to have lunch with the guy. After hearing the girl's answer, the guy continued to walk on, thinking that Discipline had fallen into his trap. The guy, looking at the picture with various food, thinks that he cannot disappoint the person who gave him so many precious gifts. The guy gets gloomy, thinking that it's worth Discipline to start having lunch with him and he will turn into a grandmother who fattens her grandchildren on vacation. It's already night at the academy. Huge towers stand in complete silence. Not even a sound is heard from the students' rooms. Meanwhile, a man with a bushy beard is sitting in the professor's meeting rooms and drinking some kind of drink from an iron mug. After drinking tea, the man closes his eyes and smiles with pleasure. The tea in his mug became even tastier after Lihan came to the academy. All the professors are sitting at the table. In the middle, a huge skull hovers above the table, which is the director. Someone asks why they are all gathered. Professor Kim, smiling, says that he thinks the reason for the gathering of all the professors lies in basic writing training. The woman turns to the director and asks, still smiling, if the professor has been appointed for this lecture. The professor with the bushy beard chuckles questioningly. He had heard that this discipline was taught by Professor Vendazal. Professor Kim says that Professor Vendazal left to look for the unicorn, never returning. The woman bows her head thoughtfully, and due to the fact that there is still no news from Professor Vendazal, she assumes the worst-case scenario. The director abruptly interrupts her and asks all the teachers not to worry about Professor Vendazal, adding that he has already prepared a replacement. All the teachers were alarmed because of this news. One of the professors even got up from his seat. They didn't think that the director would find a replacement so quickly. Professor Kim asks how the director found a replacement so quickly. One of the teachers, who had a scar on the floor of his face, says that in such situations it becomes clear about what it is clear why the skull is the director. A professor with a bushy beard asks who exactly will be the new professor who will conduct basic writing training. The director again asks everyone to calm down, as the new teacher will be Gromove Choidar. Professor Kim was very pleased with the new teacher. She starts clapping her hands, as she is sure that she will do a great job. The scarred professor says that Choidar is a very famous adventurer. Everyone knows her as a person who has explored most of the wildlife outside the empire. A professor with a bushy beard slaps his hand sharply on the table, attracting the attention of all the teachers. The man asks why she is the one. Really, there were no other worthy candidates. He sinks down and buries his face in the table. He is not happy with the new teacher since she is his aunt. Einrogard says he can't stand her because she's always voicing her dissatisfaction. The director spreads his hands and says that you need to accept the fact that he hired the best professor. The director doesn't care what principles she adheres to. It's getting light at the academy. It's already day outside. Birds are flying in the sky and the sounds of students waking up can be heard. Someone's gloved hand is substituted to invite the chick to land. The chick sits on the hand of a woman who is very happy. A woman stands near a tree. She has a very menacing look, and behind her is a huge frightening shadow. The woman says that it's time for the lesson. All students go out for morning workouts on the street. A huge crowd gathers right near the entrance to the building. One of the students comes out of the crowd, holding out his hand, and says that he is glad that the time has come for this subject. He was waiting for him very much. All students are happy that they will continue their basic horse riding training again. One student says that riding a horse is a basic skill of aristocrats. The girl confirms his words. Lihan notices that they are nervous. The guy looks at the sky and thinks that the lesson will take place calmly and without incident, since the students are already familiar with the subject of the lesson, so it should be easy. Suddenly, a huge bird flew in and started cawing loudly. All the students were alarmed. They were trying to figure out what kind of sound they heard. One of the students points out that everyone should look at the sky. The next second, the bird starts flying at speed right at them. Everyone starts panicking. Someone shouts that it's time for them to run. The bird croaks loudly and prepares to attack Gainando, who can't move from the shock. He just stares in horror at the approaching bird. Then the bird croaks even louder, which is why the guy still comes to his senses and begins to try to escape from it in horror. The guy does not have time to run away. The bird grabs him with its claws and takes him very far away, cawing already at times quieter. Everyone is standing and watching as the bird takes Gainando away. The guy himself in his claws screams and in tears asks to save him. All the students are alarmed. One of them asks Gainando to stay calm. A red-haired girl shouts after him. Lihan stands up, indicating with his hand to calm down and bend over. He tells everyone not to move and not to attract the bird's attention, as it is dangerous. All the students immediately fall to the ground. Someone even covered his head from fear, hoping that the bird would not grab him. Lihan swears, although in fact, such things have ceased to surprise him. He had seen many strange things in all his lives. The bird rises up again. It flies right over Lihan. A strong wind sweeps by the guy, from which he tries to hide with his hand. The guy thinks about where this bird came from. They were supposed to start basic riding training right now. He hears someone asking where the director is. He turns around and sees a girl pointing at a bird, shouting that this should be the best academy. So why do they have such problems with security then? The guy who was next to the girl tried to calm her down. The girl demands that he let her go. She screams that it's all the academy's fault. The bird abruptly appears right behind the backs of these students. They fall silent and stand, unable to move because of the shock. The bird begins to croak loudly. The girl looks horrified and asks her to stop, and then apologizes. The guy next to me doesn't even move. The bird grabs the guy. He only has time to cry out in surprise, and the girl does not have time to react at all. The guy realizes that he has fallen into the claws of a strange bird. He had already set himself up for the worst outcome. Lihan looks at another student who was dragged away by a bird, and thinks that if everyone had listened to him and not moved, this would not have happened. It seems strange to Lihan that the bird took away a guy who behaved much quieter than the girl who made a noise. Suddenly a thought comes to Lihan. He suggests one option that may turn out to be true. Gainando and the ash-haired guy are already unconscious, hanging from the claws of the bird. By their appearance, you can tell that they are very ill. Lihan assumes that the bird chooses victims by hair color, so he takes his mantle and covers himself with it. Apparently, this bird reacts to shiny hair. Someone comes up to Lihan from the side and says that he is really an amazing guy. I realized who could become the target of the bird and on what basis. Lihan first turns around to understand who is talking to him, and then notices a guy who came up to him, and recognizing him, he was very surprised. A guy with dark hair and a mole on his chin appears in front of Lihan. His uniform shows that he is from the Tiger Tower. All the other students notice him and start pointing their fingers at him. They remember the guy. One is pointing his finger at a student from the Tiger Tower, shouting for everyone to look. According to him, the tiger guy is trying to hurt Vardanaz again. The same guy continues his speech. He turns to his friends and says that at the moment they can't hide. On the contrary, they should unite. The guy asks them to stop and tries to justify himself. He says that he has not been on the side of Morad for a long time. Guys are wrong. Suddenly, a girl with snow-white hair appears in front of him and says with full confidence that she vouches for him. Everyone else looks at the guy with the girl and is a little surprised that the princess herself vouches for him. If so, then they calm down. Lihan asks how the princess knows the guy from the Tiger Tower. Have they known each other for a long time? The guy puts his hand on his chest and says that he is a knight serving the princess. He calls his name Rowan. Lihan asks again after hearing about the fact that Rowan serves the princess. The guy remembers that they were forbidden to bring servants and guards to the academy. Lihan comes to the conclusion that there are always loopholes in the rules. It is impossible to bring a servant, but the academy will not mind if he enters as a student. Lihan looks up. He sees a bird with Gainando in its paws. He feels sorry, because the guy is also a member of the imperial family. Rowan turns to Vardanaz and says that he would like to ask him for help in one case. The knight points to the bird and says that even though it has slowed down, they do not know how it will behave further. That is why Rowan asks Lihan to lead the command over the students in order to stop the bird and save the guys who fell into its clutches. Lihan is a little dumbfounded. He does not understand why he was offered to lead the command. The guy starts to look for an excuse and try to refuse, but someone's hand falls on his shoulder and he abruptly falls silent. One of them put his hand on Lihan's shoulder and told him to do it, as they could trust him. He asks to lead them with honor. Lihan is getting gloomy because of what is happening. He is trying to figure out whether he disobeyed or not, and they really asked him to lead the command. Everyone else starts shouting and supporting the idea that Vardanaz has become commander-in-chief. They are eager to fight and ready for any orders. The guy's such attention from all sides confuses him. He doesn't want to do this. Rowan is watching all of this. The knight recalls how a few days ago, he learned a terrible truth that he did not want to accept. The guy was holding a manuscript in his hands and could not believe that it was written on it that the head of the Blue Dragon Tower was Vardanaz, not Lihan. Rowan does not understand how this could happen, because the commander's abilities were exceptional even before entering the academy. The guy clutches the manuscript in his hands. He thinks there must be some reason why the head of the Blue Dragon Tower is not a princess. He is going to figure out this issue on his own. In the present tense, Rowan looks at Lihan with eyes sparkling with anger. He's going to reveal the secret. Rowan could not understand, because it was difficult to guess that Lihan had won the trust of the students with the help of food. All the students were sitting around the fountain, throwing their robes over themselves so that they could not be grabbed by a bird. Lihan was able to come up with a pretty thoughtful plan. He asks if anyone has a shiny thing. The girl with red eyes nods positively and hands Lihan a mirror. The guy is happy, because this is what you need. Lihan is going to lure the bird with something shiny. Students stand behind him and try to support him. Lihan takes off his hood and, showing a mirror, shouts to the bird to see him and fly straight to him. The mirror glitters in the light. The bird immediately notices the glitter and flies straight towards the guy at full speed. Lihan turns around and shouts to the other students to get ready. The plan worked. All students stand in a row and try to form a wall. Most of them are shivering and hiding, as the bird is still a danger. Lihan stands right behind the wall formed by the students. The bird flies straight towards them, but Lihan needs it to fly even closer. Then the guy jumps to his feet and shouts that the right moment has come. He takes out his staff, bestowed by the spirit of the tree, and casts the spell light. The bird practically flew up to the guy. At this moment, the staff illuminates the whole neighborhood, thereby blinding the bird. She croaks loudly and flies away in the opposite direction from Lihan. The guy twirls his staff in his hand. He thinks that if it's just a huge bird, then the best way was to surprise and scare it. The guy turns around and hears the rest of the students say that he is amazing and that they did not doubt him. One of the students says that at first there were still some doubts, but later he dispelled them. The rest also recognize the guy as great. Lihan coughs a little and asks about what to do with Gainando and the silver-haired guy. Then the guy hears some strange sounds from the trees. He turns around at the sound to see what is making it. Someone's loud scream is heard and Gainando falls right into Lihan's hands, and a silver-haired guy falls on another student. Students immediately examine the injured guys. They look unwell. The same strange sound is heard again, but from the other side. A figure stands on one of the trees and apparently calls a bird to him. The bird buries itself in the figure. The mysterious figure strokes the bird's beak and praises for the work done. She is sure that the bird was very scared. Then a girl jumps down from the tree. She lands without moving, and then he gets up and takes off his glasses, greeting the students and saying that he is glad to meet them all. All the students were not impressed. They were trying to figure out who it was and why she jumped off the tree. Lihan is not surprised that what happened so suddenly and was very strange. The guy assumed that the test with the bird was arranged by the professor. Lihan begins to compare the woman with his bearded professor. He concludes that they are very similar. He assumes that they are relatives. Then the guy shrugs off this seemingly logical thought and thinks that it is impossible to be so biased. But suddenly a hand is placed on his shoulder from behind. The woman with the creepy smile says that the guy has a huge potential. This gesture reminds him of Yugal, who once also put his hand on his shoulder with a terrible grimace. The guy understands that he is experiencing a strong deja vu. All the students approach Lihan and the woman who stands next to him. They are wondering if the professor is next to Lihan and what is going on. The guy leans towards the woman, since she is small, and asks if she is a relative of Professor Uegulm. The woman starts laughing. She points to herself and says that she is his aunt. The guy doesn't believe that he guessed right after all. The guy bows his head and thinks that it's time for him to stop standing out in front of professors. Otherwise, he will regret it very much. Behind them, other students put their hand on Lihan's shoulder. They point the finger up and tell the professor that Lihan is Professor Uegulm's best student. They say that a professor with a bushy beard even invited Lihan to his hut to help with something. He says that there is no need to tell anything about him. The woman touched her face with her hand and wondered if all this was true. If this is really true, then Lihan has potential. Vardanez turns to the woman. He sees that she is smiling and thinking about something. The guy realizes that it's too late. The woman raised her voice a little, attracting their attention. She greets everyone once again and introduces herself as a thunderous Choidar. She tells the students that Professor Vendazal was supposed to teach them, but he went on a mission to look for a unicorn. Everyone is surprised by this news. One of the students raises his hands in delight and says that the Thunder Choidar is the most famous researcher. Lihan looks gloomier for a minute and looks away, because he doesn't understand why no one cares that another teacher is missing. The woman turns to the bird and asks if anyone can guess why she came to class with the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is a terrible monster whose body is larger than that of other birds. The movements are furious, and there is a special ability to control lightning, thunder, and whirlwind. Lihan thinks about why the professor brought a huge monster. He believes that it is time for the Empire to come to this educational institution with a check. One of the girls suggests that in a semester they should learn to ride a Thunderbird. One of the guys comes forward and confirms her words. The woman starts laughing loudly. She says that they should not learn to ride a Thunderbird, since they will not ride it even in 10 years. Then the professor points his finger at Lihan and demands that he try to guess why she came with the Thunderbird. Lihan replies that the professor has brought a Thunderbird to see who and how will react to a dangerous monster. One of the guys grins, heard the answer. He says that this can't be, because this is a riding training session. The professor confirms that Lihan answered correctly. She laughs and says that it is now clear to her why her nephew saw potential in Lihan. The woman says that you can never predict what danger you will have to face during the journey. That's why training is needed. The woman asks the students not to worry too much, since the basis of their classes will be learning to ride. All the students really exhaled. The woman calls the students to her and calls them to come into the stable. She asks Vardanez to make sure that everyone goes. The woman lets go of the bird, then she says that now Lihan will help her teach the lesson. The guy agrees, but mentally cries. All students go in an even line behind Professor Lihan. No one has any idea how far they still have to go. The professor says that the horse is the main animal for riding in their empire. The one who cannot cope with it will not be able to ride other animals. While the students are yawning out of boredom, the woman continues that if they are going to choose someone more difficult, they will first have to master horse riding perfectly. Lihan turns around, he looks at the other students and realizes that they are very bored. He thinks that they know how to ride a horse. The woman turns around and silently looks at Lihan. The guy looks at her questioningly, waiting for her to say something. The woman just smiles benevolently at him. Lihan looks at her in horror, not understanding how he caused such a reaction in her. Lihan feels something strange. He turns to the red-haired girl and tells her to be more attentive. Juna doesn't understand what the guy is telling her. Lihan looks ahead thoughtfully. He understands that their lesson will not just be about horse riding. Surely the professor has come up with something. All students approach the old wooden shed. From it came the sounds of hooves and clacking. A woman and students walk forward. The professor says that this place is Einrogard's stable. All the students are amazed. Students approach the horses and try to stroke them. One of the guys asks if they will ride them. The professor is holding his backpack in his hands. She smiles and asks if the students want to ride horses. Everyone responds positively in chorus. The woman takes out a glass with straws. She says you have to earn a good horse. She suggests that everyone draw a straw. In the end, everyone drew straws. The first was Gainando. He was very happy and excited. All the other students envied him and wondered why he was able to draw a successful straw, because he doesn't know anything much about horses. The guy runs ahead and chooses a horse for himself. He stops by a huge dark horse with fierce eyes and says that he chooses him. Jonah notices that the horse looks very aggressive, so this choice was not the most successful. Lihan did not understand why he chose such a furious horse. The guy explains his choice by saying that the horse should be big and strong. He asks everyone to look at how the horse leaned into his palm. Then the horse suddenly hits his muzzle to Gainando, who clearly did not expect this, so he began to fall back on his back. Everyone ran up to the guy to check his condition. They didn't expect the horse to hit him either. Gainando was lying on the ground, as if he had given up his spirit. Lihan asks if Gainando is okay. He lies down and tries to answer, but only a wheeze comes out. Lihan picks up the guy. One of the students chuckled at Gainando. He says that these things happen to those who choose an aggressive horse. The guy comes up to the horse and starts stroking it. He says that size is not important, the horse just needs to be affectionate. This horse suddenly opened its mouth and bit the student, pinching his head between its teeth. The guy didn't understand how this could happen. The student asks for help. One of the guys says that the students from the Blue Dragon are ignorant. He reproaches him for not even being able to cope with the horse. Then a horse sneezes at this guy himself, tries to dodge, but to no avail. Students don't understand why horses are so aggressive, why horses try to hit everyone. Lihan is also trying to figure out what's going on. One of the horses taps its hoof and then rises and makes an intimidating sound, which scares one of the girls very much. All the horses abruptly became aggressive. The students are shocked. They have no idea what could have made them like this. Loud laughter is heard behind Lihan's back. The professor appears. She reminds that they will be engaged in horse riding training. Then the woman raises her index finger and says that their first task will be to get along with the local horses. A student sitting next to Lihan says that this is very mean. The woman, grinning, raises her hand and says that they can become friendly if you treat them with love and care. The professor then points his finger at the students and says that their goal is for them to get closer to one horse. Based on the behavior of horses, Lihan thinks that they are definitely unusual. The professor must be hiding something. He decides to choose the most affectionate. The professor suddenly puts his hand on Lihan's shoulder and says that he was following her. The guy turns around and looks gloomily at the woman. He agrees, but does not expect anything good. They approach the paddock where there is a very beautiful white horse. The woman says she can't give her nephew's beloved student an ordinary horse, so she tells him to take this one. One of the students says that it is expected that the professor chose a horse for Lihan. One of the guys is angry because he got an easy and affectionate horse. The woman turns around and cheerfully says that the students do not understand anything. They are right that it is a good horse, but at the same time it is the most aggressive and selective. By the look of the horse, it is difficult to say that it is aggressive. While the woman is feeding straw to the horse, she says it will be easier to tame the monster than the horse she chose for Lihan. The guy understands this phrase in his own way and cheerfully asks if he will get some kind of bonus if he can still tame the horse. The woman gives a thumbs up and happily says that he can easily cope since he was able to deal with the Thunderbird. It's still a warm sunny day outside. Lihan brings the professor to his nephew's hut. The door to the hut opens and a gloomy Jergulm comes out of it. He tries to pretend that he is glad to see his aunt. He wonders what brought his aunt to his cabin. The woman waves to him and, smiling, says that hello is what her nephew should have said in the first place. The woman does not wait for an invitation to the house and voluntarily goes inside to see how her nephew lives. The man frowns. He is not happy about the unexpected arrival of his aunt. But what angers him most is that she enters his house uninvited and inspects everything. Uegulm turns to Lihan and asks what's the matter. The guy frowned. He says that the professor asked him to take her to Uegulm's hut. The woman goes deep into the house and starts coughing because of the dust. She notes the amount of dust and asks when was the last time Jergulm cleaned. The woman sighs and tells him that he should find a nice girl. She asks how much longer he plans to stay alone. The man loudly asks if Lihan has lunch. The guy is very scared of his professor, but does not show it and pretends to be hungry. The man immediately runs up to Lihan and asks him to sit down. The woman looks at Lihan and says because he has a growing body, he can't skip meals. The woman shows an approving gesture and, smiling, tells Lihan to eat well, because she will cook something from Oriental cuisine. The man tries to dissuade his aunt, but the woman turns around with a menacing look and a knife in her hands, as if showing that she should not be contradicted. The man sits down at the table directly opposite Lihan, and he sighs heavily because his worst experiences have come true. The man looks at Lihan and is about to ask a question, and then notices something strange. Uegulm stops and then slaps the table and asks what Lihan has under his mantle. The guy has a green glimmer seeping under his mantle. Lihan understands what the man is talking about and takes out the very thing. Lihan has a staff in his hand, which was given to him by the spirit of the tree. Magic envelops him all over. The man looks at the staff with delight and asks where Lihan got it from. The man feels the spirit of the forest from him. Uegulm asks again where Lihan could have gotten a new staff. The guy freezes, thinking about the answer because he can't tell about the escape. The guy looks at the window and on the move comes up with the idea that he happened to be in the forest and accidentally met the spirit of the oak. The man scoffs and asks to let him guess that he accidentally found the staff. The guy does not look suspicious and, smiling, says that life is a chain of accidents. The man immediately guesses that Lihan was trying to lie. Jurgolm asks if the tree has made riddles to him before deciding whether to hand over the staff or not. Lihan asks how the professor found out about it. Jurgolm exhales, folds his hands on the table and says that this is a fairly well-known spirit. He remembers a huge tree and says that riddles can be boring, but the spirit of the tree is quite wise. Lihan jumps up and asks the man if there is any special effect from the staff. Lihan thinks that the professor's words give the impression that this is a secret spirit. In that case, could his staff possess a great ability? The guy imagines himself with a staff and thinks whether the staff will make him invisible while in his hands or maybe allow him to use spiritual magic. Lihan's thoughts are interrupted by a dish that is placed on the table in front of him. The woman confirms all thoughts about the staff. The young man can't believe it, and he asks her again. She replies that it is because the staff is great for farming. The guy imagines how with the help of a staff he is engaged in weeding the earth. At first he does not understand, and then he is horrified. Jurgolm begins by saying that since the staff has already been given to Lihan by the spirit of the tree, then most likely it works wonders when you take care of nature. The guy becomes wilted. The man tells Lihan that he will have to do the beds anyway, so it will come in handy. The woman asks the guy what he plans to plant and offers his help. The guy replies that he plans everything he can eat. She tells him to finish his meal and go with her. The professor and Lihan leave the house. They pass to the beds. The woman points at them while Lihan stands with a basket and a tool in his hands. There are potatoes and sweet potatoes in the basket. The woman says they will come in handy. They don't ripen soon, but the guy will be grateful when the time comes. Lihan confirms her words with a smile. The guy gets to work. He decides that he will look at life more optimistically. The guy plants potatoes, thinking that he was told that the staff would be very useful in agriculture. Zerda shouts that Vardanez has approached her. The guy says that he will come up now and is going to get off the ground. Suddenly, the potato sprout that he planted began to glow, and the next second magic enveloped him and he began to grow. The sun's rays illuminate a huge tower in which there are starving students. They're all hungry. One of the guys notices that someone has entered their tower. It's as if he sees a ray of light. This person turned out to be Lihan. Lihan greets everyone and says that he has come. His figure is illuminated by light, and in his hands he has a basket with food. Everyone sees a basket full of vegetables, cheese and milk. All the students turn to him, asking what kind of food he has in his basket. After what they saw, they cheerfully greet the guy. They weren't expecting someone with food. Lihan remembers how he received a ton of thanks from the professor before leaving. The woman collected a whole basket of food for him, and Jurgolma, on the contrary, left empty-handed. The girl looks at the basket with admiration and says that she did not expect anything less from Vardanez. He once again saved everyone from starvation. Lihan imagines himself as a huge bird that feeds hungry chicks in the nest. The guy notices that the students have changed a lot over the past couple of weeks. The guy puts his hand on the basket with food and says that the students must be hungry. He asks them to wait a little while he cooks the soup. Lihan rolled up his sleeves and went to put the pot on the fire. All the students watch with admiration as Lihan peels carrots. The red-haired girl looks at the guy, smiling, thinking that he looks like an experienced alchemist in business. Vardanez cooks very well. The guy tastes the resulting soup and, licking his lips, says that the soup turned out very tasty. He is glad that he can feed his friends. The guy turns to the students and says that everything is ready so they can carry the plates. The students put their hands to their temples like soldiers and obey him. Lihan gives everyone a portion of soup. The room has a pleasant atmosphere. Everyone is enjoying the soup that Lihan made. One of the students approaches Vardanez with a question, forcing him to turn back and see what he needs. The guy with the pointy ears looks very worried. At first he is silent, pretending to be trying to make a decision, and then he says that he wants to ask him for a favor. The service is to take a portion of food to the princess. The guy performs a service. He takes a tray with a portion of soup and goes to the room that was pointed out to him. As soon as Lihan came to the door, he knocked. The princess was sitting in the room. She was reading a book when she heard that someone was actively knocking on her room. The girl opens the door. She is surprised, because she did not expect to see Vardanez. She tries to find out from him what he is doing near her room, but the guy interrupts her and says that he has prepared something and would like the girl to try it. He looks friendly. The guy passes the girl a portion of soup under her surprised gaze. He says that everyone has already received their portion, so she can not worry and eat quietly. The girl, after looking at the soup, becomes even more surprised. She looks at the soup, feeling Lihan's attentive gaze on her. The guy is waiting for the princess to taste his soup and tell her opinion about him. The girl tries one spoonful and immediately feels euphoria. She really likes it. She hadn't eaten such a delicious soup for a long time. The guy looks at the girl, waiting for an answer. He thinks about what she needs to eat at home. She must be hungry. So he leaves her in his room. The girl is a little worried. She thanks Lihan and closes the door, saying that she will repay him for his kindness. It was obvious that she felt uncomfortable. The guy slowly descends the stairs. Students who asked him for a favor, worried about the princess, run up to him and ask what the princess said. Lihan says that the girl liked it. One of the guys was so inspired that he asked Lihan to take food to the princess on a regular basis. He says he will pay twice in silver for this service. Lihan, at the word doubly, immediately became inspired and, giving a thumbs up, began to say that it was an honor for him to serve the imperial family. The guy looks at the students who are happy that Lihan agreed and thinks that they care so much about the princess. He didn't think they were so devoted to the princess. At evening classes, Lihan showed his abilities in elemental magic to a professor with dark hair. At this time, the professor thinks that his contract implies holding lectures at a certain time. Supervision of students is not part of his duties, but the man is amazed at the huge amount of mana that Lihan has. It envelops him and it's hard not to feel it. The professor thinks that he will definitely regret if he loses such a talent. He gets up from his chair and approaches the guy, clearing his throat to attract attention to himself. Lihan pays attention to the professor and immediately asks if he has any questions. Lihan thought that he realized that he was using his item for selfish purposes. The guy holds a magic ball over himself and asks the professor what the training is for. The professor looks at Lihan uncomprehendingly and asks him if he has read the synopsis. The guy falls silent and starts to get angry because the professor himself asked if he had any questions. And now he sits down impressively on a chair and does not answer. The guy doesn't know what to say about the summary, so he asks how this training will help him in battle. The professor chuckles thoughtfully. For a long time, the professor is just silent with his eyes closed. This worries Lihan. He does not understand why the professor is silent. The professor said that he should think about the answer since the question is too banal. The guy becomes drooping again and briefly replies that everything is clear to him. The professor decides to give an example. He asks Lihan to look at him and with an intimidating look says that he can handle him with a single pen. Lihan becomes gloomy. He thinks that the professor has chosen a frightening example. He does not understand why such reasoning. The professor gets up from his seat and says that the magic of the high circle is not needed in battle. Enough of what you can kill your opponent with. The professor approaches the blackboard and draws various diagrams, also explaining that when a guy rotates a spiritual stone, he trains to strengthen the power of projection magic. Even if it's the same single magic projectile, the strength will be dramatically different depending on the user. Lihan imagines how he got to the battlefield, where he is surrounded by many monsters. There's heat and noise everywhere, and an angry monster is standing right in front of him. The professor continues to tell. He says that the heat and noise of the battlefield, coupled with the atmosphere of bloodlust, will put a lot of pressure on him. However, a well-trained magician with a honed base will be able to resist even in an extreme situation. The professor directs the flow of magic directly towards Lihan. Magic is flying around the office in different corners, bouncing like a ball. Lihan manages to cover himself up. When it's all over, he gets out from behind the shelter to see what's going on. There is a haze in the whole office. After the magic strikes, nothing was destroyed, which is very strange. The guy looks at the place where the professor was and does not see him there. He assumes that the professor caused the explosion with 2 spells. The professor appears behind Lihan, puts his hand on his shoulder and asks if he can do the same. The guy rubs his hand where the professor's hand was. He's trying to figure out how the professor used such powerful magic and didn't even break a sweat. The professor turns around and says that, according to him, the explanation was quite exhaustive. He asks if it helped Lihan. The guy looks at the professor and thinks that during extracurricular time he managed to see him in a different light. He didn't count on any help from him. Previously, it seemed to Lihan that he was trying to shirk his duties. Now Lihan believes that everything he does in this office made sense. Finally, he had a chance to learn something new. Perhaps he will even be told what to do with a huge amount of mana. The guy decides to turn to the professor with another question. The man turns around and asks what kind of question he is interested in. Lihan says that recently he was able to use low-level control, but it is given to him very hard. The professor immediately suggests that the reason lies in the amount of mana which he has in excess. The guy is amazed at how the professor quickly realized what the problem was. Lihan suspects that the teacher knows something about this. The guy thinks that the professor will be able to offer him a realistic way out of the situation. He is interested in what the professor will teach him. The professor reaches out with his hand to Lihan and sharply grabs his wrist. Then he casts the mana drain spell. Dark magic envelops their hands. This is a very dangerous spell, so Lihan gets very scared. Lihan begins to panic because the mana drain spell is a strong and evil high circle magic that absorbs the target's mana. The guy is scared that the professor is using this strong spell on students. In his opinion, this is wrong, although it may give some result. He tries to pull his hand away and asks the professor not to do it. The professor looks at the student and demands to stand still, otherwise nothing will work. Then the professor sees Lihan. The amount of his mana can be said to be comparable to the sea with waves, which occupies the entire space. The man feels powerless against the huge flow of mana Lihan. He falls under the influence of mana and falls. Lihan gets scared. He immediately approaches the professor and asks what happened and if he is okay. The professor rises listlessly, raises his hand, putting it right in front of the young man's face, and says that he is fine. You can tell by his appearance that he feels terrible now. The man presses his palm to his forehead and says that he tried to reduce the amount of his mana, but it didn't work out. Usually, when someone has more mana than they can hold, he loses control of his power and faints, just like the professor did. Lihan raises his hand, looking at her, and thinking that if there is so much mana that even a professor like him has lost consciousness, then how much does Lihan have? The professor says that there is another way. It makes the guy very happy. The professor asks if Lihan used low-level control to lift the object into the air. This is a pretty useful skill. The guy realizes his mistake because he completely forgot about low-level control. The professor raises his index finger up and says that this is what it's all about, instinct. He points his hand at Lihan and says that it may seem to him that he has lost control, but as long as the magician's will is connected to the object, it is controlled by his instinct. Then the guy remembers the incidents in the office and realizes that he threw a stone at the director of his own free will. He tries to forget this incident. The professor continues his speech and says that instincts are strong, so he tells Lihan to use them and his ability to control mana will improve. The guy is now sure that the professor is an expert. He knew that he had placed a lot of hopes on him for a reason, because he had managed to come up with a new approach for him. The professor turns to Lihan and asks if he is ready. At this moment, he has a magic ball in his hands. From his expression, Lihan feels danger. The guy does not understand what is happening and why there are so many magic balls. He asks the teacher again about what he is going to do. The professor says that he will aim magic balls at Lihan's jaw, and the young man will have to use low-level control to defend himself. The men raise all the magic balls up with one finger and get ready to aim at Lihan. And Lihan asks if he is serious. The professor is not listening to him, throwing one of the balls directly at Lihan, as planned. The guy manages to dodge to the side. Lihan understands that he has got into a difficult situation from which he needs to get out alive. He curses and shouts, cursing the school and the professors. After a while, Lihan was on all fours, bowing his head down. The guy weakly thanks for the training. The professor approaches the young man and says that he was able to cope. He says that the young man has a good understanding of control. The guy bowed his head, so it was not visible how he was crying. He thinks that it was stupid to trust the professor of their educational institution. The professor holds out his hand to Lihan so that he can lean on it and stand up. The guy looks at her in surprise. The man goes down to him and says that he does not need to be thanked, because he solved his problem himself. The guy thinks that if he hadn't allowed it, he would have gone to another world, so there was no choice. Together they rise from the floor. The professor raises his hand, which contains something. It shows an ordinary iron ball. Then he throws it to Lihan, who should try to use low-level control to control him. The guy uses low-level control and the ball freezes in the air right in front of him. Then he casts the spell Fly. The guy orders the ball to follow his will. It indicates to move up, down, clockwise and counterclockwise. A man is watching all this. He smiles and says that Lihan is doing well. The man then tells the student to use it instead of the Star Spirit Stone for training. Lihan asks if it is too early for him because he is still inexperienced. The professor suggests trying to drive it in a circle right now. He gives one of the magic balls. The guy looking at the ball thinks that he did not succeed before. Then he uses low-level control. The ball goes up and the guy can drive it around. It used to be so difficult, but now it's already easy. The professor says that powerful experience directly affects the development of a magician. He adds that the Star Spirit Stone is a means for insufficiently capable magicians. But Lihan is no longer one of them. The man again asks Lihan to lift the ball, but this time an iron one, and circle it in the air. The professor says that when his abilities improve, he will give him a new task like this. The guy is silent at first, and then becomes gloomy. He will not be able to withstand another assignment from this professor, so he asks him again in horror. While Lihan is trying to shout to the professor, he thinks that there are two types of people in the world. Those who freeze when faced with mortal danger, and those who react faster and more powerfully than usual. Lihan belongs to the second type of people, and this means that he has the potential to become a combat magician. The professor looks at Lihan and thinks that since this is the situation, he should teach the student more effectively. The day is nearing its end, so the sun is already setting over the horizon. Two students are standing near the academy. Lihan approaches Disalin. He waves to her and asks if she has been waiting for him for a long time after class. Disalin closes his eyes and calmly waves his head from side to side, saying that not much time has passed. The girl opens her eyes and looks attentively at Lihan, mentioning one moment that worries her. She says why Lihan doesn't look good. The guy looks gloomy, remembering the balls flying at him, and says that he is fine. He's just coming back from Professor Vlad's class. The girl attracts the dark priest's robe to the guy, which he asked for so much. Lihan thanks the girl for the service. The guy in response takes out a delicious cake, which he decides to thank Disalin for finding him a robe. The girl puts her hand forward, showing that it was not worth it. The guy looks at the girl with a question. Disalin puts her hand on her heart and says that she is sure that Lord Pressing is suffering even now, and she cannot enjoy such excellent food. Lihan remembers Marid's sister and thinks that she gave him a difficult task. It is necessary to come up with something so that Disalin will go at least something. Disalin puts her bag on the bench and says she really doesn't need food. The girl asks to give it to someone who needs it. The girl takes a cup of tea out of her bag. She says there will be more than enough tea. The guy immediately comes closer and, pointing at himself with his hand, asks if he can cook it himself in this case. The girl asks Lihan if he really wants to make tea. The guy takes off his mantle and says that he is fond of various varieties of tea. It's not difficult for him. Most priests prefer bitter drinks, such as green tea or coffee, because they are easy to prepare. The guy watches Disalin and thinks that she probably expects the guy to cook something like this, but she is wrong. The guy already has an idea. Lihan builds a small fire, puts a kettle holder over it and sets the kettle itself over the fire. Lihan takes cinnamon, sugar and other spices, adding all this to the kettle to awaken the taste buds of the girl. Seeing that Lihan adds a lot of different ingredients, she rises above the table and asks the guy what he is doing. Lihan said he would make tea. The guy immediately tenses up and then asks what's wrong. He makes the most innocent appearance and says that this is how they cook in his family. He asks what's wrong. The girl, seeing the alarmed guy, immediately raises her hands and says that everything is right and he can continue. The girl starts to say loudly that the guy puts too much sugar. The guy pretends that it hurts him very much because everyone in his family cooks like that. The girl understands that she could not intentionally hurt Lihan with her words. Because of this, she becomes gloomy at the moment. The girl leans over the table and says that she will still drink the tea that Lihan will prepare. The guy pours tea into the girl's mug. He says she made a great decision. The guy pushes the cup closer to the girl, who is having doubts, looking at the prepared tea. Lihan says that he made a special tea with milk. Disalin takes the cup in his hands and still sips doubtfully, thinking about what the guy could have added to the tea. Then the girl blushes and licks her lips because she really liked the taste of tea. She didn't expect it to be so delicious. At the top of the faint sweetness spreading through the tongue, there are sharp, refreshing notes. The girl compares the taste of the hour with a tsunami of new wonderful tastes. The girl smiles and exhales with pleasure. The guy watches her and realizes that she definitely liked the taste of tea, which means the girl fell for his trick. The guy reaches out with his hand to the basket, taking out a bag from it. He's going to make the next tea. The guy plans to add sugar, nuts and cocoa to boiling water in the next tea. Then milk, after which he will mix it well. Add corn. Thus, you will get a special cocoa tea Vardanezov. The girl looks at the mug, which seems to contain tea, but its appearance is more like soup. The guy pretends to be crying and asks how she could call his family's traditional drink soup. The girl is more gloomy and asks him to stop. The girl tries one spoonful of the so-called drink and blushes. He looks at the girl, who is very quickly gaining new spoons, and thinks that she is now discovering a new world for herself. The guy smiles. This way he's going to fatten her up with Schrödinger tea. He plans to give her bread under the pretext that it is also a kind of tea. The cup from which the girl was drinking tea was empty. Disalin exhales and, smiling, says that it was very tasty for her. The guy asks that now that she knows that it's delicious, then won't she refuse again? From now on, she will have to come to this place at the agreed time. It's getting dark outside. Two figures appear near the tower. One of them tells them to go back. The second student hopes that the lessons will be more calm during the next day. Lihan watches the others. It seems that everyone has already finished classes, and everyone is returning to their towers. Lihan is dressed in a priest's robe and hides behind a tree. He specifically tracked the time of lights out, when all students should be sitting in dormitories. The guy throws a hood over himself and thinks that he looks like the most ordinary devout young priest. The guy approaches the huge gate. He does not know what traps he will come across on the way, so he will be vigilant. Fortunately for him, there was nothing on the ground floor that could be expected. Everyone has already gone to their towers. The guy thinks that for the first time he walks through the huge night halls since admission. Lihan turns the corner and decides that he should explore these places first. Then the guy notices another person. At first he thinks it's a professor, but then taking a closer look, Lihan realizes that this is a student from the Black Turtle Tower. The student from the Black Turtle Tower is clearly up to something. He walks around the building without making a sound. The student walks very strangely. He moves on tiptoe. Apparently he trained to walk silently. Rat people are not particularly welcome in the Empire because of the stereotype that they are either thieves or vagrants. Lihan would like not to be biased, but the student's intentions are clearly visible. He very quietly approaches the door and takes out a key to open some door. Lihan is going to come closer. He thinks that if they have similar goals, then this can create additional problems. Lihan approaches the student from behind and puts a magic wand under his neck, saying that if he makes even a sound, then he is finished. The student has a mask on his face that hides half of his face, but there are kinds of eyes that are very alarmed because of the appearance of Lihan. Lihan smiles and thinks about how to avoid additional problems. It would be possible to cooperate with a student from the Black Turtle Tower. The student sighs with relief and says that he was very scared because of the appearance of Lihan behind his back. He hadn't expected to see him in such a place. Lihan suggests that they both introduce themselves and get acquainted, and maybe tell the reason for their night outing. The student says that his name is Ratford. He is a professional thief belonging to the White Crow. He says that students do not ignore him openly, but he is still looking for himself outside the group. In order to prove himself in front of his peers in the tower, he began to look for a place where basic necessities are stored. After a thorough search, he found a door that probably leads to a storage room with these very essentials. The key that unlocks the door was made with his own hands without any difficulties, thanks to his talent. Lihan looks at the key and says that Ratford did a good job, since he was able to make a copy of the key. Ratford is glad of the compliment. Ratford then asks who Lihan is. He looks at him and based on his physique and actions, assumes that he is from the Tiger Tower. Lihan chuckles because of what he heard. He didn't think he would be mistaken for a Tiger Tower student. The guy says he is Lihan Vardanaz. Ratford immediately goes into a stupor. He did not expect to meet someone at such a time, especially Vardanaz, about whom the whole academy is talking. The guy is a little scared, because Lihan is the one from a great family of aristocrats. Lihan puts out his hand and asks him not to be so surprised. Lihan reaches out to Ratford and offers to act together. He thinks it would be better this way than alone. He asks if Ratford agrees. The guy jumps away from his hand and asks, waving his hands. Lihan has a high status after all, and in general, it belongs to a family of aristocrats. Lihan points at himself with his thumb and says that actually he himself suggested to him to act together, so there is nothing wrong with that. Ratford asks again. Lihan nods to him and says that it's time for them to go if they don't want to lose a lot of time. They approach the door together and Lihan asks Ratford if he can open the door with a copy of the key. He says he won't be able to open it because it's protected by magic. Ratford looks at the door more closely and thinks that it will be difficult to open the door in the usual ways. Then Lihan pays attention to the keyhole and stops. He notices a very familiar sign. Lihan asks Ratford to step aside. The guy listens to him, realizing that Lihan has come up with something, apparently. Lihan takes the key and inserts it into the keyhole. He turns it several times. The sound of the lock opening is heard and the door opens. Lihan is happy that he managed to open the door, and Ratford looks at the guy dumbfounded, not understanding how he was able to open the door. Ratford asks where Lihan got the key he used to open the door. The guy points to the key and tells that he stole it from the director's drawer. The guy did not tell Asan about this, that he found this key then in a message from the director. He did not suspect that the key could be useful to him. Ratford does not understand what Lihan was doing in the director's office and how he could have taken this key. Who is Lihan at all? Lihan becomes more serious and thinks that they need to be more careful. He is sure that there will be traps inside that will need to be passed. Radford carefully opens the door and looks inside with Lihan. They see a staircase that leads down. Lihan goes ahead and asks Radford if he will go. Radford notices something. Radford asks Lihan to stop and falls to the floor, pressing his ear to him. The guy says he hears some voices at the very bottom, so there is someone. Lihan enthusiastically asks if this is true. He was interested in how external supplies come to their academy. He assumed that the academy was using some kind of underground path. If it happened during the curfew, the students could not find out about it in any way. Lihan was sure that the provisions were at the very bottom. He tells Radford that they need to go. Radford hopes so. They quietly descend the stairs, trying not to make unnecessary sounds. Radford says they went down quite a bit, but it was already so dark on the stairs. Radford reaches for his wand to get it and use the light, but Lihan's hand stops him. Lihan tells him not to do anything stupid. He looks at the guy seriously and says that the director is hiding this place, which means he hardly made it easy to navigate. Radford sighs and says that Lihan is right. He apologizes for not thinking once again. Radford looks anxiously at Lihan and wonders who he is. It was as if he was used to such situations, as if he had been in similar situations before. Radford suggests that Lihan is some kind of dark personality. He thinks that he shouldn't even say his name, so as not to bring trouble on himself. He remembers how he was told that Lihan was able to subdue the Thunderbird with one spell, and save all the other students from it. Radford begins to worry more, thinking that all these rumors about Lihan are true. They stop. Lihan turns around and asks why they suddenly stopped. Radford comes to and they keep going. They stand around the corner, checking the situation. Students notice that there are bars on this floor, which means that they have come to the vault. Lihan looks out from around the corner and says that they will need to sneak in carefully and go there as quietly as possible. Suddenly, due to the flow of magical fire that came from somewhere, the lamp that hung at the very top lights up. Lihan carefully examines the situation. He is trying to understand what happened and why all the lamps suddenly lit up. Is this a trap? Suddenly, someone's footsteps are heard. Lihan realizes that there is someone on this floor and this someone is getting closer. Lihan notices a man standing near the bars with something that looks like a list in his hands. The guy assumes that this is the warehouse keeper. A mysterious stranger starts counting: cheese 8 circles, maple syrup 5 bottles, red potion 3 bottles. Radford closes his mouth to make no sound, and Lihan watches as a mysterious stranger counts all the stocks. Lihan turns around and gestures to Radford to keep quiet. He thinks that the mysterious stranger is very responsible for storing things in the warehouse. Then behind the students there is a completely bandaged observer with a list in his hands. He asks who they are and what they are doing on this floor. Lihan turns around. He is alarmed that he has been noticed, but still understands that they need to remain calm. The guy is thinking about using the magic of light, trying to blind the man and escape. Then the guy raises his gaze, examining the man, and realizes that not only his body is bandaged, but also his entire face. That is, he could not notice them. They say when a person loses one of the senses, others begin to improve to compensate for the loss. Even if a man lost his sight and compensated for the loss, he would still not be able to find it. They didn't make a sound, and their smell is interrupted by tons of others, because there are a lot of goods in stock. Lihan looks at the man and wonders how he could find them, being completely bandaged. There's clearly something that doesn't add up. The man stared at the students in silence. He does not see, but feels the mana that comes from Lihan. He feels that there is a huge amount of it. It was as if the man was caught in the epicenter of a tsunami. Then the man presses his hand to his heart. He bends down and, due to the huge amount of mana, confuses Lihan with the director. He asks to be forgiven for his discourtesy. The man says he will return to work right away. Lihan looks at the man in surprise. Then the bandaged man really leaves and returns to work without saying anything else. And Lihan can't even believe that he's just leaving. Lihan is interested in why the man remembered the director. He thinks about the fact that he could have been confused because of the huge amount of mana. Lihan turns to Radford, also thinking about the huge amount of mana. Radford looks at Lihan in a panic and asks what happened. The guy knew that it would not be easy for them. He puts his hand on Radford's shoulder, under his dumbfounded gaze, and then gets up and says that everything is resolved. They need to go. Lihan gets upset because all the food will have to be left in place, since there is someone in this room who is counting it. Lihan pulls Radford along and says they'd better look for the passage through which she is taken to this room. They keep walking, but Radford suddenly starts running in the opposite direction and says he hears a lot of footsteps. Lihan and Radford run through the corridors, turning to the right, then to the left. Lihan says that Radford is well versed in this room, even though it's his first time here. Lihan asks the student why he was so nervous before. Radford waves his hand from side to side and tells him not to think about it. Radford says they're almost there. Then he and Lihan stop abruptly as they come across a dead end. They stood right in front of the wall and tried to find a way out. Radford, in a panic, asks how this is possible. He says this is exactly the place. They couldn't be wrong. Lihan turns around, looking around the room, and says that he seems to have realized what the hitch is. He sees a suspicious brick standing out on the wall. Unlike Radford, who was a thief in a small village, Lihan grew up on a lot of history. It is thanks to the stories from many books that his imagination works better in such situations. The guy presses his hand on the brick and the wall begins to move apart in front of them. A secret passage opens. Lihan and Radford go inside. They see a huge passage in which the path is illuminated by torches. Radford examines the passage and thinks that, judging by how much space and light there is, this is the right way. Radford looks at Lihan with a question. He is interested in how Lihan found out about this secret passage. Perhaps the whole point is that he is a Vardanaz. Lihan chuckles. He rejoices that he will finally be able to escape. He remembers how much suffering he had to endure during all this time spent at the academy. Therefore, he needs to escape from this place. There is a horse-drawn carriage on the street. The coachman holds the reins. One of the workers puts barrels inside the cart. There are several rules for Einrogard employees. They shouldn't talk about what they see. They cannot initiate conversations, ask any questions, and the like. If priests or students from the other end of the path appear in front of the workers will not tell them anything. Perhaps they will not even pay attention. Lihan leans over to Radford and says that the disinterest of the workers amazes him. The guy thinks they can't see them. Lihan thinks about the guy's words. If they really don't see them, then they don't need to try to appear unsuspecting. Lihan approaches the coachman and says that he would like to ask him for a favor. The guy puts his hand on his chest and asks if they can go with them. The coachman smiles, responds positively, and says that they can pass and sit down. The cart begins to move. Lihan and Radford are sitting inside. Radford panics, and Lihan thinks that they should calm down since the problems are already over. But except for the fact that Radford's look makes Lihan feel uncomfortable. Radford looks at Lihan with admiration. Lihan looks at the coachman and the worker. He thinks about why they are still silent if they have already left the academy. Lihan thinks this world is difficult. Einrogard is a symbol of the empire and magicians, which means he has a lot of enemies. There are not only political forces in this place, but they import and export important things from this place that they demand. The guy still can't believe that they are luring students and not letting them out. The cart suddenly stops. Suddenly, the guy feels something terrible and thinks, how is this possible? The carriage suddenly stops. Lihan peeks out suspiciously and asks why they've stopped at the edge of the woods. All the workers started getting out of their wagons. As soon as the guy looked out of the wagon, he noticed something terrible and began to think about how this is possible. The guy sees Professor Kim and wonders what she is doing in this place. She stands right next to the workers and picks up something wrapped in a yellow handkerchief. Apparently, she is going to give this thing to someone. The woman did not notice them. She is talking about something with an employee and smiles kindly. Lihan wonders if they could have been caught. Although, judging by the atmosphere, this is not at all the case. Everyone is pretty calm. He can't even imagine what would happen if they were caught. Radford points to the panicked woman and says it's Professor Kim. Lihan turns around and gestures to him to keep quiet, otherwise they will be caught. Radford immediately stops talking and tries not to make noise so as not to attract too much attention. Lihan doubts that Professor Kim knows about their escape from the academy. He invites the student to simply observe. Radford realizes that there is no other choice, so he agrees to just watch what is happening. Lihan turns around, looks at the professor and thinks about what could have brought her to this place. Is she someone's messenger? Professor Kim unfolds the handkerchief on the box, which smells of magic. She recalls the headmaster's words that people from the families of the Imperial Inner Circle would be waiting outside the school. He asked her to hand over the box. The woman sighs and thinks that delivering artifacts every month is rather inconvenient. She has to travel outside the academy and leave her post as a professor. In addition, she is faced with the fact that the workers are very scared of her every time. They sit opposite the woman and tremble, afraid to say even one word. Even the smile of Professor Kim frightens the workers, although she tries to be friendly. One of the workers, who had long rabbit ears on his head, feels something like danger. The worker abruptly draws his sword. He gets into a fighting stance, aiming his sword at the exit of the wagon. He tells another worker to get the sword too. Professor Kim does not understand why the worker so abruptly decided to get the sword. They think he's ready to go this far just because she smiled. A worker with ears like a hare jumps out of the wagon and says that it's not the professor at all. He says that the head is sounding the alarm. Something happened. The woman listened attentively to the worker. At the end of his warning, the woman looked at him in amazement. In the forest, someone is heard talking about the last warning. All carts stopped. Workers stand around them, and in front of the workers are two unknown people in hoods. In the center stands a man in a green vest. He points to unknown people in hoods and asks for their names before it's too late. Unidentified people in hoods raised their hands and began to ask what they were talking about. They are trying to prove that they are just merchants who passed by. The man in the green vest asks them again. He asks what kind of merchants they are and why they are on this edge of the forest. The man does not believe these merchants and says that this is ridiculous. He says that they have long noticed that these people have weapons behind their backs. There was indeed a weapon behind one of the men. The hooded man begins to chuckle. He puts his hand on his cloak and rips it off. The man says that even the porters seem unusual in this academy, since the workers were able to see the weapons behind them. He asks them if they are mercenaries or soldiers. The man in the green vest tells everyone to line up. One of his workers obeys and runs to the position. All the workers quickly took their positions. They stood in a fighting stance with crossbows at the ready. The man gives the command, fire. All workers at once shoot from crossbows at robbers with weapons. A man with a weapon reacts as quickly as possible and with the help of magic creates a barrier that protects him from the arrows of crossbowmen. The robber takes out his weapon and asks the workers if the workers really thought that they would come unprepared. One of the workers is outraged. He realized that they were not just thieves, but trained fighters. A man in a vest asks who the robbers are and for what purpose they attacked them. One of the robbers says that right now these workers are helping the magicians who are eating the empire. The robbers demand that the workers drop their weapons and surrender. They tell them to save the empire from the path of corruption. The men are surprised. One of the workers is amazed. He swears by the beard of his ancestors that they met with anti-magicians, terrorists who deny magic. The anti-mages prepare their weapons and say that this was the last warning. They are preparing to attack. Anti-mages break away from the place at once and attack the robbers. They scream that they will deal with them for the glory of the Twilight Team. Someone raises a staff and casts the Curtain of Order spell. A barrier is formed around workers and wagons. The anti-mages try to break through the barrier, but they fail and fall back. One of the workers turns around and is glad that Professor Kim was able to protect them. A woman stands with a staff at the ready. She managed to repel the anti-mages with a barrier, but the situation is not the best. Professor Kim's enemies are people from the Twilight Team who dealt with countless magicians. Professor Kim is not a battle mage at all, so it will be very difficult for her to resist anti-mages for a long time. All Professor Kim can do is send a request for help and protect himself and the workers as much as he can. The woman raises the staff and begins to conjure. She is enveloped in blue magic, which turns into birds. All these birds fly to the academy to warn of an attack on the wagon. The woman prepares again to either defend or attack. The anti-mages are pondering what to do. Professor Kim is going to hold the barrier until the director arrives and helps her. Anti-mages scream that it's time to prepare a backup plan. One of the anti-mages pulls out a strange luminous sphere. The sphere opens and from its center it seems to dissipate all the energy. All of Professor Kim's magic disappears, causing the barrier to disappear. The professor is dumbfounded. She does not understand how this is possible. Professor Kim looks down at his hand and notices its mana dissipating. She thinks it might have helped. One of the workers asks the professor what's going on, why her mana is dissipating. Professor Kim replies that magicians are not omnipotent. Professor Kim says there are many ways to disable the spell, such as items like this. These items dissipate mana over a large area. The worker screams, and the woman continues and says that this orb that dispelled the professor's mana is most likely an ancient relic. The worker asks if it's about those ancient relics that are precious valuables that occasionally appear in ruins and dungeons. He is interested in how they got this sphere. The professor thinks that since her mana is consumed every time she tries to use it, then she will not be able to keep the spell. What should she do then? Suddenly, someone appears behind the professor and takes a running jump at her with a weapon in his hands, shouting for the evil mage to bite the divine retribution. Professor Kim doesn't have time to react. She just turns around and tries to understand when the man could be behind her. Suddenly something hits the back of the man's head. He receives a strong blow and falls under the surprised looks of the professor and worker. Professor Kim and the worker do not understand what has happened. It seemed to them that the anti-mage simply took it and lost consciousness. The woman says that she was very confident in one moment. Someone appears near the robber. This is Lihan, who put on the pressing belt and became invisible. That's how no one saw him. and Professor Kim remains sure that there was no one next to her. 10 minutes ago, Lihan stood behind the wagons and watched what happened to Professor Kim and the workers. The anti-mages said they were giving a final warning. They will deal with them for the glory of the Twilight team. Lihan sighs. He looks unimpressed and thinks this must be one of the director's traps, so he's not in a hurry to make any decisions just yet. Radford is standing next to Lihan in a panic. He clings to Lihan and asks him what they should do. They are in danger, but they must not be caught. Lihan turns to the guy and tells him to hide somewhere in the wagon. Radford looks at him with surprised eyes. Then Lihan leans in and whispers about what the guy needs to do. Radford is alarmed, realizing that Lihan has already come up with a plan. Radford, after listening to Lihan to the end, asks what will happen to him. Lihan is about to leave. He jumps off the wagon and says that he already has a plan, so the young man does not need to worry about him. Lihan jumps off the wagon completely and muses that the Twilight crew is apparently an anti-mage faction. Lihan thinks that if he does not take any action, then the situation will most likely worsen. As a result, someone may die. Lihan might be caught and sent to the punishment room, so he needs to do something. The guy uses the hide in the night spell and the pressing belt makes him invisible to unwanted eyes. He goes to the epicenter of the fight. The anti-mage, who was about to attack Professor Kim, lies unconscious on the ground. Someone hit him on the back of the head. Professor Kim looks at him and thinks that there was no one next to them. Who then could it be? The worker standing next to the professor is also in shock. Lihan approaches the woman and asks for attention. The professor immediately tries to understand where Lihan's voice comes from. She is also anxious and tries to figure out what the student is doing on the outskirts of the woods where the cargo is being shipped. Due to the fact that the young man is using the pressing belt, he is not visible and Professor Kim cannot see him. She twirls from side to side, asking where the student is now. Lihan says that he uses invisibility magic. It's too long to talk. Lihan asks Professor Kim to give out orders first, and then ask questions that interest him. The woman turns around sharply and says that the young man is right, they don't have much time. The woman immediately orders everyone to take up arms and prepare to attack. Professor Kim reports that she sent a request for help to the school, so soon people should arrive on the outskirts of the forest to help them. She then tries to find Lihan's silhouette with her eyes and tells him to remain invisible until then. The crossbowmen start shooting arrows again. There are many more anti-magicians. They also start to run in order to attack again. Lihan looks at the anti-mages and realizes that they all have crazy moves. We can say that they are all experts in martial arts. Lihan turns to Professor Kim and asks her why she does not use magic, because you cannot defeat anti-mages with crossbows alone. Professor Kim talks about how the anti-mages brought an orb to the battlefield, which is an ancient relic. She absorbs mana and prevents the use of her magical abilities. Then the woman stops, remembering one very important moment. She asks Lihan how he manages to remain invisible. The woman then remembers that the student has an endless ocean of mana, so he can use invisibility. The woman claps her hands in joy and asks Lihan to lend her some mana. The guy agrees and extends his hand to the professor's hand to transfer the mana. They shake hands tightly and transfer mana. The woman feels the influx of mana and the way magic returns to her. She raises her staff and prepares to attack again. The woman points her staff towards the anti-mages and casts the spell Petra's Unbreakable Spear. Lihan observes the woman's amazing ability. He didn't expect her to be able to create such powerful attacks. The anti-mages also notice a huge magical spear that is about to attack them and start to panic. The magic spear approaches them directly, which greatly frightens all anti-mages and causes them to scatter to the sides, throwing an orb that absorbs mana. The mana explodes due to the impact of the spear and knocks back the anti-mages that were nearby. Another sphere explosion occurs, from which Professor Kim and Lihan hide. They are not affected by the explosion. All the mana absorbed by the sphere return back to its owner, which pleases Professor Kim very much. The woman looks decisively at the anti-mages and says that with her mana back, she will be able to deal with the attackers. The woman again begins to conjure with her staff and summons a flesh-rending thunderwolf. As soon as the anti-mages spotted the magical animal, they immediately panicked and yelled that they had to run. Lihan draws attention to the fact that although a little, Professor Kim's mana is leaking somewhere. It's like something is still consuming her. He notices that the sphere, which exploded several times, still lies on the ground, whole and unharmed. Lihan draws Professor Kim's attention to the relic, which is still functioning and absorbing the woman's mana. Professor Kim asks how this is possible. Suddenly, the anti-mages reappear behind Professor Kim. They are going to attack the woman at once and prevent her from attacking first. The woman turns around in alarm and says that she does not have time to deal with the relic. Lihan immediately breaks off from his seat and, waving his staff, repels the blow of the anti-mage, who wanted to inflict damage on Professor Kim. The anti-mages notice one of them fall and don't understand what happened, because they only saw one woman with a staff. They thought that their comrade had suddenly fallen. One of the anti-mages asks everyone to calm down and says that there is someone invisible among them. This anti-mage gathers sand in his hand and throws it, hitting Lihan in the face. He recoils and screams, as he did not expect that the sand will fall directly into his eyes. Lihan can't believe the anti-mage reacted so quickly to an invisible enemy. In addition, this person who threw sand in Lihan's eyes has a slightly different aura from the others. It looks much darker and scarier. Lihan understands that this person should not be allowed near Professor Kim. A woman is attacked by anti-magicians, and Lihan casts the spell Disclosure in the morning and becomes visible again. All anti-magicians are hit. They didn't think there really was a magician hiding. The same person with a dark aura says didn't expect them all to be deceived by an ordinary boy. He says he will deal with him and make him pay for the deception. Lihan looks at him menacingly and asks if he really thinks he's so stupid and careless. Lihan takes off and runs towards the orb, hoping to deal with it. All the other anti-mages notice what Lihan is about to do and they scream and panic for him to be captured and prevented from reaching her. Lihan realizes that it would be dangerous to face them directly. He immediately casts the spell Hide in the Night and becomes invisible again. A man with a dark aura says that he can handle it himself and runs forward, saying in the end that the others should take care of the troll magician. The anti-magicians obey and run to Professor Kim. The guy is trying to stay calm. He takes out the magic balls that Professor Vlad launched into him and throws them at the enemy, shouting that it's time to use them. One of the balls flies into one anti-mage, who is standing near a man with a dark aura. While Lihan is using magic balls, the anti-mages are yelling to be more careful, as the guy is using some kind of weapon. They see that the student knows how to fight. They understand that the guy is not an ordinary boy at all. Lihan was very tired while using the magic balls. He feels that the sensations are different from those that were in the lessons. It's like his brain is on fire. But the anti-magicians are trying to attack him again, so Lihan understands that he cannot relax. On the contrary, he needs to concentrate. If he is even a little substituted, he may suffer. While the guy is concentrating on the attacks, he repeats several times in a row that he needs to shoot the iron ball, return it and repeat. At some point, the guy feels a pain in his head. It looks like something is hitting him in the head. Drops of blood began to drip onto the ground. Lihan notices that his nose bleeds due to severe overexertion. The guy looks in horror at the finger, on which a drop of blood has fallen, and understands that things are bad. This will make the fight quite difficult. While the guy runs to the sphere and tries to fight off the anti-mages with the help of magic balls, the villains dodge the attacks and try to catch up with the guy. They all have weapons at the ready, but the magic balls and the invisibility of the student greatly prevent them from reaching the guy and striking. Lihan holds his hand near his nose, trying to stop the bleeding. Looks like he's out of mana. He felt a strong tension. The blood did not stop flowing from the nose, but the pressing belt is still able to function, so mana should still be plentiful. He's still invisible, so it's not so bad after all. He can simply avoid opponents. The guy looks at a man with a dark aura, who is trying to fight off the attacks of magic balls, and thinks that he could have strained too much because of this. Most likely, the blood began to flow. In any case, Lihan realizes that he cannot delay and needs to run to the orb as soon as possible in order to make it stop functioning. Otherwise, she will continue to absorb mana and leave magicians without weapons. In this case, everything will definitely end in their defeat. The relic activated again and prepared to attack. She lit up with a bright light. The guy does not have time to do anything with her, especially since he needs to first stop the anti-mages. The guy decides that he needs to act as decisively as possible. The guy launches a new wave of magic balls at the anti-mages. A man with a dark aura tries to fend off the attack. The guy turned around and saw this man cutting a magic ball in half. The guy realizes that he is too strong and experienced. These magic balls are just a hindrance to him, nothing more. Moreover, a man's weapon is much more dangerous. A man with a dark aura smells blood. He turns around and tells all his accomplices to follow the scent of blood from the side of the relic. Only in this way will they be able to detect Lihan, who is trying to escape from them. All accomplices obediently follow the instructions of a man with a dark aura and run to the smell of blood. Lihan chuckles and says that he was very close to the sphere, but now he can be detected, so he will have to change his strategy. Since such a thing happened, Lihan grabs the sword that was lying on the ground and is about to attack with it. He's not a battle mage, but he can strike. Lihan swings his sword and tries to hit the anti-mage first. He stabs the man, who failed to react, and he falls to the ground. He didn't even move. A man with a dark aura approaches his accomplice and notices that he has sword wounds. He understands that the guy changed weapons. He became more dangerous. Now you need to be more careful. A man with a dark aura points forward with his hand and says that the guy must be somewhere nearby. Therefore, everyone should throw some dust of light towards the relic in order to discover it and grab it. One of the anti-mages throws dust, as the captain demanded, and he is lucky as he guessed where Lihan is. The guy tries to cover himself with a sword so that the dust does not get into his eyes. The dust nearly reaches him, but when Lihan dodges, his nosebleeds land directly on the dust, revealing his location. One of the anti-mages screams that he saw blood that smeared the dust. They understand where the guy is and again decide to attack at once to stop the student. The guy is arguing. He decides that he needs to abandon the plan to destroy the relic and just try to at least slow down the bandits who can't keep up with him. The guy is trying to stop. Then one idea comes to his mind and he immediately comes up with a new strategy. One of the anti-mages turns to his captain and says that he sees blood, which, apparently, belongs to Lihan. They need to find him as soon as possible. The captain tells them all to calm down. He says that they need to follow the smell of blood. But then the guy feels that the smells have mixed up and now it will be very difficult to find the magician among other smells. The captain is very angry. He tells the rest of the anti-magicians not to let him attack on the sly. He suspects that Lihan is somewhere close to them and may try to attack them again. Suddenly, a deafening sound is heard and several anti-mages fall to the ground. The captain doesn't understand what's going on, why his people suddenly fall to the ground. But then he still realizes what happened. As soon as they surrounded him, Lihan decided to hide among the wounded. The smells mixed up and he was lost again. A win-win strategy that will allow him to survive. The captain smiles. He is glad, because he has not met such a person as Lihan for a long time. Quite smart and resourceful. Now he will have to try to find the guy and deal with him. The captain picks up the sword that lay on the ground and calls his name, Garax. The aura around him becomes more intimidating. He says that from now on he will fight at full strength. Nothing will stop him from defeating Lihan. The man says that if Lihan hid his scent, then he thinks that he is perfectly hidden thanks to his ridiculous spell. But he is very wrong. The man finds Lihan and stabs him with his sword, crossing his sword with his. Lihan is trying to understand how he did it, because all the smells are mixed up, and he himself is still invisible. The man smiles and says that catching the guy will be easy. He hears his trembling breathing very distinctly. It was through his hearing that he was able to locate Lihan. The man, grinning, suggests that Lihan thought that he could only be identified by smell, but he was wrong. He has a very well-developed sense of smell and hearing. The man thanks Lihan for dealing with a couple of his accomplices. Now he can hear even better and it will be even easier to find him. The man decides that it is time for him to end this fight with Lihan. They and so wasted a lot of time. The man directs magical points directly at the student. Lihan reacts quickly and tries to evade. All the points cut into the ground just a couple of centimeters from Lihan's feet. The guy looks under his feet and realizes that if he was just one step closer, he would be in great trouble. But he was very lucky. Lihan looks at the anti-mage captain and realizes that his swordsmanship surpasses him several times over. Moreover, Lihan himself does not ideally own a sword. Lihan can't believe that all he has to do is block the blows of a man who doesn't even see him. He thinks about how this is even possible. The man swings his sword for another blow. Lihan manages to block, but it was too strong a blow, so he collapses and falls on his back. He did not lose consciousness, but was exhausted. Lihan lies on the ground. He grimaces as he realizes that he is truly in danger now. He does not know what to do to get out of this dangerous situation alive and unharmed. The guy notices that the captain of the anti-mages is in the stage of the aura that his professor Einrogard mentioned. This is clearly a bad sign for Lihan. The man approaches Lihan, who is still lying on the ground, and says that judging by his breathing, the guy is scared. He feels his fear and hopelessness. The man brings the point of the sword right to Lihan's chin. He tries to dodge, but he has nowhere to run. The man is curious what Lihan's face looks like, contorted with fear. He will be content when he ends up with his boyfriend and sees him. Lihan thinks to himself that he cannot go to another world. He had heard that skilled swordsmen could fill their sword with mana. He had never tried to draw a sword specifically, but now is the moment to use this ability. Lihan practiced while also trying to manage his mana. The guy raises his sword, filling it with mana. The man notices that the sword glowed, but he did not have time to react and was hit with a blow that he was able to block. The man does not understand what happened. Lihan realizes that he managed to fill his sword with mana. Lihan has so much mana that he couldn't think of a way to spend it. Therefore, the guy decides to put some of his mana into the sword in order to save himself. The man flies a huge distance and falls on his back after being hit. He is coughing. He hurt himself from a simple clash of swords. The man thinks about what the guy could have done, how he got such strength, how he could hit him so hard. Especially until this moment, Lihan did not demonstrate his power. The man first lies, and then gets up, overcoming the pain in the body. He can't lose like that to some student from the academy. The man decides that he must deal with Lihan right here and now. He will deal with it. The guy begins to strenuously grab the air with his mouth. He falls to his knees and wonders why his body is not moving. He can't, let alone get up. He can't fight now. Apparently, Lihan's body doesn't move because he forcibly poured mana into his weapon. It was worth putting mana into the sword once, and now there are such dire consequences, after which it is very difficult to recover. The guy notices that the anti-mage captain is leaning on his sword and slowly gets up from his knees, preparing for a new attack. Even though his entire body is trembling in pain, he holds onto his knee to keep from falling. The man comes closer to Lihan, and then decides to take a running jump and stab him with a sword. The guy manages to notice him, but does not react. The man is already flying straight at him, swinging his sword. The man screams, thinking he's about to hit the guy. Lihan grabs his heart and thinks that he is finished. He can't do anything. The man sharply coughs up blood and falls unconscious right in front of the guy, so that his sword flies a huge distance. Lihan sits on his knees, hiding behind his sword. He did not expect the man to fall, so he prepared to block the blow. The man lies unconscious, and blood flows from his mouth. Lihan looks at him worriedly. He tries to understand whether he is unconscious or has already left the world of the living. Lihan suggests that the man vomited blood and he went to another world, but it is impossible to say for sure. His mana-filled attack still worked, and he was able to defend himself in the most critical moment. The guy falls on his back, feeling relieved. He was able to survive despite the fact that he fought in battle with an experienced anti-mage who could deal with him in no time. Then the guy remembers Professor Kim. He worries about the woman. The guy turns around to see where she is and if she is alright, because he left her with other bandits. The guy sees Professor Kim running up to him in the midst of all the devastation. She reaches out her hand to him and calls out his name. The woman in a panic falls to her knees in front of the guy and begins to examine him for wounds and injuries. She sees that the guy is not in the best condition. He had to deal with the anti-mage captain alone. Lihan turns his head to the professor and also examines her for wounds and injuries. After all, the guy was sure that the woman was surrounded and she also had to fight the anti-magicians. He assumed she could wait until help arrived. The woman was left with a huge number of defeated anti-magicians who tried to interfere with her on the way. But they did not succeed, and as a result, Professor Kim dealt with everyone, almost trampling them all into the ground. The woman puts her hand on Lihan and says that first of all she needs to check if Lihan is injured. Her arm is covered with veins and steams from her after the battle. The guy smiles anxiously. Sweat went all over his body after seeing the number of defeated opponents. He chuckles darkly and thinks that Professor Kim shouldn't have been worried. She clearly can stand up for herself and cope without someone else's help. Professor Kim looks at Lihan with a smile. She is glad that the guy survived in such a dangerous situation. After all, he is still only a student, but he was still able to cope with the danger in the form of bandits. Lihan lies on the ground and smiles, thinking that Professor Kim could take care of everything herself. She is strong and powerful. The woman smiles, closes her eyes and tells Lihan that they don't have to worry anymore. It's all over. Moreover, their reinforcements should arrive soon. As the woman talks about how their greatest reinforcements are on their way, a huge hand appears in the sky, reaching out for Professor Kim and Lihan. And then the headmaster's skull appears with its mouth open. He is very angry and is enveloped in magic, which was supposed to scare the anti-mages. Lihan looks at him with a smile. He never thought that he would be glad to see the director of the academy after all the terrible trials. The guy does not wait for him to cover his eyes. He feels a hand on the top of his head and thinks that nothing bad will happen if he rests after a long fight. He closes his eyes and falls asleep for a while. The workers took care of the victims, carried away the bodies of the anti-mages who were defeated and put the wagons in order. The principal apologized to Professor Kim. He had put her in danger and now felt guilty for what he had done. He should have foreseen that this could happen. The woman raises her hands, smiles and tries to reassure the director that everything is in order. She is upset that an incident occurred, as a result of which people almost got hurt, and the package was not delivered. None of them could have imagined that Twilight Dawn would come to them. The anti-mages took them by surprise. The director has a sad face. He tries to say something. He is interrupted by Professor Vlad, who came to the rescue. He, too, was annoyed. The man stands with his arms folded on his chest. He says that nothing is in order. He is very unhappy, because as the director of the academy, he had to consider all the possibilities and anticipate the attack. It is even possible to send more than one professor. The woman covers her mouth with her hands, not expecting to hear something like that. And the director, I'm sorry to speak a little quieter, because someone can hear. He hates to hear such words. He really made a mistake. The headmaster then draws Professor Vlad's attention to the man behind him on a stretcher. He does not know who this robber is. Professor Vlad recognizes Garax, who occupies a rather high position in the Twilight Dawn. Garax is powerful enough to be called a mage slayer. His experience and skills can take any high-class magician by surprise. He has many criminal incidents to his credit. The headmaster notices that Garax is still breathing. He gets angry and lifts him off the ground, telling him to take care of him. The headmaster then looks at Garax with suspicion, noting one point that worries him greatly. He surveys the battlefield, notices magic balls and bodies, defeated anti-mages. The traces of the battle could not have been left by the mercenaries. They don't fight like that. He wonders what magic balls generally do on the battlefield. The director turns around and says that it means that these traces were left by Lihan. He looks at the young man in the wagon, who was treated with magical seals. He was still unconscious. The director looks at the guy even longer and asks what kind of monster the Vardanaz family raised. He is so strong that he could single-handedly deal with the captain of the Twilight Dawn. Professor Kim is trying to protect the student. She says that if Lihan had not helped, then everything could have ended much worse. So this time he cannot be punished. The director looks at the woman with a question. She does not understand what the director is thinking now. The director then says that it's not just about that. He turns around to look at Lihan and says that the freshman was able to use magic in such a fight. He was skilled in combat magic. After surveying the battlefield and Lihan, the director says that judging by the mercenaries, the student defeated them with more than just magic. He used martial skills and edged weapons. The principal concludes by saying that Lihan is a very interesting guy. He licks his lips and continues, saying that he is also a very suitable candidate. The director has already decided what he will do with Lihan. He will teach to conduct individual lessons with him, become his mentor. The director will use a special teaching method, where the teacher transfers all his knowledge to one single ward. The director was glad that he could see the potential in Lihan. He is going to teach him all the traditional ways of fighting. Professor Kim says that if the director conducts such classes, then His Imperial Majesty will come and look for him. It's illegal. The Empire will definitely not forgive this. The principal rubs his forehead and says he has no choice. Still, he himself decided to teach all students the same way. It would be dishonest if Lihan had a mentor and individual lessons with special teaching methods. The director then says that there will be a huge number of opportunities to train Lihan in the future. That is why he will wait for this moment. Lihan had nightmares that night. The director used his magic to create many copies of himself and ordered them to clean up on the outskirts of the forests. All copies immediately obediently began to follow his instructions. The director added that they would have to make sure that the mercenaries were properly compensated for what had happened. The director looks away and tells his assistants not to forget to pick up the ancient relic. It's worth studying. The headmaster then turns to Professor Vlad, who has been examining the unconscious bodies of the anti-mages. The director flies up to him and asks what the professor is doing. Vlad replies that he is investigating the cause of the strange state of the anti-mages. The director looks at the anti-mages, whose bodies are partially placed underground. He chuckles and says it really looks weird. The director tenses up and asks if the anti-magicians are underground also due to the fault of Vardanaz. The director asks what the spell was. Has his student reached such a high level in learning? Professor Kim raises her hand and says that she dealt with them while she got to Lihan. She puts her hand on her face, feeling ashamed of her work. It's still night on the streets of the academy. One of the rooms of the academy tower is illuminated with light. It is in this room that Lihan is located, who still has not recovered from the battle. The guy, lying on the bed, thinks that he is very soft and warm. He wonders if the situation has been resolved. Then the guy turns his head to the side, trying to see something. But he is very frightened, because he sees the headmaster's face too close. The director asks if he has regained consciousness. Lihan screams in fright and rises from the bed. He is trying to find out where the director is in his room and what he is doing next to him. The guy shakes his head from side to side and tries to figure out where he is. Professor Kim notices the student's confusion and tries to calm him down, saying that everything is fine. The woman presses her hand to her chest and says that Lihan must be shocked by the ambush. She says he's been through a lot, so it's no wonder he fell unconscious and just woke up. The headmaster smiles benevolently and Professor Kim is silent while Lihan is silent and tries to comprehend what is going on. Lihan then remembers how the director arrived right before he fell unconscious. The director firmly says that Lihan has done the unbelievable. The guy tenses up, but still thanks for the praise. He looks at Professor Kim, who smiles and says that Lihan has really been through a lot. The student thinks about what might carry him. He did help the director, but in the process of escaping. The director, as if reading the student's thoughts, says that he certainly helped a lot, except that Lihan tried to escape from the academy. The guy is arguing. If not for the anti-magicians, then he would have managed to escape from the academy and live freely. Professor Kim leans over to Lihan in an attempt to support him and apologizes for being caught helping. The director carefully looks at Lihan and asks him how he managed to get through the underground storage. The director realizes that he got there with the help of one of the keys, which he scattered everywhere on purpose so that such cunning students like Lihan would try to escape and they could be caught. Lihan darkens. He knew it was a trap, not just luck or luck. Keys don't just fall off. The director says that it is impossible to get through the warehouse keeper because he guards the warehouse with the utmost care. Lihan folds his arms over his chest and says that he did not run away and does not know at all what the director is talking about. The headmaster flies off to the side and waves a finger in front of his face, telling Lihan not to be embarrassed by this disgrace, since he will no longer be able to use this path. The guy frowns and almost cries. He clenches his fist as he is annoyed that he will now have to find another way to escape. The director flies up to the window and tries to see something. Suddenly, the director raises his voice and tells everyone to listen to him. He turns to Lihan from the Vardanez house and sincerely thanks him. The young man and Professor Kim look intently at the director, who thanks Lihan for the courage to face the dusk dawn in order to protect the workers and the professor. He risked his own life. The director extends his hand to Lihan and says to express his gratitude. He will bestow on him the famous Dawn Star. The guy holds the Dawn Star in his hands. The guy thanks the director for the weapon presented to him. He expected the worst. Carefully examining the sword, Lihan notices something familiar, as if he had already seen it somewhere. Then it comes to the guy and he asks the director if this sword is one of their anti-mages. The director gestures for Lihan to be silent. The guy thinks that this should not be given to students. Then the director brings his fist, which had something in it, to Lihan and says that he doesn't have something else. The director gives Lihan a passing ticket, which will allow him to leave the academy and visit the nearest cities. Lihan receives a ticket and almost jumps on the spot either from surprise or from joy. Lihan imagines how students ask him where the guy is going, and he replies that he is going outside. Then Lihan approaches the guards and asks them to move aside, since he has a pass. The guy comes out and sighs deeply, saying that this must be the air outside the academy. The guy bows to the director and thanks him for the presented pass. He swears allegiance to him. The director is a little frightened by Lihan's reaction to receiving a travel pass. He says everything is fine. The director tries to change the subject and asks how Lihan's wounds are. Does he have any other pain? Lihan hugs the pass and says that everything is fine with him now. He already imagines going beyond the academy. The director smiles grimly and says that in that case, it's time for him to be punished for trying to escape. The guy is silent. He is scared, but still expected that he could not escape punishment, because he still tried to escape from the academy. The director puts his hand on his head and pretends to be upset himself. He asks Lihan not to look at him like that, because he himself does not like it. The director then adds that the punishment is not for the guy running away without permission. The guy tries to say something, but the director interrupts him and says that there will be a punishment for being caught. Lihan gets angry and puts on a smile. He thinks about the fact that the director is now telling him that he should have just run and watched the fight from the sidelines. The professor extends his hand to Lihan and asks to excuse her. The director looks out the window and sees that the sun is almost up. He says that until it rises again in this place, Lihan should think of another way to escape. The director locked Lihan. The guy thinks that the director is very strange. He tries to open the door by pulling the handle, but nothing works. The guy thinks he should look around the area he's in. He turns around and notices what is in the punishment room. This room is not much different from their dorm. The guy lies down on the bed and smiles. He thought it would be worse. Compared to when he was a student, this is just heaven. A skeleton is walking along the dark corridor. He comes to the room in which Lihan is locked and addresses him, forcing the beds to rise. The skeleton throws a basket of cheese, bread and milk into his room. The guy is surprised by such a gift. He looks at the basket of food and sees apples, muffins, rolls, berries, cheese and milk. The guy doesn't understand why the food is so good in the punishment room than they have in the cafeteria. The skeleton tells Lihan that he was daydreaming, because in the punishment room they are fed ordinary food, and this basket was asked to be handed over by Professor Garcia. The woman was very sorry for the guy, so she decided to make a small gift. Lihan is happy with such a generous gift and asks the skeleton to convey his gratitude to the woman. Then the skeleton says that this is not all and throws the rest of the food at the guy. Cheese, bananas, chocolate, muffins, tomatoes. The guy tries to duck, but he doesn't really succeed. The guy lies in the punishment room, littered with food from the basket. The last thing the skeleton throws is an apple that lands right on Lihan's head. Lihan sorts out a basket of food. He puts all the food on the table, makes himself tea and drinks it along with chocolate and cookies. Lihan recalls the fight on the outskirts of the forest. He believes it was a fierce fight. Now, remembering him, he realizes that he could barely survive. The guy thinks that if he did not go to combat training, then perhaps he would meet his end right there on the outskirts of the forest. The guy uses low-level control and spins the iron balls right above his head. He rejoices that he can now describe a perfect circle with the help of iron balls. He has clearly made progress. The guy remembers the fierce training with Professor Vlad. He thinks that the professor did not lie about the fact that being in extreme situations is the shortest path to progress. Then the guy glooms and falls on the table, thinking that if he gets into such an extreme situation again, he most likely will not pump, but say goodbye to life. The guy, almost crying, decides that he will never put mana into items again, because it was very difficult for him. This time he survived solely due to his luck. Lihan would not like to end up on the pages of an imperial newspaper. He presents a newspaper with a picture of him holding a sword and a caption that reads "The stupidest death of the year. No longer going to make hasty decisions." The guy starts to swing on the chair. He sighs and says it's time for him to stop introspection. He turns his attention to another thing and says there is only one thing to do in this punishment room. The guy looks at a book in a dark cover that has been lying right in front of him on the table all this time. Before entering the punishment room, the director suggested that Lihan take a book and read it while he was there. The director believes that with a book in hand, Lihan will at least not get bored in the punishment room. In addition, he will read something useful. The guy had no choice but to accept the book and look at it with doubt. He thinks about what can be useful to learn from this book. The boy looks away nervously. He wonders if the book is a trap or a reward. An inner voice, posing as a demon sitting on his left shoulder, tells Lihan that this is surely a reward. The director is also a person. Therefore, the demon is sure that he feels sorry for Lihan. The voice, which seems to be an angel, which sits on the guy's right shoulder, on the contrary, says that this is most likely a trap. The director would never have spared him. A voice that looks like an angel says that the director is not a person at all, but a flying skull. Lihan immediately comes to his senses. The guy takes off his inner voice from his right shoulder, which said that the book is a reward. This is not the first time Lihan has been led to such a thing, so he decides that this is a trap. As a result, he thinks that it is better not to read the book. Opens and begins to flip through. The guy is worried about it. He carefully looks at the book and notices how the words seem to come to life. The words really come to life and begin to reach out to Lihan. The guy gets scared and tries to pull away, but he can't. The guy closes his eyes and makes a lingering sound. The knowledge from the book gets into his head. The guy is holding his head, as he cannot cope with the huge flow of information from the magic book. The guy doesn't understand what's going on. He opens his eyes and tries to understand what the book wants to teach him. A huge headmaster's skull appears right in front of the guy. Words glow around him and magic flows. The guy turns to the director. Skull starts talking and asks Lihan to tell him something. The guy asks what exactly he should say. The director asks him to name the spell that is in Lihan's head at the moment. The guy doesn't understand what other spell he has to say. He holds his head and feels himself falling. Lihan didn't know what the spell was. He had never studied or heard it, so he did not know what to say to him. But suddenly, in the flood of information and magic that surrounded Lihan, something popped into his head. The guy sharply removes his hands from his head and utters the very spell that the director asked for: deceptive tread of gone adults. The headmaster's skull suddenly starts laughing. He is very happy, because the young man correctly called the spell. He tells Lihan that he said everything correctly. Then the guy seems to return to the punishment room. He stands right in front of the table and the book, which itself flipped through. The chair that was standing behind Lihan suddenly falls back. The book stops scrolling and also just falls on the table. The guy falls back, sitting on the floor. He tries to come to his senses and understand what just happened. The guy sighs, looks at the book and still wonders why the book began to scroll by itself, where he got to, why he saw the director and what kind of spell he cast. Lihan speculates that the headmaster put a spell on the book, which is why it was behaving so strangely. But that still doesn't explain all the things he just saw. The guy falls to the floor and exhales. He thinks that he can't foresee anything else. However, the spell called Gonadel's deceptive step was clearly imprinted in his head. The guy reaches for the basket of apples and thinks that obviously he can hardly use this spell. He is surprised that spells can be learned this way. The guy takes an apple and bites off a piece. Lying on the floor, he thinks that he should have expected something like this from the crazy skeleton that is called their director. Lihan looks at the chandelier with candles and thinks to himself that he is willing to bet that the director had no reason to. Lihan just didn't know that the headmaster was desperate to teach someone one-on-one. However, he restrained himself, as other professors were against individual programs and special teaching methods for one student. The guy suddenly hears some sounds, as if someone knocked. He opens his eyes and rises from the floor in one jerk. The guy turns his head from side to side to understand what kind of sound he heard. Did he misheard? There was a heavy pounding on the wall of his cell. The boy rose completely from the floor, stood up and turned towards the sound. The guy realizes that someone is knocking on the wall. He walks up to her and wonders if someone might be behind the wall. The guy is very tense. A man stands behind the wall and knocks. Then a voice sounds, asking what course Lihan is studying. The guy didn't recognize the voice. He thinks to himself that the man on the other side is very straightforward. He replies that he is in his first year. A voice behind the wall calls Lihan an iron and says that it seems to be hard for him. The guy then says that he is gold. Lihan is amazed, because gold is a title that is given in senior courses. Lihan realizes that he is talking to a senior. He says he is very happy to meet you. Then Lihan wonders why the senior student is in the punishment room at all, because only freshmen are forbidden to leave the building, but not senior students. Then the guy scratches his head and thinks that it is not for him to condemn him, because Lihan himself was caught for fighting with a group of bandits. A voice behind the wall asks what Lihan was guilty of since he was caught and put in the punishment room. The guy pushes a chair against the wall to make it more convenient for him to talk. He reveals that he was caught trying to escape from the academy. The voice behind the wall says that the rookies this year are very nimble. Just entered, and already trying to escape from the academy. Lihan turns to the wall and asks why the man on the other side of the wall ended up in the punishment room. The man behind the wall says that you do not need to address him as you. He asks Lihan to speak in a simple way, to you. This is because after graduation, they will all become magicians anyway. Apparently, the guy tried to translate the topic, but he didn't succeed and Lihan asks again what he is doing in the punishment room. The guy behind the wall hesitated due to Lihan asking questions without hesitation. He wondered what kind of person he was. Then the man on the other side of the wall is a little hesitant and slowly says that he failed his experiment. Lihan screams. He is shocked. The guy then asks what the experiment is and why he was sent to the punishment room. Isn't that too cruel? The guy on the other side of the wall also pulls up a chair and says that this is not surprising, because this kind of thing happens very often in this academy. The guy on the other side of the wall sits on a chair and says that he needed some materials for the experiment, but he could not get them in time. The guy went to the headmaster's secret vault to steal the materials he needed, but he got caught in a trap when he was running away with what he stole. Lihan doesn't understand at first, and then he tenses up because this guy got into the punishment room because of theft. Lihan puts his hand on his heart and decides that he will no longer ask him about anything, because apparently in this academy one can forget about sanity. Lihan lowers his gaze and thinks that more importantly, he would never want to be in the punishment room again. Then Lihan leans down and whispers to the guy on the other side of the wall if he knows any other escape routes if the underground tunnel can no longer be used. The guy on the other side of the wall folds his arms over his chest and starts tapping his finger. At first he is silent and then asks if Lihan wants a lot. He raises his hand and asks the guy why he has to talk about it. Lihan lowers his head, sighs and says that he expected such an answer. Then he rises from his seat and shouts to the guards to come. The guy on the other side of the wall does not understand what Lihan is up to, but he is very worried about it. The guy on the other side of the wall is very angry because of Lihan's antics. A guard with a bag comes up to the guy's room with a leisurely step. They start knocking hard on the room and the guy on the other side of the wall starts to worry more. He thinks that if the time of his punishment increases, then he will no longer finish his experiment. Then the guard puts various food through the gap in the door, a loaf, candies, chocolate. The guy has had enough. The guard says that all this was transmitted by a guy from the next room. He tells him to eat. The guy at first does not understand what just happened, and then he makes a loud sound that Lihan hears from the other side of the room. The guy on the other side of the wall asks how Lihan got so much food in the punishment room. Lihan drinks tea. He smiles and says that he was given all this food as a gift for some services. The boy on the other side of the wall did not expect such generosity, but what he didn't expect more than anything was that Lihan managed to get such food in the punishment room. The guy on the other side of the wall is trying to imagine Lihan and find out who he really is, since he has such gifts in the punishment room. The guy on the other side of the wall first thinks about whether to tell about the way to escape from the academy. Then in the next second, he still agrees and says that he will tell. Lihan is so happy that he even puts down his cup of tea. He is amazed at the power of gifts that can make anyone speak. The guy on the other side of the wall says that they first need to clarify one point. Lihan is worried. The guy on the other side of the wall says that he heard about this method from his seniors, but did not use it himself. Lihan sighs, so the information turned out to be unverified, and this may create additional difficulties. However, Lihan realizes that at the moment he is not in a position to choose. He has no other options, so he says that he will make his own decision when he hears what the escape plan is. The next day, Lihan was released from the punishment room. Yona met him and they walked along the forest edge together. Yona looks at Lihan, who is reading a book, and twists her hair around her finger. She only roughly knows what happened. Yona can't believe that Lihan will do chores right after what happened to him. By Roy, he scares the girl. The guy stops right in front of the old stable. In the end, they came back to this place. An undergrad asked him if he had ever heard rumors about the tallest spire of the main building. It is rumored that there is a barn in this high spire of the main building that no one knows about. The senior assumes that it is for the winged beasts. Professors go there to ride them, and it is also a resting place for the imperial carrier eagle. These beasts receive a special blessing that allows them to safely cross the barrier of the school. Lihan looks towards the huge wall that surrounds the entire academy and thinks that even if it's true, he won't be able to ride them, because this is a special place. But still there is a small chance. The guy puts his hand on the door and opens the stable. He thinks that as long as there is even a small chance, he will have to try. As soon as Lihan enters the stable, everyone turns around in surprise to see if it is really Vardanaz. The green-haired girl still recognizes the guy. Next to her is a guy who is also shocked. The girl screams about what she knew about his return. The guy in a panic thinks why Vardanaz returned. They are all trying to hide somewhere. The green-haired girl simply turns away, and Lihan looks at her with a reddened look. Lihan clenches his hand into a fist, closes his eyes and says that it's time to stop judging others by their family. Yona looked at it all. Yona looks at Lihan and thinks to herself that everyone is afraid of the guy because of the rumors about him, not the family. Someone calls out to the guy and walks up to him. It turns out to be Radford. Lihan immediately recognized him. The guy bows almost to the floor and greets Lihan, calling him Mr. Vardanaz. Lihan did not expect such a greeting. It was too formal. Lihan turns his head from side to side, trying to figure out if the other students saw this gesture. He asks Radford why he addresses him so formally. He asks him to speak calmly, just like last time. Radford says that he cannot comply with this request, as it would be too impolite to Lihan. Radford says it's his own will. Behind them, gossiping students who see the whole picture and are already discussing something. The guy pretends that everything is in order, but he thinks to himself that everything will be misunderstood. There are only more misunderstandings. He tells Radford that he understands everything. Yona looks at the guys and does not understand what is happening. Why does Radford bow and call Lihan his master? Lihan asks Radford to raise his head. He asks if he wanted to tell him something, perhaps something very important. Radford is immediately elated and says he wanted to tell what happened after that incident at the edge of the forest. Radford says that as Lihan asked him to do at the time, he hid and watched the fight from afar. Shortly after Lihan left, the principal and another professor arrived to sort things out, and the workers dispersed, so he took a moment to examine the chests. Radford brings a whole chest. He opens it and reveals that it has a bunch of useful stuff. The chest contained many containers with liquids of various colors and consistencies. Radford sighed and said that he could only bring small containers because he had to hide them in his pockets. Yona and Lihan look at the contents of the chest with delight. Even from their appearance, it is clear that these potions are quite expensive. Lihan cannot believe that in that situation he managed to take out such precious items. He no longer hoped that he would get something after that unsuccessful escape. Lihan puts his hand on Radford's shoulder with joy and, showing a thumbs up, says that he is amazing. Lihan says that this is to be expected from the best thief. He once again calls Radford great. Radford falls into a stupor. He didn't quite understand whether Lihan was complimenting him or sneered at him. The guy can only think. Radford, Lihan, and Yona sit on a bench to see what's inside the chest and what potions they might need. Lihan carefully places the chest on his lap and opens it, carefully examining the contents. Yona examines the container and says that she thinks it contains alcohol. It's most likely wine. The guy, dumbfounded, asks again how there can be alcohol in the container. Yona tries to calm Lihan and tells him that alcohol is not in all containers. The guy looks at the contents of the chest and says that if they want to know for sure, then they need to examine each one in turn. Lihan gets up and thanks Radford. The guy bows again and says that it is an honor for him to give him such a gift. He thinks that everything Iki knowingly collected these containers with liquids. The guy says Radford shouldn't be so prim. He can relax and talk to him as equals. A girl with ashy hair runs into the stable. She joyfully shouts that she has returned. The girl notices how Lihan and Radford are going to go somewhere. She saw how Lihan tells the guy why don't they take care of the horses together. Radford says it's a great honor for him. Nilia, looking at them, sees everything a little differently. She sees Lihan chuckling, stroking Radford's head and saying that he is their new friend from Turtle Tower. Yona seems to be saying that Radford is much more useful and talented than Nilia. She smiles happily at Radford. Radford turns around and says that they don't need the other students from Turtle Tower, supposedly pointing at Nilja. Nilia immediately recoils and covers her face with her hand. Lihan hears a sound. He turns around and notices Nilia, who has fallen to the floor and is now sitting motionless. Lihan asks her when she came and why she suddenly sits on the cold floor. He asks her to get up and come to them. Nilia gets up and asks them if they have made friends with a new friend. She says she thinks they don't need her anymore. Rising to her feet, the girl breaks down and runs to the exit. Lihan tries to stop her and stretches out his hand, shouting her name. But the girl has already run away and did not even turn around. Yona calls after her, asking what she's saying. It's a warm, sunny day outside. Chicks sit on the roof of the stable and bask in the sun. Nilia stands and rubs the back of her head. She says that apparently she misunderstood them and interpreted everything in her own way. Yon tries to calm the girl down. She says that Nilia could not be replaced. They are friends. Radford tries to justify himself by saying that he is not a friend of Vardinaz, but a servant. But Lihan covers his mouth with his hand so that he does not say too much. Lihan says that since they have settled the conflict, now they can take care of the horses. Lihan approaches the horse that Zerda recommended to her. The snow-white horse looked calm. The guy thinks that the horse is just pretending. After all, they had behaved very aggressively before. The guy turns around and sees Yonwoo being sneezed by a horse and trying to cover herself. Things aren't going any better for Radford. A horse tries to bite him on the ear. Moreover, even now most horses behave very aggressively. The horse bows its head. Lihan starts combing it. The horse is surprised, but Lihan knew that it would not be easy, so he decided to prepare. The guy decided to take a comb to tame the horse. She must enjoy brushing. The guy holds the horse by the head and combs her mane. The horse looks dumbfounded at first, and then suddenly becomes angry and panting. Nilia turns around, humming inquiringly. As Nilia turned away, her horse tried to bite her hair. The girl sees that Lihan's horse was furious. She galloped around in her paddock and puffed aggressively. Lihan was helpless. He didn't know what to do. The girl thinks that a fight between Lihan and his horse is planned there. The lights were already on in the stable, because it was evening outside. The students spent the whole evening in the stable. Lihan falls to the floor. The horse also lies exhausted on the floor. They both sigh in exhaustion. Lihan is tired of trying to tame the horse. The animal is tired of resisting the guy. Lihan makes another attempt to comb the horse's mane. She looks suspicious. Lihan notices that his horse is completely exhausted. He does not even resist anymore. The guy can't believe that he had to go through so much just to brush his horse. Lihan rubs his forehead with his hand and wonders if all horses are like that. He thinks about the difficulties his friends faced. The guy turns around and looks at his friends, who don't look well. All their clothes are dirty. Yona rubs her forehead in exhaustion. She's all exhausted. Radford closes the paddock and tells Nilja that his horse has just begun to listen to him. The girl says that it also seemed to her that she had become close to her horse. Yona asks how Lihan is doing, if he was able to get close to his horse. Lihan is silent, continuing to comb his mane as his horse watches him. Then when he looks at her, she looks away. Yana realizes that apparently Lihan has not bonded with his horse yet, as it is very difficult. Nilia looks at Lihan and his horse. She finds this all odd, as usually by this time the horses begin to open up and are more relaxed about their riders. Radford confirms her words and says that he also sees such a horse for the first time. The guy turns towards the horse and looks at it with resentment. He makes the assumption that his horse is actually a monster. The guy thinks that given the disgusting nature of the professor, and the fact that they founded a reign of terror under the guise of a school, then this is quite possible. For example, a horse can be related to a monster by blood. Lihan glooms and thinks that this cannot be. The professors in principle couldn't have gone that far. The hut stands, as always, on the sunny edge of the forest. It's warm and sunny outside. The rays of the sun penetrate the windows of the hut. Inside the hut, a fire was lit in the fireplace. There is a table near the fireplace, at which Zerda and Uegulm are sitting. They drink tea and think about what they see. The first years have started visiting the stable more often. Zerda sips her drink and says that she deliberately chose a huge number of horses with terrible personalities. But if the students sincerely try, the horses will accept their riders and open up to them. Then the woman darkens and says that otherwise, if they decide to whip them, for example, they will greatly regret it. Horses will not forgive this. The woman laughs wickedly. She set everything up on purpose. Uegulm looks at his aunt and sighs doomedly. Uegulm asks his aunt if Vardanaz is good at taming a horse. Zerda offers her mug for Uegulm to pour more tea for her, and replies that Vardanaz is a good child. While the man is pouring tea for her, she says that even though it is difficult to cope with the griffin, but if he tries, is patient and resourceful, and luck smiles at him, then they will get closer. The man falls into a stupor. The man was so shocked that he did not notice how he filled Zerda's mug so much that the tea was already pouring from the edges. Zerda screams in pain. The tea burned her hand. The woman screams that Uegulm needs to stop being distracted. The man asks Zerda what she just said about the griffin. The woman immediately realizes her mistake and covers her mouth with her hand. She understood what was going on. At first, the Zerda is silent, and then says that it seemed to him she could not say such a thing. The man darkened. Uegulm then began to raise his voice and demand that Zerda tell the truth. He asks if she is serious about the griffin. The woman turns away, still covering her mouth with her hand. Uegulm asks if Zerda really turned the griffin into a horse. How is that even possible? The griffin is a monster with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. Because of their arrogance and selectivity, they do not accept everyone as a host. Depending on the region, they may have slightly different personalities and habits, but one thing is true for everyone. They are unsuitable for taming by first years. Uegulm is shocked. He raises his voice and says that Zerda has lost her mind. A reasonable person would never do such a thing. Uegulm is unhappy that his student asked for a day off because of his injuries. He asks why. In that case, Zerda makes him go to such madness. Uegulm come into conflict with Zerda. The woman asks if Uegulm is crossing the border. She is unhappy with the way a man speaks of her. The man is not going to back down. He says that there are boundaries that must not be crossed. He asks how it was possible to turn a griffin into a horse. Zerda says that she limited the griffin's strength to match that of a horse, so according to her, it's all safe. The man asks if Zerda really thinks griffins are stupid, like slugs. He throws a cork that breaks the glass. This is a typical dwarf family quarrel. It's still a sunny, warm day outside. Many students try to get their horses out of the stables, but not all of them succeed. Lihan also she leads her horse with the reins. The guy strokes her and rejoices that she finally began to listen to him. So much effort was put into this. The guy put on a horse a lot of artifacts that will restrain his temper. He had a strap around his neck and iron bracelets on his hooves. Lihan makes the assumption that the horse himself does not like senseless fights with the rider. The guy chuckles while the horse puffs with rage. She is very unhappy with what Lihan put on her artifacts that hold back her powers. The guy pets the horse and thinks that judging by the fact that the horse is fine after letting the artifacts be put on it, it must have a huge amount of mana. The guy thinks that there might really be something from monsters in the blood of his horse. He looks at the belt around the horse's neck and thinks maybe the mana absorption rate is just too low. The guy decides that he needs to figure out how to increase the level of mana absorption. At this time, a horse runs behind him, on which the student is holding on. He asks his horse to stop, otherwise he is about to fall. The horse stops. It is still very angry. The guy thinks she wants to take a break, so he gives her time. The guy blushes, because he did not expect that one day they would come to conversations, when it began with attempts to tear Lihan to pieces. He thinks they really got close. The guy takes 3 sugar cubes out of his pocket and invites the horse to eat them from his hand as a token of their friendship. The white horse hated to admit that she was becoming more and more subordinate to Lihan. She still ate sugar. The sugar was very sweet. He had never tasted anything like it in the wild. The horse remembered how he was a griffin. Then the horse thinks about how he should not be given slack. The ancient wild blood of the griffin in it does not let you forget about pride. The horse rears up and decides he can't just give up. Lihan looks at the horse doubtfully. Although they have grown closer, he still thinks about how to increase the mana absorption rate of items. The horse feels something is wrong because of the artifacts, so its face is distorted into a terrible grimace. Lihan comes closer to her and asks what is wrong. Is he really tightening the belt around her neck? In the morning class on basic chemistry, someone snorted inquiringly when they were told to go to class. Students come to the door of the building. Some begin to assume that their lesson will take place inside the building, and not as usual on the street. A whole crowd of students appeared near the doors. Apparently, their occupation will take place in the building of the Sleepy Horn, which is separate from the main one. The girl with red eyes cautiously looks inside, checking the situation, as it all seems very strange. The girl says that the classroom is somehow uncomfortable because it is warm and homely. They are met by an ordinary class, in the center of which is the teacher's desk. Tables for students and cauldrons for potions are placed throughout the classroom. The white-haired guy approaches the girl, points to the class and tells her not to let herself be deceived. The professor could easily hide a few monsters in the classroom to test the reactions of the students. One of the students puts his hands on his friend's shoulders and says that they need to stand up tighter to prepare for the attack. Lihan looks at all this with doubt. He doesn't understand why everyone is so excited. Nothing terrible should happen. Some students stood behind the princess and said they would protect her if attacked. The girl silently looks at them. Lihan chuckles and understands that everything is just on edge, because something strange and terrible is constantly happening in this academy. One of the students comes up to the anxious crowd and says that no one should worry again. The guy adjusts his glasses and says that they will not lose to the monsters that the professor will prepare. Nilia is standing to the left of this guy. She looks at him with admiration and thinks that he will be her new friend. Also on the other side was Yona, who did not panic. Lihan stands aside. After the speech of the guy with glasses, he raised his hand and said that he would manage. To cope without help, Yuegom approaches the office, around which all the students have gathered. He sees that many are worried, so he asks what they are doing, and then he demands that they all take their places in the class. The guy with glasses immediately replies that they will now go into the classroom and take their seats. Nilia, who is standing next to him, is also trying to enter the classroom as quickly as possible and take her place so as not to bring trouble on herself. One of the students, the one with snow-white hair, stops near the entrance and asks the professor why their class is taking place in the classroom, and not on the street as it was before. The student continues and remembers that the last time the professor told them that it was very important to gather ingredients in the field. The guy does not have time to finish his speech, because Jurgolm sighs and asks where the guy is going to go brew medicines. The professor says he knows what the students are thinking. Most likely that Yuegom prepared some kind of terrible test for them. But he asks them not to worry, because unlike outdoor activities, it will be much safer and easier in the classroom. None of the students believe in Jurgolm's speech. Most people think he is a liar and just lie to them. Only a very stupid person would believe this. Jurgolm says it's time for them to start. He points to the cauldrons near the students' tables and says that he wants everyone to pour water into their cauldron. Jurgolm raises his index finger and says in a serious tone that alchemy is a complex art. There are no unnecessary stages in this art, so all students must be attentive and careful. The professor spreads his arms to the sides and says that if the students miss something, they will never become excellent alchemists. He asks everyone to open the book so that everyone can read the detailed recipe for making a low-level mana regeneration potion. Lihan opens a book in which everything is written in very small print. The book also contains many different illustrations. The guy puts his hand to his chin and thinks that it will not be very easy to prepare this potion, especially for the first time. At first glance, alchemy seems simpler than other magic. Many people think that just following the written recipe is enough, but this is not at all the case. Alchemy is like cooking hot cuisine, at the same time and quickly, and you need to collect fresh ingredients from different places, and remembering how to cook them and in what sequence will allow you to keep up with the time. But we must not forget about clear movements, and if you miss something, you get something strange. The students couldn't make the potion. Most of them just had some kind of steam from the boilers. Jurgolm looked at all this with uneasiness. At some point, he began to laugh from the horror that happened to the students. The man began to touch his beard and said that this is how first-year potions are made. Jurgolm wants to say something, but then he turns his attention to Lihan. Lihan sat at the table as if nothing had happened. Then he got up and clasped his hands in the lock to do the warm-up. After a little preparation, Lihan began to prepare the ingredients in accordance with the time. First he chopped the greens, then I added leaves with sharp edges. Finally, he added another plant and began to quietly stir it all. Uegolm looked at the student in shock. He didn't expect Vardanaz to be so good at alchemy. He got it right the first time, something that had never happened before in a basic alchemy class. Uegolm continues to look at Lihan and think that he is starting to look more and more like a real alchemist who has been in business for 10 years. Uegolm tightens his jaw. He cannot believe that such geniuses as Lihan exist in reality. He exhales in relief. While Lihan is stirring the potion in the cauldron, he notices the professor's eyes on him and looks at him with a question. The guy imagines that Jurgolm sees in him a real first-class alchemist with vast experience in potions. Then he starts stirring the potion harder and thinks that the professor is not quite right. Just in a past life, the guy has already done such things. He recalls how he was taught and brought to tears.